Good morning and welcome to Zaleski Sports, and we are live here at the LLMC Home Improvement Fieldhouse. I'm Mike Steinwagner, along with Ryan Rasmussen, and a great honor to have with me today also is Ty Gardner. And Ty is everybody in the wrestling business should know who Ty is, but I will introduce him as the father of Ava Gardner, a two-time state champion here at Marshfield, and it's a great honor, Ty, to have you here with me tonight, or this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. Great honor to have you here with us today.
Thank you very much, Mike. I love wrestling. I think it's the greatest sport in the world. We've got, in fact, this year, for the first time ever in my life, I've got wrestlers at all four levels of wrestling. I've got my daughter wrestling in college. I've got a son wrestling in high school. I've got a daughter wrestling in middle school, and then a son wrestling in youth. And then I have the distinct honor this morning of my oldest son, who is not a wrestler, but is a musician, has many other talents, and he's going to be part of the Madrigal singing our national anthem this morning. And the Madrigal group is absolutely phenomenal, so Marshfield gets to showcase that this morning, which I'm very excited for. We've had a few. We had them at our Queen of the Mat tournament, and I had a few veterans come up to me after that national anthem with tears in their eyes, and they just loved the fact that Marshfield Madrigals were there and present to sing our national anthem, and we're looking forward to that this morning.
Exactly. I was in Madrigals back 50 years ago, and it's a great honor, and I've heard them perform many, many times, and so it's a great honor, and I can say you are a proud father of having all five, children active, and I don't blame you. I've got a daughter also that I'm very proud of also, that she's very active. So
awesome. Yes.
So today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Strongbridge Wealth Advisors, The Water Quality Store, Matt Spetz with Midwest Land Group, and Keys Savings Bank. And so, Ty, we've got 6 outstanding teams here today coming from the Monominee sectional that was done last week. And tell me about the 6 teams in here today.
Yeah, so to back up slightly, the new structure this year for the WIAA and the way that they're running postseason team playoffs, we'll say, no more regionals for individuals. Used to be that you had a regional, and then coming out of that regional, individual regionals, you'd had team scores, and top 4 teams out of regionals would move on to a Tuesday night team sectional.
Sure.
Tuesday night team sectional is tough. If you were on a great team, from an individual standpoint, that was a big sacrifice to do that Tuesday night sectional. You had to make weight again.
Yep.
You had to compete again Tuesday night. Tuesday night is a late night, and a lot of the fans weren't able to attend because it's a Tuesday night, and got to work the next day and all that kind of stuff. So today is the beauty of the change that they made. There's a lot of things up for debate as far as which teams are in which sectionals and all that kind of stuff. But put that aside, for today, this is the biggest benefit coming out of the changes that they made.
Sure.
A Saturday, all-day sectional, lots of fans. It's not a massive sacrifice on the part of the wrestlers as far as making weight and competing and all that kind of stuff. So, in essence, an all-day Saturday team sectional took the place of individual regionals, and that change, I believe, is a great change. Now, there's other things that need to be modified in the years to come to make sure we spread out the best teams across the state and we don't have all the best teams matched up in the same sectionals. But today is a day where we get to enjoy this change, and I've been looking forward to this day for a while now because, it's just great to have all these great teams competing. We're going to have some massive matchups here today. So in the first round here, first of all, Holman and Marshfield finished first and second at our individual sectionals last weekend, which bought them a first-round bye here today. Mm-hmm. So Marshfield will take on the winner of Monominee and DC Everest, and then Holman awaits the winner of New Richmond and Wisconsin Rapids. So Holman is currently ranked number 2 in the state. I believe that to be an accurate ranking. They are a stud team. Marshfield is currently ranked 8th in the state, and it's going to be, these are going to be some fun battles today.
Yeah. We're looking forward to it. I know looking at the individual wrestling sectional from last week at Monominee, and Holman's got, I think it was 4 or 5 champions in that sectional. Marshfield had, I think, just a couple.
2 qualifiers.
Two qualifiers in there, and actually those qualifiers will end up going to the individual next week, and then the team tournament will be March 6th and 7th at the Lacrosse Center, and that's a new venue this year.
That's a new venue as well, yeah. They took it out of the barn. I have mixed feelings on the whole situation.
I've been in the barn many times, and I'll tell you, I would miss that, Jeff.
Yeah, my daughter actually wrestled in the barn her freshman year and her junior year, and so it was a great on. She was the only female in the building wrestling down at Team State. It was one of the greatest memories of my life. And but anyway, so yeah, I love the barn. But also we spend a lot of time at the lacrosse center at the lacrosse center down there, and that's a great venue as well. So yeah, so we've got Marshfield has 2 qualifiers, and like you said, I think Holman has 5 or 6. Holman's bottom half of their lineup is kind of a murderer's row of great young wrestlers down there in the lower weights. And also Holman, I believe their heavyweight qualified. I can't remember if he took first or not at sectionals last Saturday. But yeah, there's some stud teams. So
you're talking about Jepson.
Yes, the heavyweight.
Yep. He pinned his man in 307 in the championship.
There you go.
So.
Yep. So it's going to be, and on Marshfield's 2 qualifiers, they're first-time state qualifiers. Easton Ledden was a runner-up last weekend, and as a senior, and so making his first trip to state. And our lone champion from last weekend was Hayden Carlson.
I'll tell you, he is an animal. I watched a little bit of him carrying the ball this last year in football, and I'll tell you, I would not want to run into him. I mean, that's like hitting a brick wall.
Yeah, he's quite the athlete. So it'll be there'll be some great matchups today. Hopefully, we'll see a few rematches. There were some tight matchups from last Saturday that might end up happening again today. So it's going to be a blast just taking this all in.
So. Yeah, we've got some sponsors here to read. We're about 2 minutes away from starting here at the LMC Home Improvement Fieldhouse here on the campus of Marshfield High School, where the team sectional is being held this year. And we'd like to thank Rapid Sheet and Metal and Heating and Cooling of Wisconsin Rapid as they places your comfort at home as their highest priority. Give them a call or find them online at rapidsheetmetal.com. And Williams Plumbing and Heating. Williams Plumbing and Heating is locally owned and operated right here in Wisconsin Rapids. For all your plumbing and heating needs, why look anywhere else? Call Williams Plumbing and Heating or find them online at williamsplumbingwr.com. So, yeah, we're about a minute and a half away, but there's actually 6 other sectionals tie going on, possibly today also. And so looking at D1, who do you figure are some of those, I'll give you the sheet here and you can glance over it of who's in what there and tell me some of the other teams that possibly could land up going to this team state tournament.
Yeah, so not going to make any predictions quite yet, but I know I'll talk about the other sectionals since we're not there anyway. There's really only one other main sectional going on today that the winner of that sectional will absolutely be in the finals down at Team State.
And you're talking about Kaukauna.
Yep, Kaukauna is ranked number 1 in the state currently. I don't know. They've won the Team State Championship probably 5 or 6 years in a row now.
Exactly. To add, just to interrupt you, yeah, exactly. They've been a powerhouse, for the last 4 or 5 years. Stoughton has been in there. Wisconsin Rapids was down in the finals, 2-3 years
ago? Yep. Last year they were in the finals against the Ghosts of Kaukauna.
Kaukauna, exactly.
Yep. So sounds like we might be getting around here to the national anthem.
As the Madrigals will be coming in here.
I'm just gonna unplug yours and hook up the mic just so they can.
Oh, okay. Sure.
At this time, for those able, would you please stand, hats and headwear, and direct your attention to the flag, the singing of our national anthem by the Marshfield High School Madrigals. We welcome and thank today's officials for their continued support, comment, and expertise. These officials have been assigned by the WIAA.
And we are back as Ryan finally gets me plugged in here, and we can get going with this first match. And Ty, who do we got in these first matches here in this closer to us here?
First up, Matt, closest to us here, we got Monominee versus DC Everest. Team score-wise at the individual sectional last Saturday, DC Everest finished in 5th out of the 16 teams. Monominee finished in 3rd. So if we go purely based off the points, which we cannot, but we would expect that Monominee would come out with the victory on this one, though that would be my pick as well. I think Monominee has just got the edge over DC Everest on this one. But we shall see. The wrestling mat doesn't lie, so we'll get the truth.
And that's the thing is, last week, it was kind of individual where those points, team points, came off the wins at that individual sectional, and right now it's team or nothing.
Yeah. At the college level, they'll have team rankings, they'll have tournament team rankings, and then they'll have dual team rankings because they are different.
Sure.
Because in a tournament setup, you could have, 3 or 4 absolute studs that will win you a tournament championship, because they just go out and beat the heck out of everybody and then end up winning a title, but the rest of the team may not be very good. So vice versa, if you take that same team and go to a dual team format, they might get the crap beat out of them because those 4 guys can't win the whole duel.
Sure. Solaris is your hometown fiber internet provider. Just like our athletes bring their best to the court, we bring our best to your home with lightning-fast, reliable fiber internet that never quits. Stream, game, and connect without missing a beat. Get connected, stay connected at Solaris.net. And first match here, Ty?
Yeah, first match we got Jacob Anderson of Monominee, a 27-6 senior, versus Ryan Schultz of DC Everest, a 16-14 junior. And I was just going to look and see if these boys matched up against each other last Saturday at all. And then on the other mat, we have Adam Wilhelm of New Richmond, a 12-3 junior, versus Jackson Gutierrez of Rapids, a 14-6 freshman.
And this is in the 190, right?
Yes, we are starting out here tonight, or this morning, at the 190-pound weight class. Random draw to figure out which weight class to start out at. No score yet here in the Monominee and DC Everest match. Sure would expect that the Monominee senior will come out with the victory here, but and across the way, the New Richmond and Rapids matchup. Not very many matches on the part of either wrestler, so possibly due to injury or just not being in the starting lineup for a portion of the season. There, Monominee's in on a great duck under and moving into position for the takedown, which he does get, putting himself up by a score of 3-0. DC Everest is quick back to his feet and trying to peel hands, and he does get the escape, and he's awarded the escape, and Monominee right back in on the shot. DC Everest works for a neck wrench that Monominee rolls through for another takedown, so bringing him to a score of 6-1. So the senior is pouring it on the junior here a little bit in the first period. Across the way, New Richmond, Adam Wilhelm is up by a score of 3-0 over Gutierrez of Rapids. Wilhelm, a junior.
Yeah, actually, the champion in that sectional was Jacob Hutchinson from River Falls.
Yeah.
Who won in that 190.
Pretty sure these two did match up in that individual sectional, if I recall correctly.
Because looking at this on the second place on the Wrestle back, or neither one of the three on there are from either one of these teams, so they were down farther in the finish.
Mm-hmm. And our Josh Taylor of Marshfield just missed out. He had a really tough match, or a tough result, I should say, in his semifinal match last Saturday. Was up by a few points late in the third period and ended up getting caught and pinned, and that was the match he needed in order to continue his journey towards a state berth. And I believe he would have gotten there if we had a slightly different result on that one match in the semifinals. But continuing on here to the current action, Jacob Anderson of Monominee up by a score of 8-1 now, working towards his major. So in wrestling, you get team points wise, you get, for those that don't know, I'll kind of explain how the team points work. If you beat a kid by 7 or less points, it's 3 team points for your team. If you beat a kid by 8 points to 14 points, it's called a major decision. That's 4 team points for your team. If you beat a kid by 15 or more points, they stop the match. It's over with, and then your team gets 5 points for that. And if you pin somebody, then that's 6 points.
Now the old system was what, 5 or 6 on a pin?
It's always been 6 as far as I remember. Or going back to my time anyway, all the way back. But
it goes way back 50 years when I was in school too. So
yeah. So Anderson is in a position of a major right now for Monominee. He's going to want to at least maintain that, but he's moving in for another takedown, it looks like. Now he's up by 11. He's going to want to really work towards that tech fall to get 5 points for his team.
Anderson's now ahead 9-4, I see here.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. My mistake.
That's all right.
And then on the other mat, New Richmond, Wilhelm is up by a score of 4-0. Yeah, and going back to Anderson, he was up by 7 or 8 points or so, so now he's going to want to definitely re-secure that major for his team.
We're in what now? The second period on both, or no? We're on third period on the far mat there.
Yep, exactly. And I think we're moving into the third period, I believe, on mat 2 here. Mat nearest to us. Boy, they keep changing the score on that mat, so I think they're having some confusion. They are. The ref is at the table talking with the scorekeepers and getting that score cleared up, because I could have swore it said 12-1 there for a while. So, and I see
it's now switched to
14 to 1 now.
14 to 1, yes.
So, okay, this is making a lot more sense now. So
actually, this match could finish.
This match
very
could finish
shortly
with a takedown by Monominee here. And there's the takedown. So that'll be a tech fall for Monominee, putting them up by a team score of 5-0. If Monominee were to move on to the next round and face Marshfield, most likely that would put the Monominee senior up against our junior, Josh Taylor.
Okay.
Should be a great matchup between those two. On the far mat there, Wilhelm up by a score of 8-1 over Rapids, now 11-1, so giving him the major for now. And he's trying to work towards that. He's got 44 seconds left to try to secure a tech fall as well, and he does move in for another takedown, putting him up 14-2. I'm sure his coaches are going to be telling him to cut him. I think they're trying to get his attention. His whole team is trying to get his attention to tell him to cut him. You get 1 escape, 1 point for escape,
sure,
and 3 points for a takedown. So each time you can do that you're building on the lead, and you're running towards, and then he gets the takedown, putting him up 17-3. He's going to need one more with only 9 seconds left.
Seen a lot of people,
and he got it.
And the thing is, a lot of people realize the first time I had seen this, at the state tournament, and it's like, all of a sudden, why are you letting him go? But that's the reason he lets him go, because you only get 1 on an escape and you get 3 on a takedown.
Exactly. So you kind of make those calls within the match. The coaches will make those calls within the match. If the more dominant wrestler is unlikely to get the pin, then the next best thing is the tech fall.
Sure.
So we got to score as many points as we can. Let's take them down and let them up, or especially if you're dominant in the neutral position. So to start out the day here, we've got a couple of tech falls in a row, one by New Richmond and then one by Monominee.
We may have a pin coming up here possibly on the first match here.
Yeah, next here at 2:15, we've got Bryce Shepard, a 26-4 senior, versus Charlie DeWitt, a 5-12 junior of DC Everest. And Monominee is moving in for the pin, and he's got 25 seconds.
And he's got
there it is. So Monominee, not surprisingly, kind of starting out on fire here with their lineup as they move into the heavyweight matchup here.
All right, today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Strongbridge Wealth Advisors, the Walty Water Quality Store, Matt Spetz with Midwest Land Group, and Key Savings Bank. And we'd like to thank all of our sponsors for advertising here on the Team Sectional, and we wouldn't be able to do it without you guys, so thank you very much. And so great action going on here as both mats busy here. We got another new match coming up here in the 285 in the heavyweights here.
So Monominee up by a score of 11-0. And at 285 here, we've got Braden Johnson of Monominee, a 13-15 sophomore, versus Andrew Hettinga, a 6-4 junior. So this will be this is one that could definitely go either way. Looks like neither one of these wrestlers qualified for state.
Nope.
And I was just going to check on that 215-pounder from Menominee. He's looking fairly dominant and see if he did qualify for state.
Yes, he finished second.
Yeah, he did.
He lost on a major decision there to Bryce Shepard from Menominee. Or, excuse me,
Nico
Kleinschmidt. Exactly,
yeah.
my fault. From DC Everest.
Speaking of Nico, where is Nico in DC Everest lineup? Interesting to me that he's not wrestling.
So yeah, they switch him in a different weight class.
No, they would. He's been moved up to the heavyweight weight class throughout the year every now and again, but he is not wrestling on the part of DC Everest today, which could be a strategic move on the part of their coaches. The coaches may feel that DC Everest doesn't really have a chance in this matchup against Menominee, so they want to save him, or possibly he's injured. Hopefully not. He's currently ranked number 2 in the state for DC Everest at 215 pounds. So, but in the meantime here, we have got a score now of 3-0 for Hatinga, DC Everest Jr. over Menominee. And on the far mat now, at 215 pounds, you got Alex Solberg of New Richmond, a 12-3 junior, versus Oakley Pluis of Wisconsin Rapids, a 26-12 sophomore. Just getting into the second period here, still a score of 0-0 on that far mat.
Yep.
New Richmond with a team score of 5-0 over Rapids at the moment. DC Everest gets on the board here with their 285-pounder with the pin over Braden Johnson of Menominee.
So Ty, how do they determine actually how which weight actually starts the match?
I'm pretty sure it's just a random draw.
A random draw.
Yeah. Just a random draw, and now we're going to start with the lightweights here. So moving on from the big boys.
Yeah, I was going to say this one coming up here on the closest mat, he's definitely not a heavyweight.
Yeah, definitely not. So we're in the 106-pound weight class here. Looks like DC Everest will be receiving a forfeit, which in the case of a forfeit is also 16 points. It's treated as a pin. And so actually DC Everest will now take the lead by a score of 12-11 over Menominee.
Yeah, and at 106, Jackson Freeman from Wisconsin Rapids won that championship against Brady Needham from Holman on a 13-7 win in that 106 last weekend.
Yeah, Brady Needham is the grandson of Paul Needham. Paul Needham, we kind of refer to him around here as the OG of Marshfield Wrestling. I coached alongside Paul on our middle school team. He's a phenomenal human being. Great family. So Paul actually has 2 grandsons wrestling out here today on the Holman team. They are the sons of Ross Needham, who is the state champion for Marshfield back in the day. And
it looks like we had a forfeit also in the 113.
So they trade forfeits, it looks like.
As now it's, 17-12.
Now we're moving up to 126 already. So actually DC Everest is up by a score of 18-17.
Also in the 120 we had a forfeit then also.
Yeah, we had a forfeit at 106.
Okay.
113
and 120.
Yeah. A little unusual there for.
And a familiar name at 126, champion from last week, Brock Needham. So it kind of runs in the family.
Yes, exactly. And then his granddaughter, Aubrey, qualified last night for the state tournament with a second-place finish at sectionals. Congratulations to Aubrey.
Well, most likely then Ross was most likely sitting in the stands here maybe somewhere?
Ross will absolutely be sitting in the stands today.
Actually,
sure.
we've got a nice crowd here for these first matches here. We're in the field house here, and this field house, when you put bleachers on both sides, could hold 4,000 people.
Yes.
Right now, I'm saying we've got to be close to, I would say, 500 maybe?
Yeah, I would think at least that, and then I would think the crowds will really start to build as we go through the day. The two biggest gorillas in the room are Marshfield and Holman, and with
actually,
the first round buys.
You get that state tournament feeling then.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Because down at state tournament, when it was in the barn, my gosh, the atmosphere down there is just unbelievable.
It's electric. Yep.
And we'll see what it's like down at the Lacrosse Center this year.
Yep. All right, and on mat 2, now we got Kenny Heim of Monominee, an 18-14 junior, versus Jordan Dannins of DC Everest, a 13-17 junior. Monominee's up by a score of 7-0 right now in that matchup at 126. And on the far mat, they're still on 215-pound weight class. We got Alex Solberg of New Richmond, a 12-3 junior, versus Oakley Pluis of Rapids, 26-12 sophomore. And actually, I'm fairly certain these two did match up last weekend. And I'll have to check who came out on top on that one.
You take a look here, and we'll tell you about Carrie Van Eert, State Farm. Be your go-to person for all your insurance needs. Carrie and her staff are always there to help you understand your options and come away with the right coverage for you. That's Carrie Van Eert with State Farm in Wisconsin Rapids. Thank you, Carrie, for advertising today. As we are at the 126 here, and it looks like, a 7-0 lead on the closest match here?
Yeah, 7-0 going into the second period here. Certainly Heim is going to be wanting to work towards that major / and hopefully tech fall for his hopes anyway and his team. DC Everest up by a team score of 18-17. Still pretty surprised on my end about the multiple forfeits from 106 through 120.
It's kind of strange looking at this first match here, and then you see the heavyweights on the far mat down on the other end down there.
And actually, Dannon's there from DC Everest with the takedown going in now 7-3, starting to close the gap on Monominee. On the far mat there at 285, we got Matthew Fuchs of New Richmond, an 11-4 senior, versus Navarro Rodriguez of Rapids, a 3-10 senior. So you would like, just purely judging by the records, you would expect New Richmond to come out with the victory here, but the wrestling mat doesn't lie. And we're going to see how that one turns out. Currently, New Richmond winning that dual meet down there by a score of 8-0 over Rapids. I have some mixed feelings on how the final team score or the end result will turn out between Rapids and New Richmond. My gut tells me Rapids, but we shall see how that all turns out.
We just had a takedown on that far mat there with Rapids.
Boy, what a result here. On mat 2, Kenny Heim of Monominee was up by a score of 7-0 or 7-1. Ends up getting pinned.
Wow.
By Everest. Potentially, you think about it, that could have been potentially a major on the part of Monominee. So it could have been 4 points their way, but instead ends up getting pinned for a 6-point
fall.
So it's a 10-point swing in that one matchup.
And so now Everest goes up 24-17 now.
24-17. We are starting to kind of get into the meat of the lineup of Monominee here. We got Bailey Casey coming up versus Michael Jelinek of DC Everest. Casey, the 15-1 senior, champion of his individual sectional bracket last weekend. And Jelinek, 18-15 sophomore, So you would expect that this is where Monominee starts gaining some ground on DC Everest. Casey, like I say, finished as the champion last Saturday, won in the finals by a score of 2-1 over Larson of River Falls. Jelinek ended up 5th in his bracket last weekend, and there's Casey with the toss to his back, got Jelinek on his back. And I would expect that Casey will come out of this match with either a tech fall or a pin. And I'm sure that's what his Menominee coaches are counting on. On the far mat now, we've got Tyler Sturba of New Richmond, a 7-7 freshman, versus Jackson Freeman of Rapids. He's a 25-1 junior. Jackson Freeman won his bracket last weekend as well. So, as is the case with Menominee and Bailey Casey here, I can guarantee you Rapids is expecting Jackson Freeman to come out of here scoring at least 5 team points against the freshman from New Richmond. Jackson won his bracket last weekend. In the finals, he won over Brady Needham of Holman by a score of 13-7.
And both of those will land up in individual state next week, right?
Yes, exactly. Last weekend, they take the top 16 teams total. Were in individual sectionals last weekend. They take the top 2 finishers in each weight class, move on to the state tournament, where they will be bracketed in a bracket of 14 wrestlers total in a 16-man bracket. So the number 1 and number 2 seed will get a first-round bye, kind of much like this team sectional here.
Shun Financial Advice focus on you, your goals, your dreams, your modern Woodman of America. Representative can help you plan for all stages of life, from protection to saving to retirement. Call Scott Petrick at 715-424-1873 to start the conversation.
Freeman is up by a score of 7-0, 20 seconds left in the first period. He's got the crossbody right in and working for that guillotine. Meanwhile, Casey here winning by a score of 7-1.
Yeah, actually, Rapids is going to kind of need this. They're down 14-6 right now, team-wise. So
yes, and victory by Freeman is most definitely expected by their coaches. Now, bonus points is the question mark, right? And when I say bonus points, essentially means anything above a decision.
Where do you feel Rapids has their power? In their lower weights or their upper weights?
I think they're a little bit more spread out this year than normal. Normally, their lower weights are the powerhouse, much like Holman's, but they're definitely not on Holman's level this particular year as far as their lower weights go. But Rapids is normally known for their their lower half.
Well,
of their
actually,
lineup.
you go back years back, as you know, in team-wise, they've won 16 team titles over 19 times they've been to state, 2 runners-up. And the thing is, usually back then, Ty, it was straight across the board. They were strong in every weight class.
They were a dominant program, and in fact, they were I believe they were in the team state finals just last year. So it's not that they're nothing to shake your head at even currently, but haven't been at that level for a while. But back in the day, they were an extremely dominant program. Yeah. Much like Kakon is nowadays.
Well, and you go back, and I looked where Stoughton actually has the most appearances at that team tournament, and so, but Kakona has just dominated over the last 5-6 years.
They really have. Our Marshfield team, and there's Bailey Casey with the pin for Menominee. An important pin for that Menominee team.
And
24 seconds left in the second period, and not a surprise at all. Bailey's a very dominant wrestler, the senior. I believe his his postseason run last year was cut short by injury. So happy for him being able to get back out on the mat here.
You know,
and,
you talk about these quick pins and everything. You know, I look back at Ava's, some of her matches this year, where she had actually a 10-0 win in like 25 seconds. I mean, my gosh, how? Explain that to me.
So in college, it's freestyle for women.
Okay.
For
Sure.
women's college wrestling is freestyle. So in a situation like that, it's 2 points for a takedown, and then every back exposure is 2 points.
Okay.
So I can guarantee in that particular match you're referencing, she would have taken the girl down and got her in a leg lace. They call it a leg lace, and you're essentially just rolling them across the mat. Two every time you roll.
Sure.
Every time your back is exposed, it's 2 points for that other girl. And
Okay.
so, yep, that would be. And in freestyle, a tech fall is a 10-point victory.
Okay.
Whereas in folk style here, which we're wrestling today, 15 points is a tech fall victory. So moving on now to 144 in the matchup between Monominee and DC Everest. Currently, Monominee is up by a score of 29-24. And this is another stud in Monominee's lineup here. Aiden Ari. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but a 28-2 junior from Monominee versus Caden Bergmark of DC Everest, a 10-15 sophomore. You would certainly expect that Ari would be coming out of this matchup with a pin. Can guarantee that's what his coaches are hoping for, but you have your hopes, you have your dreams above that.
Yep.
Or, I'm sorry, you have your expectations, and then you have your hopes above that, and then you have your dreams above that. So I would imagine their expectation for Aiden at a minimum is a major. Their hope is, and they're definitely hoping for a tech fall. But I also think that they're really, in the end, they're just expecting a fall out of Aiden for this particular matchup. Meanwhile, on the far mat, Jackson Freeman up by a score of 13-0 with a minute left. Now make it 14-0 with a minute left in the third period.
One more point, and they'll stop the match.
One more point, they will stop the match, and it'll be a 5-point score added to the Rapids team score.
And that'll actually put it a little bit closer to 14-11 then.
Yes, exactly. And so if you're winning by, let's say in the case of Jackson there, you're winning by a score of 14-0, and they're both neutral. If Jackson were to take him down directly to his back, you might think that, well, he got the takedown, went up by an additional 3 points, so they would stop the match. But in reality, if you take somebody down to their back, even though you're winning at that point by a score of 17-0, the match continues on because Jackson is still allowed the opportunity to pin his opponent for the team score.
So he did land up winning 17-0, and they have not changed the team score here yet, but it should be, 14-11.
And there you go. They did just update that. And on mat 2 here, Aiden Ari from Menominee did, in fact, come away with the pin on his DC Everest opponent, putting Menominee up by a team score of 35-24.
Okay. Now we've got 120 on that far mat there.
Yeah, 120 from New Richmond. You got Walker Weidlich, and an 11-3 junior is a state qualifier.
Yep.
Must have been injured for a portion of the year because I know Walker is in the top 5, I believe, in the rankings in the state, and not very many matches under his belt. So must have, and he moves in for the pin quickly over Luke Hamill. Pin not awarded yet, but Walker's a really good wrestler. Going up against Luke Hamill of Rapids, a 14-6 junior. So Walker finished as a runner-up last weekend. I believe 120 pounds. That would be Brock Needham. Nope, I'm sorry, Rex Lancaster
from Holman.
got pinned by
pinned him.
Lancaster. But actually that match, if I recall correctly, was fairly close leading up to that pin. Okay, and then on the near mat here we got Ryan Shackleton from Menominee, a 15-17 sophomore versus Halen Lethan of DC Everest, a 7-23 junior. Menominee up by 11 in the team score. This could be one of those swing matches in a dual meet where, you know, you have a couple of kids with losing records, and yet their matchup, but they're versus each other. So the results of this match could
So they're pretty well matched.
swing.
Matched
Yeah,
up,
exactly. Skill level, it would appear,
level,
according to
sure.
the records. It's a pretty even matchup from a skill level standpoint. And actually Shackleton winning by a score of 11-3 already with only 20 seconds left in the first period already, and he moves in for, I believe, another takedown. So fairly dominant performance here over the 7-23 junior of DC Everest. 14-3 is the match score there. And he's moving in for the pin here. He got a nice slide under. And certainly Menominee, and there's the pin. 6 points added to their score will bring the team score to 41-24 over DC Everest. Kind of how this dual meet is kind of developing the way that a person would have expected. You know, it's Menominee is a very, very good team. They finished third in the team points last weekend behind Marshfield. So the way the team points landed last weekend, coming out of the individual sectional, we had Holman with 260 points. Marshfield, a fairly distant second at 168 points. And then Menominee was 165 points.
3-point difference there, yes.
Only a 3-point difference. And then Menominee takes the forfeit here. So putting them up by another 6 points.
And you look at even New Richmond with 155. You know, there are only 13. You know, you figure that's maybe 2 matches.
Yep.
When you think
about it,
you know.
Yep. So Menominee's really starting to pull away here, and they're at the 165-pound weight class. So actually, they're taking another forfeit here. So DC Everest would appear to be kind of
pretty much out of it now.
Yeah, they're definitely out of it. So Marshfield will absolutely be facing Menominee in the semifinals of this, I'll say, first annual Saturday team sectional.
Saturday. Yeah, exactly. Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Tire sale is on now at Sherrill Tire and Auto Service. That's buy 3 tires and get 1 free. Find your location at SherrillTire.com. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Strongbridge Wealth Advisors, the Water Quality Store, the Matt Spetz with Midwest Land Group, and Key Savings Bank. Thank you for your support during the team sectional here at the LMC Fieldhouse in Marshfield.
I personally know Matthew Spetz. He's a phenomenal guy, a stand-up human being, and a great businessman. So, all right, so moving on here. I'm at 1, New Richmond, up by a team score of 14-11. And actually, this team score also makes sense with the results of the team scores coming out of last Saturday's sectional individual. New Richmond had a team score of 155. And Rapids had a team score of 141. So by the scores, you would anticipate that New Richmond will come out of this dual meet with the victory. But like we were discussing earlier, tournament results versus dual results can be quite different. Mat 2 here, Menominee currently up by a team score of 53 to 24 over DC Everest, and Nathan Briggs of DC Everest, a 13-9 senior. Currently winning over Ethan Froh of Menominee, a 5-5 sophomore, by a match score of 5-0 with about a minute left in the first period. DC Everest is moving in to position with an arm bar and a half. Gets called for potentially dangerous on that chicken wing, slid into a chicken wing. So the ref will reset them. Meanwhile, I'm at 1 over there. Weidlich from New Richmond is Yeah, he's up by a match score of 15-1, and certainly he's going to be looking for his tech fall. Really, certainly New Richmond is hoping for a pin out of Walker, but he is going up against a 14-6 junior in Luke Hamill. So Hamill's no slouch, but they're going to definitely at this point expect Weidelich to come out with a tech fall for sure. So strategy-wise here, they're hoping Weidelich will, and he moves him into a pinning position here. He had a wrist and wing, and he's going to either get the tech fall or the pin coming out of this for sure. 42 seconds left in the match, so plenty of time. And in a tight matchup like this one where New Richmond's winning the team score right now. Oh, and there's the pin by Weidelich. That 1 point, between scoring a 6-point fall versus a 5-point tech fall. That 1 point could possibly make a huge difference in these tight dual meets here.
And actually, looking at it right now, these two teams, Rapids and New Richmond, going against each other, are pretty much balanced, pretty much the same.
Yeah.
When you look at it.
Yep. So New Richmond up now by a team score of 20-11 over Rapids, but the next matchup here for Rapids, this is one of their studs. At 126 pounds here.
Yeah, the winner in that 126 last week was Brock Needham from Holman.
Yes.
Over Miles Alters of Hudson.
So Deegan Armagost here from Rapids, a 29-7 junior, versus Benjamin Wilhelm, an 11-4 junior of New Richmond. Armagost is a good wrestler. I believe he finished possibly in third place, maybe fourth in his bracket. So not a state qualifier. He was in a tough bracket with Needham and Alters of Hudson. Armagost lost by a score of 13-9 in the semifinals against Brock Needham of Holman. And Armagost ended up finishing in fourth place behind Deaton of River Falls.
And I see the Everest match is over with.
Yep. Not a huge surprise there with Monominee. Fairly dominant performance over DC Everest. So it will definitely be Monominee versus Marshfield here in the next matchup. We wrestled Monominee earlier this year and came away with the victory. It was certainly a tight result last Saturday as far as team scores go. And you can't really count on any results from the beginning of the year because a lot of shifting in weight classes, injuries, things like that.
So, Ty, actually, if now as many weight classes as there are, what would a final score actually be if you pinned everybody?
So 14 weight classes times 6. So is that 84-0?
You're looking at 84-0.
Yeah, yep.
And actually, you look at the combination here of 74 points that we had in this Menominee Everest match. So actually, you're pretty much close.
A lot of bonus points.
Exactly,
in that.
A lot of bonus points.
Yep. Armagost, the 29-7 junior, winning by a score of 6-3 here over Wilhelm of New Richmond. I was going to see where Wilhelm ended up. He lost. Let's see, where is he? Wilhelm ended up 7th out of his 16-man bracket last Saturday. Armagost finished 4th. So definitely no gimme in this match on the part of Rapids, even though this is one of their studs. New Richmond is right there with a pretty tough wrestler themselves. Minute 45 left in the second period here. Armagost up by a score of 6-3.
So we've got about 7 matches left or so on that far map there.
Yeah, and there you go. That we were just talking about the bonus points and a lot of forfeits, right?
Sure.
In this DC Everest and Menominee matchup. So that obviously speeds a lot of stuff up. But between bonus points and forfeits, timing-wise, they blew right past this Rapids and New Richmond matchup. But we all want to see these types of matchups here. We don't want to see the forfeits. We want to see these types of matchups. Go back to the Nico thing, the 215-pounder from Everest. I truly hope he's okay. I'm hoping it's just one of those things where the DC Everest coaches just felt like they didn't want to risk injury to him because he is ranked number 2 in the state currently and a phenomenal wrestler. So hopefully that's all it is. Hopefully he didn't get injured in practice or anything like that. So DC Everest.
He actually qualified for state.
Yeah, he was the champion last weekend.
Okay.
Yep. And in fairly dominant fashion. So DC Everest is sent packing out of this sectional. And we're down to 5 teams now. Can guarantee you that Rapids is looking at this particular matchup between Armagoss and Wilhelm as an absolute must-win on their part.
Yes, definitely sitting at 20-11.
Boy, and what a takedown there by Wilhelm of New Richmond. Bringing the tied score 6-6. 20 seconds left in the second period with the New Richmond junior in the top position now. It's going to want to hold on to him. Short time left here in the second period. Armagoss really need to score some points. We always say finish on top in wrestling. Finish the period on top.
Sure.
If you're in the neutral position, finish on top. If you're in the down position, finish on top. If you're in the top position, finish on top.
On top. Just stay on top.
So going into the third period here, I believe it was Armagoss' choice. I'm positive of that since he chose down. So starting the third period tied up. This is an Armagoss with the quick escape, putting himself up by a score of 7-6.
So actually, you think about it, let the advantage, let him escape and come back with the takedown.
Possibly, if you feel like you're not going to be able to get any turns on him and score some near fall.
Sure.
Then it's not the end of the world to let him go because you don't necessarily want to give up a reversal, especially if Armagoss is tough on top. Now you're down by 2 points and you're having a hard time getting out from the bottom.
Sure.
So safer to let the guy go. And, in the meantime, Wilhelm has scored a couple of takedowns on Armagoss. So being in the neutral position and there he cuts the corner and gets around, and there's the takedown by New Richmond, putting him up by a score of 9-7 now. What a beautiful battle here. Love seeing these kind of battles in these moments. New Richmond up by a team score of 20-11, and Rapids, Armagoss with the escape. Score of 9-8 now. New Richmond on top. Only 40 seconds left in the match. Odds are very high that the next takedown wins this match, if there is a takedown.
Or they could sit out here and dance for the next 20 seconds.
Yep, if there is a takedown, that kid will likely win this match. But New Richmond is going to be playing defense here, and he's going to want to be safe and not get tossed.
Yep.
Winning by 1 currently. I don't know if there's any stalling calls on New Richmond. I would doubt it just based on the action of this match currently. In wrestling, you're afforded 1 warning for stalling, and if you get nailed for stalling again, then it's a 1-point penalty awarded to the other wrestlers. So
if you get land up with that 1 point, do you go to 2 points then on the next?
So it's nope. Then
warning,
the
is it
next
still
stall is another 1 point award, and then after that, then it goes to 2.
Okay.
And then after that, then it's disqualification.
Okay.
So that will do it for the New Richmond junior with the victory over Armagoss by a score of 9-8. That was a beautiful battle.
Great match.
And Rapids can almost guarantee counting on that Well, they were definitely counting on that victory. Just, if you look at last weekend's results, Armagoss finished in 4th. New Richmond finished in 7th. So based on those results, you'd expect to have Armagoss come out with a victory on that one. But that's why we wrestled a match.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in baseball and that or football, that's why they play the game. Same thing here.
Yep.
That's why they wrestle a match.
Yep.
For all your orthopedic needs, place your trust in Wisconsin River Orthopedics. Learn more at WROinstitute.com.
So moving on here to 132-pound matchup. You got Archer Olson of New Richmond, a 3-4 senior, and Jake Freeman of Rapids, a 22-13 sophomore. So Olson actually got the takedown there on Freeman, but then was called for locked hands. So 1 point awarded to Freeman.
Is that very, very rare, that fast to be, called on locked hands?
Well,
I mean, you look at 26 seconds into the match. I mean,
yep. So first off, when let's say once you take somebody down and you're down in that position, even if your fingertips touch, it's locked hands.
It's locked hands.
Automatically.
Okay.
If the ref sees it, which
Sure.
you hope he does. Even if your hands are kind of crossed with each other, one hand above the other, as soon as they touch, locked hands.
Okay.
So locked hands isn't as literal as it sounds.
Like the
Just
the
touching.
finger,
Yep, just touching is locked hands. So, and boy, oh boy, Olson moving in with another takedown on Freeman to bring the score to
Looks like what, 6?
6-3 now. So actually, quite the surprising match going on here. This is absolutely a match that Rapids would expect to win here. So we'll see how this one unfolds.
Well, actually, they're going to need this. Actually,
they're absolutely going to need it.
It's 23-11 right now.
Yep, 23-11. We're at the 132-pound weight class. We've only got
What,
1, 2,
5,
3,
6 maybe?
4, 5, 6 more matches after this one. It's definitely mathematically they certainly don't need it, but this is
then
one
you're hoping for major decisions or
exactly.
a pin.
This is a matchup that you just expect to win this matchup. £132, Jake Freeman last weekend. Where did he end up?
The winner in that
Kind of actually looks to me like okay. So Freeman ended up. Yeah, he's a first-round exit out of the. Individual sectional. In fact, he was taken out by Neil Adler, a freshman from Marshfield.
See, and Neil actually right now, I was talking to his mother beforehand, and he's got an injury, but he had to wait now 3 weeks before he can wrestle now. But so if Marshfield does advance, he will be able to wrestle at the team tournament. So he's had some type of injury.
It was his wrist. Yeah, it was a fracture of his wrist. He was in shallow on an arm bar, and the guy clamped down really hard. I believe it was in his second match at individual sectional, clamped down really hard and kind of fractured his wrist. And Neil didn't know it.
Sure.
Felt it, obviously, and taped her up, wrestled the rest of that match, and wrestled 2 more matches after that. So he's the kid is all heart. I love him. I had him in middle school. He's one of the hardest workers on the team. He's had a tough freshman season, which is understandable at 132 pounds as a freshman. It's a tough weight class. But Neil went into individual sectionals last weekend as a 12 seed and took out the 5th seed in the first round and took out the 4th seed after that. So he did not end up qualifying for state, but he definitely out-wrestled his seed.
He's only, what, a freshman?
Only a freshman.
Yeah.
So he finished the day in 6th place as the 12th seed. So
Sure.
out-wrestled his seed for sure. So now, with the current matchup here, a minute left in the second period and a score of 7-7. So we're treated to one great match in the last one, and now we got another one coming up here. And Olsen trying to cut the corner here on Freeman here and gets his leg hooked. So that's the takedown to go up by a score of 10-7 with 35 seconds left here in the second period. Olsen's got a cradle locked up. Sure looks like it.
Yep.
We'll see if he can get this near side cradle transitioned into some near fall here. His lock is off center a little bit, so it's going to be difficult. Yep, and he gives it up and goes back into controlling position.
For 90 years, Valley Communities Credit Union has been part of your hometown team, a local, trusted, strong Valley Communities Credit Union, where community comes first. And they are are insured by NCUA.
So here we go. Third period. I would imagine that was Freeman's choice. I didn't quite catch it, but Freeman is now in the down position and also down by a score of 10-7. And Olsen of New Richmond is out to the side and working for that bar. New Richmond doing a really good job of controlling from the top position and being a hammer on top. Freeman's laid out on his belly, having a hard time basing up as New Richmond moves in for a barbed wire or a cradle. He's looking for one or the other here. Just heavy pressure from that top position. So Freeman's finally able to get his hips up off the mat. About 1:10 left in the third, based on how this third period has progressed. And there, Freeman has just been penalized for stalling, putting New Richmond up by a score of 11-7. So Freeman's going to have to pull off some magic here in order to come out with a victory on this match. Quite surprising here, this New Richmond senior with a record of 3-4. Certainly, whether it be injury or just not making the lineup.
Instead of forfeiting that spot, they, put a I don't want to say an inexperienced wrestler.
Well, he's a senior, right? And on top of it, so with only 7 matches on the year, quite surprised. Must have been probably due to injury, but
looks like we might have an injury situation here now.
Possibly blood time here, but just the fact that a 3-4 senior,
or was he injured earlier in the year?
Exactly. That's what I would imagine, is that he was injured early in the year, and then when he finally came back, just ran into some tough opponents.
Sure.
He certainly isn't wrestling like a 3-4 guy right now. So over with the 11-7 lead over Freeman right now. Only 39 seconds left in the third period, and I was thinking Rapids had a shot at this dual meet. In fact, I had them picked to come out of it, but New Richmond is wrestling much like they did last Saturday,
Sure.
according to the team scores, so.
Once you get to tournament time, it's a whole new different season.
Yep. Yep. And actually, Freeman was just awarded 1 point there. Must have been locked hands. I didn't catch it. So Olsen now up by a score of 11-8, so up by 3 with 28 seconds left. Olsen's goal here is just hold him down. Don't let him out. Freeman has got to get to his feet. He needs an escape and a takedown. A reversal just won't do it. So Olsen is just going to hang on to every bit that he can. Now 9 seconds left in the match here. Freeman is going to run out of time with this matchup. So that puts the New Richmond senior with the victory by a score of 11-8 over the 22-13 sophomore from Rapids, adding 3 more points to New Richmond's team score. So 26-11 now. Rapids has got to dig out of this hole if they want a shot at this victory.
Infinity Exteriors, installing peace of mind, roofing, siding, and windows built to last, saving our communities from unscrupulous contractors. We guarantee quality you can trust. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Strongbridge Wealth Advisors, the Water Quality Store, MetSpets with Midwest Land Group, and Key Savings Bank. I'm Mike Steinwagner, along with Ty Gardner and Ryan Rasmussen, and we're bringing you all the action here from the LMC Fieldhouse in Marshfield. They have sectional contest, team sectional contest, and the winner of this team will advance to the state tournament, the state team tournament, March 6th and 7th down at the Lacrosse Center. So should be a great time. That's, in fact, first year for down at the Lacrosse Center.
Yeah, and there's 7 sectionals going on across the state today. They
So
take the top one.
it used to be 8 sectionals, wasn't it?
Yeah, so they're taking the top 1 out of the 7 sectionals, and then they're giving essentially a wild card berth to another team.
So how is that determined to get that wild?
That is a phenomenal question. The criteria by which they select that 8th team is unknown to me at the moment. I certainly
What
hope.
do they do? Pick it out of a hat or something?
No,
I
would.
The championship
No,
or what?
if from an integrity standpoint, that 8th team should absolutely come out of either this sectional, the second place team at this sectional, or the second place team in sectional B, which is the sectional that has.
Is that Kaukauna one over there?
Yes, over there they have 6 out of the, going into individual sectional last weekend, they had 6 out of the top 7 ranked teams all in that same sectional.
And we talked about that before. I know
Yep.
beforehand, before we went on the air, we talked about that, of how the seeding's going, of ranked teams. Basketball is the same situation I've seen this year also, where you've got, 4 or 5 teams that are ranked, and they're up in that same sectional.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I'll go back to the fact that this Saturday team sectional thing is a beautiful, beautiful change on the part of the WIAA, getting to enjoy an all-day Saturday full of great wrestlers wrestling and teams competing. But one of the things WIAA needs to work on, in my humble opinion, is we need to take, about a month ago, we could have gone off the rankings for the top 8 teams across the state, and a month ago we could have said, okay, you 8 teams are getting spread across 8 sectionals across the state. And by rights, by doing that, not only will you get the best teams down at Team State, but those teams are great for a reason. They have a lot of great individuals. So by spreading those top 8 teams across the state, you're also spreading the great individuals across the state, so that we have the best individuals down at the individual state tournaments as well. So as with any change, there's some growing pains, and there's some massive growing pains with certainly in Division I. I don't pay as much attention to Division II and III, but there's some growing pains because we had a hot pocket of massive talent in Sectional A and Sectional B, which is unfortunate. There's a lot of kids sitting at home. They're going to be sitting at home next weekend that should be
there
in the individual tournament for sure.
Exactly.
Okay,
We've got a match going on here now at 1:38 and a 1-0 lead here.
Yeah, Lincoln Lunsman of New Richmond, a 12-5 junior, versus Matthew Miller Jr. of Rapids, a 19-9 senior. So these gentlemen, trying to see where they finished out here. Looks like Lunsman of New Richmond finished in 5th place, and Miller of Rapids finished in 4th place last weekend. So this is going to be another great battle. We've had 2 in a row. This is the 3rd one.
Sure.
This will be another great battle here between some couple of great wrestlers. Currently, New Richmond with the lead of 1-0 with about 20 seconds left in the second period. New Richmond winning by a team score of 26-11. We're slowly getting to the point here where Rapids is going to have to start snagging some of these victories starting now.
With a major or even a pin, you know.
Well, you know, we can still get some decisions, and in a matchup like this, you would expect that it's going to land as a decision. Probably not any bonus points either way coming out of this matchup. But mathematically, I'm guessing it's not this matchup per se, but Rapids is going to have to start catching some victories before in the near term here before they get mathematically eliminated. We do have, after this matchup, we've got 5 more matches. So it's definitely not a mathematical issue right now. But, okay, so now we're back to a match score of 2-2. Minute and a half left in the third period here. So Lunsman there from Rapids getting in some fakes. Lunsman from New Richmond getting in some fakes there. So,
Ty, I want to also mention to you, our fans out there watching us here today, is that because that first match here with DC Everest and that is completed, they're actually waiting to start both matches at the same time. So, actually, there'll be a 20-minute break.
Yeah, I believe there's going to be a 20-minute break after this dual meet is completed. And then we'll commence with the semifinal matchups, which will be Marshfield versus Monominee and Holman versus the winner of these two teams here. 40 seconds left in this third period here.
So what we're going to do is, after this match is over with, we're going to take just a little break also and stretch our legs a little bit, and we'll come back with about maybe 10 minutes before those matches start, and we'll go through a little pregame.
Yep.
With what's going to happen in those two matches. Then.
Yep. 21 seconds left now, and this another great battle here. This third one in a row. Ooh, and Rapids in deep on a single. He's going to want to put that New Richmond hip on the mat, which he does, and gets the takedown with 9 seconds left. And that is going to do it for this match. That is a much-needed victory on the part of Wisconsin Rapids. Matthew Miller comes through clutch at the end of that match to the final match score of 5-2, which should bring, I believe, the team scores to 26-14 in favor of New Richmond. So, unsurprisingly, this dual meet is a good one.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, Rapids is going to have to start making a move here, like you said, with only 5 matches left. So
yeah. So when all said and done, you know, we're only 2 pins away from tying this up,
exactly.
You know, on the part of Rapids with 5 matches left. But obviously should be still some good battles here towards the finish line. So here we go. Ethan Ottawa, he's a 8-5 sophomore versus Ashton Roosh of Rapids, a 16-8 senior.
You know, I'm looking at the totals here from last week, and it's kind of rare. You do not have a Wisconsin Rapids wrestler going to the individual next week.
No, we should have, I believe.
Is there one?
Yeah, there should
be.
Wait
Aspen
a minute,
Freeman.
Tritz.
Exactly.
Tritz and Freeman. I think they had 2. Aspen Tritz, the sophomore from Rapids, which he is not wrestling in this particular matchup, which is his weight class, but they must be bumping him up.
Okay.
So Rapids must be figuring that. They're going to throw in Ashton Roosh here against the New Richmond sophomore and move Aspen Tritz up a weight class and try to score a victory against possibly an above average, I'm guessing, 150-pounder from New Richmond. So, New Richmond sophomore is winning by a score of 3-1 right now over Ashton Roosh. Big sprawl there on the part of the Rapids senior.
I'll tell you, actually, the team concept actually started, about 1992, right around in there?
I believe so, yes.
Right around that area. And if
Yes.
you look back, they went by as a state champion. They went with, as the individuals came in and went with the point system that way. So
Yep.
you look at the championships Rapids had won over the years of all the individuals that advanced to the state tournament to win that state championship.
Yep. They had lots of individual state titles. The Tritz family is the big name in Rapids for sure.
Well,
Justin
actually,
Tritz.
let's go with Louis Bennett and Scott Bennett for,
Yes.
Yep. Biggest name in wrestling in the state of Wisconsin.
Yep, exactly. And now, just starting the second period here. New Richmond still up by a score of 3-1. And a good mat return there by Rapids, but New Richmond is going to throw the leg in here. So New Richmond started out on top. Minute 20 left in the second period here. And Rapids is looking to get to his feet and get his escape, which he does. Otto's got to post a hand on that mat. He's got his head buried in between Rapids' legs. Trying to cut the corner now. Looking to post a hand, which he does, and come up with it. He's unable to come up with it so far. And ref calls a stalemate. Good call on the part of the ref. Not enough action happening from that position, so they'll reset from the neutral position. New Richmond winning by a match score of 3-2 with 39 seconds left in the second period. And a nice outside sweep by New Richmond. Goes to a head outside double and takes him down to put himself, give himself a 4-point cushion here in this match with about 15 seconds left in the second period. So in the interest of finish on top, New Richmond is definitely going to want to finish on top from this spot. And from there, a quick stall call on the Rapids senior. And they stopped the match to potentially dangerous, I believe. New Richmond was across the throat. And they'll roll into the third period here by a match score of 6-2 with, I believe, so Roosh from Rapids has that stall call warning on him. Next one is a point for New Richmond. New Richmond is quick to his feet with the escape, so 7-2 now, 5-point cushion. New Richmond really in this position, you're up by 5 points. You really just you don't want to go upper body here and get tossed. You want to stick to your outside sweeps, stick to your singles, get your shots in, stay low.
So pretty much stick with your game plan.
Yeah, and you just don't want to get up high with in a position like this and get tossed. So his coaches, I can guarantee, are telling him to stay low, get to your shots, which he is doing right now. He's in on a quick double and moving up for possession and gets it, putting him up 10-2 now. So he's in position for a major now. So really, he just wants to hang on tight here. He's been riding tough on top. for most of this match. And he wants to just hold on to this extra bonus point that he's got secured at the moment, keep it an 8-point match. Rapids at this point isn't really realistically looking to win this match. They're just hoping to keep it to a decision. So Roosh from Rapids is looking to just get out, get an escape, get a reversal, just score any points he can to reduce the deficit. But Otto's got the crossbody ride in now, and that's going to be tough to overcome. Oh, and he gets shaken down, and Rapids gets the reversal, closing the gap to a 6-point victory. He's definitely going to run out of time for sure, but what he did just do with that reversal is kept it to a 6-point match. So just a 3-point decision on the team score.
Ritchie Funeral Home has been serving family after family in the Coosa and Wisconsin Rapids since 1957. Find the very best in personal service at Ritchie Funeral Home or find them online at ritchiefuneralhome.com. So big win for New Richmond there.
Yeah, team score now 29-14, but as we suspected, Rapids has chosen to bump up their 144-pounder. Aspen Tritz, they're moving them up to 150 pounds.
So actually a pin would be big for Wisconsin Rapids right now.
Would be huge. I'm guessing this is Landon Cook, a 29-16 junior, and it is. Starting to think that USA bracketing, I'm starting to realize that USA bracketing records online are not very accurate. Aspen is actually Cook is a 29-16 junior, whereas Aspen is a 17-2 sophomore. So the records on USA bracketing are not matching up with what's shown in our sectionals from last weekend.
Okay. But you look at that, though, too, so now they bumped Tritz up. So actually that record is kind of deceiving because he was actually in a different weight class where he got those victories from.
Yep. So Tritz, I would expect to come out with the victory here. Certainly that's what Rapids is expecting. I think their hope is that he comes out with a bonus point victory. But it's definitely no gimme. You know, Cook is no slouch, being 29-16 junior. I mean, Cook from New Richmond finished 5th last weekend at 150 pounds. And so not a state qualifier, but nothing to sneeze at, finishing 5th in that bracket of 16 wrestlers. And Tritz lost an overtime match in the finals to Beltran from DC Everest.
Okay.
And so Tritz is he's definitely ranked in the state, second place finisher last weekend. So obviously moving on to the individual state tournament next weekend, and he's currently ranked 4th in the state, Tritz is. His loss to Josiah Beltran, that was a number 3 last weekend in the finals. It was number 3 in the state versus number 4 in the state.
Wow.
Went into overtime, sudden victory.
Oh, you kind of expect that, you know.
Yep.
With a 3-4 going against each other.
Yep. So Tritz right now up by a score of 2-0.
Econ Electric is your local residential, commercial, and industrial electrical service provider. Since 1970, people have turned to Econ Electric. That's Econ Electric in Wisconsin Rapids.
So Tritt's got the crossbody right in right now. Cook is doing a pretty good job of getting his leg out, but Tritt sinks in both legs, double boots in. Cook is able to get his legs out, but in the meantime here, Tritt has a bar and a wrist. Cook is doing a good job of sitting out and countering that bar and wrist, but Tritt is awful tough in this spot. So he's pressuring forward on those wrists, pressuring forward on that bar, and he's going to be looking to get out, and now he sinks a leg in as well just to maintain control. So 50 seconds left here in the second period, and Tritt is controlling Cook quite well from that top position. He does have that bar and wrist, but ref calls potentially dangerous there. Potentially dangerous is basically just the referee. The wrestlers are in a position to where they're working against joints or anything that could possibly just cause major injury. They'll stop the match and reset.
You know, Ty, it's kind of interesting here. I just had Ryan just swing over, and we've got actually some of our wrestlers up on this other mat showing the interest of this other match that's going on here, and it's just fantastic.
Yep.
You got the Monominee wrestler sitting there watching this and just taking it all in. So.
Yep, and I can guarantee you Holman is watching all of these matchups
you bet
very
you they
closely because each guy is looking at the matchups and going, okay, I'm either going to have this guy or I'm going to have this guy and blah, 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 and they're watching their tendencies, they're watching their style, you know, just trying to analyze the matchups and to try to gain an advantage for themselves. Got injury time or possibly blood time here on the match. Looks like I believe it was Cook had blood time. So reset here. Tritt's up by a score of 2-0.
Today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Strongbridge Wealth Advisors, the Water Quality Store, Matt Spetz with Midwest Land Group, and Key Savings Bank. Thank you for advertising in today's Team Sectional here at Marshfield.
Cook was coming up to his base and coming up into a quad pod position, and Tritt sunk a very quick cradle in there and secured some near fall for sure. Score is not reflecting that yet.
Yeah, the officials are going over to the scorer's table there.
Okay, 4 near fall awarded to Tritt.
So in this situation, they always have an official on the side also keeping track, right?
Yes. And as we move forward here, I believe in the semifinals, they're going to have 2 officials on the mat.
Oh, okay.
Now, one primary official and then another official that will watch for locked hands that are out of view of the other referee and things of that nature. So looking for illegal holds or illegal, like a full Nelson and things like that. So, but the primary official in general, makes all the calls. Sure. And then, but he can be, made aware by the secondary official of other things that are going on so that they can ref the match even more closely. So minute 45 left here in the third period. Tritt's winning by a score of 6-0, which is certainly what Rapids was looking. They moved Tritt's up to secure this victory for sure. Like, that's obviously what they have in mind. That's the reason for doing it. Oh, and Tritt's is moving in for a headlock, and is he going to get it? No, he ends up great counter and strength by the part of Cook on that attempted headlock. And that might be a difference between a 144-pound matchup and a 150-pound matchup. Tritt's would normally
pounds make a difference there.
Tritt's would normally get that headlock to work.
You look at between pounds and also muscle. in there, yeah, it makes a difference.
You bet. So Tritt's in the down position now, winning by 3. Minute left in the third period. And Cook is moving into a position for an Okie, but Tritz is way too experienced and smart for that one. Now he's in quad pod position, Tritz is, but Cook does a good job of. And this is one of those times where you're like, well, maybe Cook should let him go and try to take him down. Well, you're losing by 3, so you let him go, and now you're losing by 4. And a takedown ain't going to do it.
That's right.
You'll still lose. And so really what New Richmond is looking to do, they're hoping for Cook to be able to turn Tritz, because the odds of Cook getting 2 takedowns on Tritz in the last 38 seconds of that match are really slim.
Slim to none.
Yeah. So, but not going to work either way. Tritz is going to come out with the victory here by a score of 6-3. Which will bring the team score now to 29-17, so a difference of 12 points.
Pretty good math there, Ty. You didn't have to bring your abacus out.
I got 3 calculators.
Yeah, exactly.
So we got 1, 2, 3 weight classes left, and a difference of 12 points in the team score. So Rapids is going to definitely have to – they can't afford to lose any more matches, really.
They've got, 4 matches left?
Yeah. They can't afford to lose a match. They have to – am I thinking right? This is 157. They got 57, 65, and 75. So, yeah, they got 3 matches left. You lose any one of the 3, you're out.
Yeah.
Puts you down by 15, and it's not recoverable. So – Rapids has to go 3-0 on the back end of this dual meet. And we have, at 157 pounds, we have Jack Ackerman of Rapids versus Noah Zanin of New Richmond. And I'm going to go off the records of last weekend's brackets because they'll be much more accurate. Let's see if I can find them here. Noah Zanin, a 14-5 senior going into last weekend of New Richmond. And actually, Ackerman did not wrestle at this weight class last weekend. It was actually Ashton Roosh that wrestled at this weight class last weekend. So essentially, Roosh and Tritz swapped spots.
Sure.
And really, Tritz, one of those reasons being is that Tritz would have, it's the beautiful thing about wrestling is you get to choose your weight class, but in order to get the start, you just got to beat the guy in front of you.
Exactly.
There's no subjectivity to it. There's no opinions. There's no politics involved. You feel like it's your spot, go out there and prove it. And Tritz obviously shows that he's the better wrestler at 144 pounds. He could drop and take that for the individual route, but then the coaches felt it was best for him to wrestle at 150 for this last matchup. And Tritz did get the victory, so... But moving on now to 157, we got 27 seconds left here in the first period. I'd really like to know what Ackerman's record is in USA bracketing. It's showing a 29-10 junior. I'm not convinced that's up to date, so I'm going to see if he was at 165 last weekend. He was not. So I don't believe Ackerman actually wrestled last weekend. Okay. May have lost his starting spot. But 0-0 to going into the second period here.
Just like these wrestlers bring their best to the mat, Ridgetop Exteriors brings top-tier performance to your home. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Ridgetop Exteriors has the winning strategy to protect your home. Visit ridgetopexteriors.com. We're still at 0-0
Still
yet
at
here.
0-0. With Rapids coming to a quad pot into his stand-up and trying to peel hands here and get his escape, but a pretty darn good mat return there by New Richmond. Minute 20 left. Score is still 0-0. And now Rapids with the escape, putting himself up 1-0 for Jack Ackerman, the junior.
Now explain to me how he got an escape point when you never had a takedown.
Well, his second period, so.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yep.
Exactly.
So they started one up,
Yep.
one down.
One up, down.
Yep. Good underhook there by New Richmond. Zanin, it looks like, just seeing where he finished there last weekend. He finished 5th last weekend out of the 16 teams that were there. So this is a great matchup. Another good battle, which is what you would expect out of the top 6 teams coming out from last weekend. 25 seconds left here in the second period. And I just don't see Ackerman in the brackets from last weekend. Could be missing it, but oh, there he is. He's at 150. And actually, Jack finished 4th last weekend. So we've got a 4th place finisher from last weekend at 150 versus what did I say Zanin was, versus 5th place finisher at 157. So Zanin there with the takedown to put himself up 3-1 to start of the third period here. So Rapids cannot lose this match. Comes down to everybody, right? Like, everybody has to do their part. In the moment here, everything boils down to this match for now. New Richmond just about got out. Their Rapids is hoping for a turn here, but eventually, if he doesn't get any action going on the top and get to turn in the New Richmond opponent, Rapids will eventually tell their wrestler to cut him, so that he can hope for a takedown. And now this is what they really don't want. They definitely don't want New Richmond to get a reversal here. And Ackerman is getting high with that crossbody. And now the Rapids coaches are telling him to go up, because they do not want that scenario to unfold where Ackerman just about got reversed. And so
now you need a 3-point takedown.
Yeah, now you need the takedown, but at least you're giving yourself a chance, right? Yep. You were losing 3-1. And Rapids, he's just about moving in there, but New Richmond Zanin has the leg. Rapids is looking to pick that near ankle and hook his leg. Now he's trying to sink a cross body ride, but and he does. He gave him. So he's got the takedown, tied up now 4-4, 27 seconds left here in the third period. Rapids has cross body right, and he's gonna want to make sure to not get high, just get behind that arm, get behind the armpit.
Well, you don't want him to
ride him out.
Definitely.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and New Richmond is gonna get the. Oh, he just needs to. New Richmond needed it, and there's the reversal, and that, folks, will do it.
Yep. I mean,
with
that went right down to the final
clutch,
seconds there. Wow. What a
clutch
match.
reversal by Noah Zanin. The 14-5 senior puts the final nail in the coffin in this dual meet.
Nakusa Port Edward State Bank proudly supports our local athletes and their families from business to personal banking and everywhere in between. Let Nakusa Port Edward State Bank work for you. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Strongbridge Wealth Advisors, the Water Quality Store, Matt Spetz with Midwest Land Group, and Key Savings Bank. And so that pretty much almost puts the dampers of Rapids possibly coming back.
Yep. New Richmond now up by a score of 15, up by 15 points with only 2 weight classes left in this dual meet. Makes it unattainable to get a victory here. So, wouldn't be surprised at all if both teams start to put in some backup wrestlers.
Sure.
These wrestlers could possibly, these teams and wrestlers could possibly be facing each other again next weekend at the individual state tournament. So, risk of injury.
Oh, sure, exactly.
Risk of exposing some of your tendencies
you're going with
and
the
stuff like
side
that.
of caution.
Yep.
Exactly.
The score is what it is. We know who's going to win. So I can guarantee you that if either team has a state qualifier left to wrestle in this particular dual meet, they will not wrestle them, because why risk it?
I noticed in this 165 from last week, J.D. Minder Brock from Hudson landed up winning over Luke Pember on a medical forfeit.
Yes.
So it should be
for
interesting
Menominee.
with Monominee, wrestling in this next match against Marshfield. It should be very interesting on who will wrestle in that and what the medical forfeit was.
Well, and what it was is that he was not injured. So that Minder Brock.
How did they determine that on a medical forfeit?
So first of all, it's the wrestler's choice whether or not he even wants to wrestle that finals match.
Okay.
So in that particular situation, that Hudson kid is an absolute beast, and Menominee. I mean, I'm just from an outsider looking in.
Sure.
I can guarantee Menominee.
But you've been around the block.
Yeah.
You've been how many years involved in wrestling and your children in wrestling, and you're watching college wrestling now. So
it's been a little over 35 years now, but I can guarantee you what Menominee was looking at in that particular finals matchup was that Pember didn't have a chance against that Hudson kid.
Sure.
The Hudson senior is 49-0 and is an absolute beast.
Okay.
So their thought process was, what's the sense in wrestling the finals match? I'm going to save myself for a potential wrestle-back match if I have one. They didn't end up having a wrestle-back match, so Pember's going to state anyway. But that's their thought process. Now, whether or not you want to make the argument of whether or not that's the true spirit of competition and so on, I could hear it easily from both sides on the arguments. But that's, I can guarantee, was their thought process. So Pember is fine for Menominee.
Okay.
He'll be out here wrestling today. I can almost guarantee it, outside of an injury that maybe happened throughout this last week.
During the week.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but I can guarantee he'll be out there against Marshfield.
As New Richmond picked up must have been a pin to make it, 38-17 here?
Yep, exactly. So, and now we've got Bennett Braumacher of New Richmond, a 5'3" junior. And this will be the 175-pound weight class, so the last match of the day for this particular dual meet. Well, Braumacher is, he's an 0-7 junior from New Richmond versus Caden Shalinski of Rapids, a 19-12 junior. Neither one of these gentlemen made it out of the individual sectional last weekend. They are the starters on the team. But again, and guarantee you if either one of them were
And
state
we've got a
qualifiers.
quick pin here
And
in the
there
first
you go.
period.
And that will polish off this first round of dual meets.
You know, in that 175, the one I'm looking forward to is Carlson against Anderson of Menominee, as they went head-to-head last week for the championship with Hayden winning at 7-5.
Yes. So it'll be a great matchup in the next couple of great matchups in the next round. We'll have Marshfield versus Menominee, which will be a super tight matchup. We'll have Holman versus New Richmond, which the predictor in me will tell you that Holman will run away with that victory. Holman is on a different level when it comes to New Richmond this particular year. So yeah, the Menominee Marshfield matchup will be a great one to watch, and we'll keep a pretty close eye on the Holman New Richmond match as well.
Okay, so we're going to have about a 20-minute break here, and so we're just going to take a little break. We're going to come back in 10 minutes, and we'll do a little post-game on the two matches that's going to happen here in the semifinals of the Marshfield Sectional. So we're going to take just about a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back for more action here from the LMC Fieldhouse in Marshfield in the 2026 Marshfield Team Sectional. We'll be right back. Thank you. And good afternoon, it's still morning yet here. It's 11:52. We're getting pretty close to the afternoon, but we are here at the LMC Fieldhouse on the campus of Marshfield High School, and the 2026 Marshfield Sectional of the WIAA Division I Team Sectional. And in these matches will be New Richmond against Holman and Marshfield against Monominee. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Matt Spetz, land agent with Midwest Land Group, covering all of Wisconsin. And sponsors of today's sectional wrestling include Design Theory 19, Foundation Financing, Newton Electric, Ridgetop Exteriors, and Tommy's Express Car Wash. Thank you to our local sponsors for making today's event possible. And thank you to our local supporters also, Access Insurance, Domtar Paper, Scherer Construction, Infinity Exteriors, and Culligan for helping us bring you a full day of wrestling action. So with me, I'm Mike Steinwagner, along with Ty Garner and Ryan Rasmussen. We're back here after the first bunch. And Ty, did the first set of matches surprise you at all?
No, not really. I had Rapids. I thought Rapids would have a shot against New Richmond, but ultimately New Richmond comes through with a victory. We knew it would be close, and it was closer than what the team score would indicate.
Sure.
You know, it got to a point where it was no longer reachable for Rapids. So you know, you just kind of don't have all of your starters in there and so on. But New Richmond, pretty convincing victory. Really, they had it wrapped up with 3 matches to go. Yep. So, all right, I'm sorry, they had it wrapped up with 2 matches to go.
Left.
Yep. And then in the other matchup, Monominee versus DC Everest, kind of figured that Monominee would kind of run away with that one.
Well, the 3 forfeits in there didn't help really.
Yeah, that's correct. So I don't know if it's maybe DC Everest just kind of conceding the fact that they really didn't have a chance in that dual meet, so therefore not wrestling a lot of their, some of their starters and so on. But yeah, that was a fairly lopsided victory on the part of Monominee, which really wasn't surprising. So yeah, we got a barn burner here in this next round, this semifinal round, Marshfield versus Monominee. This one will be a lot more interesting.
You said these two won against each other?
They did earlier this year, and I forget what the team score was coming out of that one, but Marshfield with the victory. I think it was by a decent margin, but that was obviously a long, long time ago. Guys move around in weight classes, injuries, things of that nature. Marshfield comes into this matchup fairly healthy. Monominee as well. They're fairly healthy as well. And on the other side, you got Holman versus New Richmond. Holman is currently ranked number 2 in the state, and I believe that to be a very accurate ranking. I think they are number 2 in the state. New Richmond would have to have, I would guess, 5 or 6 matches that they're supposed to lose. They would have to win those in order to flip
come
that.
up with big points.
Yeah. So the matchup between Holman and New Richmond, I believe, will be much more lopsided than the matchup between Marshfield and Menominee.
Any key matches or against each other in the weight classes? Any big key matchups you see that could happen in there?
So most certainly here between the Marshfield matchup versus Menominee will hopefully be a rematch between John Sternweiss and Aiden Ari. So John lost to Aiden in the semifinals last weekend. It was a very, very close match. And John is definitely looking for revenge in that match. And John finished 3rd in his weight class, so just out of the state qualification. And they take the top 2.
And he was a conference champion.
He was conference champion, yep. So he's looking for revenge on this one, I can guarantee it. He's hungry. He wants to show everyone that he's, should be on the state stage.
Well, he was at state last year.
He was.
He wants to go back.
Yep.
He wants sweet revenge.
So. He wants revenge, and so that's a matchup we're looking for. There's going to be a few others as we go along here. And for the Holman versus New Richmond matchup, actually there should be a rematch, I believe. at about the 120-pound weight class. It should be possibly a rematch of the sectional individual final, where it was, I think, Rex Lancaster versus Weidlich from New Richmond.
Yes, it was. Lancaster won that.
I'm going off of memory on that one.
8-3 on that.
8-3, okay. So, and that one was actually fairly close, closer than the 8-3 would indicate. So now what they're doing is they are gathering at the center of the mat here to flip a coin to see which team has to report first to the table. This is actually kind of somewhat of a critical part of close, tight matchups where strategically one coach would say, well, we want to have to report second to the table second in this particular matchup, because they want to see from the other team who reports to the table first, and they want to create matchups, strategically moving guys up or down within weight classes and such. So we'll see how we go here. It looks like Monominee has to report first here. We are starting out at the 215-pound weight class. So I'm sorry, looks like yes, they are at the 215-pound weight class where we're starting. And I will say on the forefront here, if you couldn't sense any Marshfield bias on my end in the first segment, then that was definitely a mistake on my part. I am absolutely biased, and you're going to sense that a lot. And I'm a fan first, and this stuff that we're doing on the radio, the streaming thing is just awesome. I love doing this, but I have a really hard time containing my bias.
I'll tell you, it's great to have you. I'd be totally lost, Ty. I mean, you are just fantastic. Thank you for working with us tonight or this afternoon. I mean, it's just Ryan and I would be just totally lost here, man, without you. So tell that to your wife.
Yep.
You are useful.
And there's a big takedown here by Jace Frick to start out the 215-pound weight class here. Jace is a 25-12 junior, and he is going up against Bryce Shepard of Monominee. So Jace finished last weekend in the 4th spot, and Shepard finished 2nd. So Jace with the early lead of 3-1 over the wrestler that finished above him in the individual sectional last weekend.
Well, actually, this first match actually sets the pace when you think about it.
It really does. And Jace, I felt coming out of individual sectionals last weekend, there was at least 3 of our wrestlers where you kind of go, we first off, we sent 2 out of individual sectionals. And we felt going into it that it could be as few as 1, could be as many as 6 that we would get out of there. We sent 2. Now, Jace is one of the ones that we felt definitely had a shot. Made it to the semifinals, and then had a overtime loss going for 3rd, and had he won that match, he would have gotten to wrestle back against this very kid that he's wrestling right now. So this was the matchup we were hoping Jace would get for a wrestle back, and instead we're going to get it in the team sectional here.
So it used to be, wasn't it, instead of now only 2 are going to the individual, it used to be like 3 or 4 went to the state tournament?
For Division I in the past quite a few years, it's been top 2 in Division I.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there was 8.
But in the lower levels, I think you were 3 and 4, right?
I think it was they take the top 3 out of the divisions 2 and 3. But now that's not the case anymore. It's top 2 only across all divisions.
Okay.
So Jace here. I'm guessing Shepard from Monominee got the choice and took down. Jace is winning 3-1 to start the second period here. So we're really hoping Jace can just ride tough on top. This would just be an emotion, not only obviously if Jace comes out on top here, not only would it be a great win for his team and such, but it would be an emotional win for himself and a statement that, he's right there at that state level qualifier or state qualifier level wrestler. So, and there Shepherd gets the escape. So now score of 3-2 with about 1:20 left in the second period here. Frick took him down the first period, so we'll see if he can catch another one here. You know, he's a junior, Jace,
Sure.
so a lot of promise for next year. Obviously, his individual postseason run is over with at this point, but we got a lot of team stuff to do today.
Oh, exactly.
And hopefully,
you win the championship, you move on.
exactly.
Today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Matt Spetz, land agent with Midwest Land Group, covering all of Wisconsin, and Backus Family Chiropractic, Bruise Brothers, Lead Car Toyota of Wausau, Merrill Iron and Steel, and France Propane bring you today's coverage of the WIAA Sectional Wrestling on Zaleski Sports. So, great match also going on the other mat over there as Holman's
Frick
got the
is
lead.
moving in for the takedown here, and he's got him on his back. He's catching some near fall. Come on, ref, get down there. Great job, Jace. And he moves into, he's got to let go of that head now, and he'll catch some near fall there at the end of the second period, putting him up 10-2 in a position for a major over a guy that finished second, the state qualifier in Bryce Shepherd. On the far mat there, we've got Connor Degner of Holman, the senior, and Alex Solberg from New Richmond, a junior. Solberg with a match score of 3-0 right now. And now we're back to neutral here between Shepherd and Frick. We're going to definitely be paying more attention to the Marshfield Monominee matchup for a couple of reasons. Number one, we're in Marshfield.
Yep.
Number two, this will be definitely the tighter dual meet between the two of them. This would be a massive victory for Jace and his team if he can hold on here. Nice fake right there on the part of Frick. He's in an underhook position. He's going to want to limp arm out of that.
We'll find out in 1:20 here, Ty.
Yeah, and boy, and it just the victory alone would be huge, but if he's able to catch bonus points as well, Jace has got to get out of that tie. He doesn't want to go upper body with this kid, especially being up by a score of 10-3 now. He's been...
Yeah, Shepherd's definitely got that upper body strength.
Yep, nice shot there by Frick, and he's cutting the corner. He's going to try to shelf that. He's going to pick up that ankle and try to shelf it. Shepherd with the tight whizzer in there, but Frick is in a great position here still. No points awarded, obviously. Nobody's in control yet. And the ref calls stalemate. It's one that we'd love to see Jace finish, but it's tough. You know, you're going up against a state qualifier. There's a reason he's a state qualifier. He had a good counter with his whizzer there. Nice snap down there by Jace. Every time you snap those heads down hard, it just wears. If you keep going and going and going, just wears the guy out. And then Shepherd there with the takedown to close the gap to a score of 10-6, but there's only 15 seconds left in the period. And Jace, all he's got to do is stay off of his back with 9 seconds left. No, and then there's near fall counted, but he's not going to get enough, and Frick comes through for his team with a massive victory for the Marshfield Tigers. What a beautiful job by Jace Frick. He came out on fire. He did not hesitate and was not the least intimidated by the guy that finished ahead of him last weekend in that state qualifier position.
So big win to start off.
Huge win. Head coach Cody C is back there talking to Jace Frick, and Cody C, in all my years of wrestling and be surrounded by high school wrestling coaches, He's the best high school wrestling coach I have ever met in my life. He led my own daughter to 2 state titles. He is a guy that is in it for all the right reasons all the time. It's always about the kids and making them better. And now we move here into the heavyweight matchup. Braden Johnson of Monominee, a 13. Let's see, a sophomore versus Bob Shear, the senior. And Bob finished, I believe, nope, let me pull this up here.
You know, Jazz Construction, for all our reliability, quality, and professionalism, we have added shower doors and glass to our services. Jazz Shower Doors and Glass offers accurate measurements, clean installation, as well as fair and competitive pricing. Need a new shower door or ready to ditch the curtain? Give us a call at 715-675-0848. That's 715-675-0848 for a quote today. And so over on that other mat there, we've got Jagger Jepson, who qualified for state last week by taking the 285.
Yeah, he is a stud
I'll
senior.
tell you, he is massive.
Yep, he's a 37-10 senior. And he's going up against Matthew Fuchs from New Richmond.
I'll tell you, I'd like to be a running back and run behind him. I'll tell you that.
No kidding. And actually, we got a 41-10 matchup versus 37-10 matchup.
Wow.
And these two did not meet up in the finals. Fuchs finished 3rd last weekend. And Bob is moving in for the pin there for the Tigers to start us out with a big bang. Bob Shear, the senior, finished 5th the last weekend, gets his team on their feet. What a massive pin by him. That was a matchup that you expect Bob to win, and you really, really hope for some big bonus points out of him.
You know,
and Bob comes through with his victory.
You know, Ty, I really think, you know, these young gentlemen right here that did not qualify for individual state, they wanted to come out and prove they actually belong.
You know, and that requires it requires a mental toughness where you got to pick yourself up off the mat from that massive letdown of you're not a state qualifier. Sure. You didn't finish where you wanted to finish, and yet your team still needs you.
Yes.
So how tough are you? How tough are you? You know, you're not. A man's character isn't defined when everything is hunky dory. A man's character is defined when the blank hits the fan.
Yep.
What kind of person are you?
Yep.
When it hits the fan, what kind of person are you? So for these kids that didn't qualify last weekend, it hit the fan, but they're back out here being here. You know, they're here for their team, and they're so far Marshfield is coming out on fire and accepting a couple of forfeits
here
at 106 and 113. So Marshfield will now go up by a score of 22-0 over Menominee. Really couldn't ask for a better start out of our Tigers.
You bet. Those first 2 wins were big.
They were huge.
You knew you were going to get the 2 forfeits.
Yep.
But all of a sudden you get those 2 wins to start out this match against Menominee.
Yep.
Is a big plus for them.
And now coming in for the 120-pound weight class here, we've got Carter Willicat. He's just a phenomenal wrestler.
Yep.
Phenomenal kid. Great guy.
I've met his mother, and I'll tell you, fantastic wrestler.
Yep, great family. So Carter comes out here. He was also one of them where we were thinking we might get 6 coming out of the individual sectional at, like, you know, your hope is to get 6, that's your dream. Carter was one of them that we had on the board for, you know, as far as he had a super tough bracket. Maybe he could sneak out. Carter there with the takedown right away. He's going up against Victor Theo of Menominee. Theo did not wrestle last weekend at 120 pounds.
Yeah, Rex Lancaster was a champion in that 120.
Yeah, and that'll be hopefully if Marshfield comes through with victory here, that'll be another
matchup at 120 with New Richmond and Holman.
Yes.
With Walker.
Yep, exactly.
Will be a big matchup over there.
And now we're going to see here. 106 on the far mat.
Today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Matt Spatz, land agent with Midwest Land Group, covering all of Wisconsin. The live coverage today's sectional wrestling is brought to you in part by Rotographic Printing, Brickners of Wausau, J&D Tub Benders, and Express Employment. So thank you to all you sponsors for sponsoring today's team sectional competition here at the LMC Fieldhouse in Marshfield.
So on the far mat, we got Brady Needham, the freshman from Holman, versus Tyler Sturba, also a freshman from New Richmond. Brady finished as a sectional runner-up last weekend. And
nice
moving in for some near fall. In the meantime, you're on for Carter Williquette here from Marshfield, 120-pounder. At the end of the first period, winning by a score of 9-2. Carter taking care of business here.
A major would be really big here.
Be big. He's a 26-12 junior, Carter is. Ended up finishing in 4th place last weekend. Had a super tough bracket with, I believe, 2 of the top 5.
Didn't he finish top in the conference this year?
He did. And in his sectional bracket last week, he had 2 of the top 5 ranked kids in the state in his bracket.
Okay.
And it's...
Well, actually, he's ranked in the top 15. Now.
Yes, he is. And he had that matchup versus Whitelick from New Richmond, and that was a super close match, and we knew the winner of that match was going to get a state berth coming out of the semifinals.
And actually, if he wins big here and wins big in the Holman match or whoever in that championship match, and then with him being a junior, that's going to move his ranking up for next year.
Yeah, it will. So as he goes now, he's up 13-2, definitely moving into position for that tech fall. Get that 5 team points for our Marshfield Tigers. Hopefully next year with some realignment of hopefully the top 8 teams across the state rather than consolidating the top 8 teams into only 2 sectionals. If they take the right approach with spreading the best teams out across the state, then almost assuredly a wrestler like Carter Williquette will make it down to the state tournament. Though I will also say that next year my bet is on him to make it no matter where he lands, what sectional he lands in. And Carter there he's got him on his back. He's looking for that fall, and he gets it. Beautiful job.
Big team points right there.
Big time performance there by Carter to get those bonus points for his team. Another prime example of a kid that's just mentally tough. He was crushed coming out of that individual sectional and not getting his state berth, but comes back out here for his team, strong, mentally tough, and takes care of his job.
We'd like to thank Valley Communities Credit Union, Peterson Kramer Funeral Home, Great Lakes Cheese, and Innovative Health for their support and sponsorship of sectional wrestling today. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Matt Spatz, land agent with Midwest Land Group, covering all of Wisconsin. So again, thank you very much. And Ty, also, you look at wrestlers coming back, for next year. And actually, I've seen your junior high program, and I want to I want to thank you for your coaching knowledge and everything at the middle school level also. And I've been involved in the last 2-3 years of helping out your invitationals over there. And I'll tell you, how many kids you got out this year at the junior high?
We've got almost 50, which is a record.
Yeah.
And actually next year will be even more.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. It keeps growing, and it helps build this program at Marshfield.
Really does.
Also.
It's a funnel, right? It starts at
It's a feeder program.
It really is, our youth program. And it really just boils down to the parents. When all is said and done, all these when you see a Holman, a Marshfield, a Kaukauna, I can guarantee in every case it boils down to parents, and a lot of them that want to be heavily involved in the wrestling program, because it's all volunteers and it starts at the youth level. And Cody C. always, when people are trying to congratulate him for Marshfield's success, always attributes the youth and the middle school programs for what he gets to work with. because that's just the kind of guy he is. But in reality, Cody C is obviously a massive part of our high school program, and those assistant coaches on our high school team are Class A personified, and the kids all love them. So here, Monominee finally gets back on the board here. Marshfield initially with a team score of 27-0, but Carter Tollers gets pinned in about a minute 15 by Kenny Heim of Monominee. So,
and
team
we've got
score now 27-6.
And we got a big surprise on the other mat over there as New Richmond is up 3-1 on this match here, and team-wise they're up 11-9.
Yeah, and actually this matchup here on that far mat is a rematch of last weekend's final. So we've got Rex Lancaster versus Walker Weidelich. Lancaster won that one, I think maybe by pin, but that.
Let me see. That's in what? 120?
120.
That was Lancaster winning 8-3.
8-3,
on
okay.
Walker.
Yeah, and that was a tight matchup.
And actually,
be very interesting
on the second place Wrestle back, he beat Sam Volm of Wausau West 8-3 to get to that championship.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. So here we got now on mat 2. For the Tigers, we got Jeremy Smallwood, a sophomore, versus Bailey Casey, the senior. So Jeremy is not normally a starter on our varsity team, but because of the injury to Neil Adler and his fractured wrist, Jeremy is stepping up for his team and coming in here against an absolute stud in Bailey Casey, who was also the sectional champion last weekend. So definitely what we want to see here out of Jeremy Smallwood is just a big-time fight. And I know Jeremy. I helped coach him in the middle school level. He does put up big-time fight. So we're hoping for some more of that here in this matchup versus Casey. Casey's in here with some arm bars and wrists, and that's what his specialty is. Super tough on top is Casey. Jeremy's got his foot hooked on Casey's leg, which is not allowing Casey to really get out to the side and run this, but now he's starting to collect. Nope, no near fall awarded yet. And now Casey is starting to get his leg out, which is going to be a problem for Jeremy. But Jeremy is just big-time fighting this bar by Casey, and Jeremy's doing a great job, showing a lot of effort. And he's going to sneak out of the first period here. Being down by maybe 7. Yeah, yep. Being down by 7 to Casey, but we would definitely call that a first period victory for Jeremy.
And a big surprise on the other mat, a 9-1 lead now.
9-1. Lancaster's an absolute stud there from Holman. So now they're getting into the bulk of their lineup there. Their lower half of their team, weight-wise, their lower half are absolute beasts. Probably 4 champions coming out of that lower half from last weekend. So here we go for Smallwood here, being down 7-0 at the start of the second period. Lancaster really pouring it on there with Wiedelick. A score of 12-2, still in the second period. So
today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency in Marshfield, and McDonald's of Marshfield. Thank you for your sponsorship of today's Marshfield's Team Sectional here at the LMC Fieldhouse in Marshfield.
So Lancaster will go into the third period with a lead of 12-2. Smallwood fighting off his back here in the second period. Unfortunately, there's a lot of time on the clock yet, so Smallwood is going to, boy, what a beautiful fight by Smallwood. He's going to try to get off the mat, and he does. So smart wrestling there on the part of Jeremy, and that'll actually be the tech fall for Casey.
Fall.
So the Tigers will call that a victory. Okay, you got a Smallwood who's only a sophomore. He's a hell of a good wrestler.
And the thing is, he's filling for Adler.
Yep,
Your regular
he's
wrestler.
filling in as a JV wrestler going up against a guy that just won the sectional bracket and didn't give up the pin. So he did his part for his team. That was a good job there by Jeremy Smallwood.
First Choice Credit Union in Marshfield serves everyone who lives or work in Wood, Marathon, Clark, or Portage counties. Make First Choice Credit Union your first choice for loans.
Okay, this is the matchup we were hoping for. Okay, so we have Johnny Sternweiss, the senior, versus Aiden Aree from Monominee, the junior. This is a rematch of the semifinal. Johnny kind of has nothing to lose here. He lost to Aree by a score of 10-6, but that match was even closer than what that score would indicate. And it was a heartbreaker of a individual sectional tournament for John, finishing in third, so just out of the running for the state qualification.
Sure.
But Aree is an absolute stud, but so is John. So we're hoping to see a lot of fireworks from our Tiger here. On the far mat there, Lancaster winning by a score of 15-4 with about 53 seconds left. And John's moving in for the takedown here. He's got Aree up in the air. John can finish from this spot really well. He's super strong from this spot, but Aree's sprawl is really good. That's one we want back as Aree cuts the corner and gets the takedown. But that's what you get when you got high-level wrestlers like this. You got a guy in John that would normally be able to finish that spot, that takedown from on 99.5% of the guys in Wisconsin. But Aree is where he is because he can defend things like that. So, 45 seconds left here in the match with Aree up by a score of 3-0. John's trying to seal off and get to his stand-up. As he comes up, he's going to be good re-attack there. And John's smart to just get off the mat move. There. It was a great high crotch there by Aiden to pick John up and bring him right to his back. Caught a couple of near fall there, so John is now down 5-0 with 26 seconds left.
And on the other mat, it finished up 18-5.
18-5. So Rex was, when you're up like 12-2 at that point, you're really hoping for some extra bonus points and get the tech fall. But that was a hell of a match by Rex there to win that one 18-5 over the guy that he had in the finals at the individual sectional last Saturday. So John is going to roll into the second period here, down by 5 points. John's choice, so they're going to have the Tiger defer, and Aree, no surprise, is going both up. Now, this is going to be a pivotal moment of this match. If John can get a takedown, whoever gets the takedown here, if John gets the takedown, this match gets a lot more interesting. If Aree gets the takedown, it's going to be really hard to overcome that. John's got to get to his shots. He's farm strong. Farming family.
Yes, he is.
And if he can get on the legs of Aree, I'm confident that he can finish 1 out of 2 times, and that's what we're hoping for here. Great sprawl by John. Aree is knee sliding into it, and they're going to go off mat and get reset.
And actually, I want to promote the FFA Dairy Breakfast on Father's Day. It's out at their farm.
Oh, well, there you go. Daryl and Brenda Sternweisses. There you go.
So it's out at their farm on Father's Day. So.
Awesome. And I know Daryl and Brenda were heartbroken after coming off of last Saturday. It's such a draining moment. There's so much time invested in it, and on the part of the parents.
Yeah. It's
so much.
You think it, it takes it out of the athlete, but I'll tell you, it's heartbreaking for the parents.
It really is. There it is. Oh, John's in deep, almost on a fireman's. Has to back out, and he's going to want to just come to his feet. Ari is really good at cutting the corner and hit and go behind, so it's good on John to just come back up to his feet, reset, and let's get to a new attack, a new setup and attack. John was in deep on that fireman's but lost the elbow. And Ari is in deep now, and John's trying to sprawl, but he's up in the air, and it's going to be a tough one to overcome. That's going to be 1 point awarded to John on the illegal slam by Aiden Ari. Ari is in a position there when he's got John up in the air. It is his responsibility to return the wrestler to the mat in a safe manner. So the ref felt that he did not return him to the mat safely.
I think it took a lot of air out of him.
Yep, and therefore it's a 1 point penalty on Monominee for that illegal slam. The way that this works is that John is under injury time right now, and if John cannot continue, the victory will go to John Sternweiss because of the illegal slam.
Okay. But now what happens? But then can he come back, say, for the next match?
Yes,
against
he can.
Holman. Okay.
Yep. So we'll have to see. He was holding the back of his ribs because that's where he landed. We'll have to see what he will be up for.
Paige is out there now.
Yes.
The trainer from Marshfield here. So.
No matter what, it's just not good for Marshfield here.
Exactly.
Because he's hurt.
Oh, sure.
So
I mean, granted, you could say medical, you get the points, but you want to look at the health of the wrestler first.
Yep. And could, ribs are tough.
Ribs are a funny thing. Yeah.
And it looked like he was holding the rear of his ribs and stuff. And so, certainly John will be fine physically long term. He's a tough kid, super tough kid. He'll be fine. You worry about next round if Marshfield were to
So that was my next question,
match,
Ty. You kind of jumped up here. And so if John cannot wrestle, say Marshfield advances, who is in that 138 bracket?
Well, that would actually be my son.
Okay.
Tripp. Yeah, okay. Tripp Gardner. So he's a JV wrestler. Caught a couple of varsity matches this year, but has been wrestling JV most of the year behind a stud lineup that Marshfield has,
Exactly.
So John is sitting back on his butt here. He's vertical, sitting up. So let's hope he can continue on. Nobody wants to.
As John is getting up.
Okay, John is not going to continue this match, and therefore Sternweiss will win that match because of the illegal slam.
And I know, the wrestler from Monominee.
Ari.
Yeah. So, I mean, granted, he was wrestling very well, and all of a sudden now you end up losing the match. But, down deep, he's kind of down because now he's injured someone that cannot move on. So you go from a high down to a low just like that.
And in a matchup like that, you don't even want to, even though Marshfield walks away with a victory due to the slam, nobody wants to see that at all.
Exactly.
We want to see a great battle between two great athletes.
Exactly.
And, all right, well, as they say, it is what it is. Now we move on to 144-pound weight class. Marshfield with a team score currently of 33-11.
Brad Krecklau and Neon Pierce are your rural mutual insurance agents in Marshfield. They offer a full line of insurance products. Contact them today for a free quote. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield. So, as over on that other mat, we've got
So now we've got Brock Needham over there versus Benjamin Wilhelm. 54 seconds left in the second period. Brock is up 6-1. I was actually just going to look up where Wilhelm landed because Wilhelm ended up 7th last weekend. Brock was the tournament champion last weekend. So I would say at this point, New Richmond only being down by 5 with halfway through the second period, I would say they would take that right now against a stud in Brock Needham.
Sure.
Okay, so now I'm just watching John Sternweiss back there because he's still laying down and getting ice, and hopefully he can continue
in
our matchup
is that
against.
Brendan and John over there with him?
It is Brendan Darrell over there.
Darrell over there,
Yep, with Paige, the trainer. So next up here for the Tigers, we have Zach Kanak. Little unsure who's out there for Monominee. Zach is coming in as a replacement for Trevor Forrest, who's a sophomore, has been battling football injuries for the last couple of years and had his knee lock up on him the night before individual sectionals last weekend. He went out there and wrestled, and was a first-round exit. A lot of it boiled down to his knee. But
sure.
So Zach Kanak coming in to replace Trevor against Kalen Howard, freshman from Menominee. So freshman versus freshman here. Meanwhile, on the far mat, Brock Needham increasing his lead to 11-2. So Howard, the freshman, 13-5 freshman, made it to the semis last weekend where he got pinned and ended up finishing in 6th place out of the 16. Zach Kanak is definitely no slouch. He's a great JV wrestler. And so we're excited for his future for the next few years for the Marshfield Tigers. Now down by a score of 3-0 with about a minute left in the first.
Our 144 weight class is brought to you by Hiller's Ace Hardware. Hiller's is now Ace Hardware and is Central Wisconsin's Milwaukee Tool Destination Center. On the job or in the woods, be ready to fight the winter elements. Hopefully winter is going to be gone after this last snowstorm we've had here. But check out Hiller's large selection of heated gear to keep you warm wherever you go this winter. Hiller's Ace Hardware in Marshfield. I always said, though, spring is officially here when spring training starts in the major leagues, and it started this weekend.
There you go. There you go. All right, on the far mat, Needham up by a score of 14-2. Is the ref holding near fall? Yes, he is. Oh, boy, maybe he is. Hard to tell. No, he's not.
Looks like he was trying to fly there for a minute.
Yeah. So Brock will exit that match with a major victory. So 4 points for Holman, putting him up by a team score of 19-9 over New Richmond.
Oh, I'd like to mention, too, also we've got 2 officials now on each match here.
Yes. Yeah, that second official is there to keep an eye on locked hands, full Nelsons, things that are, as the officials
So now this is the official that was in the chair before, right?
Possibly, yeah. I think they switch in and out. In fact, they'll switch spots even within the dual meet itself as well. But really, the second official you'll find him to be standing, most of the time he's just standing opposite of the other official to catch the view that the primary official can't see
from the backside.
Yep, exactly. So now about a minute and a half left here in the second, and Kanak only down by 2. Meanwhile, on the far mat, you got Archer Olsen, who pulled off that good victory for New Richmond against Caleb Egerix of Holman at the 132-pound weight class down there. Howard with the takedown on, well, did he get the takedown? He's up by 6-2 now over Zach Kanak. Love to see where Egeritz from Holman was last weekend, or whether or not, yeah, he did wrestle and made it to the semis and eventually finished in 3rd place. So a heck of a good wrestler for the Holman Vikings there at 132. Meanwhile, Zach Kanak down by 4. 40 seconds left here in the 2nd period. Now he's got to let that go and get belly out, which he did not before Menominee sunk a half, but Zach should be pretty strong here. Elbow down, head up, and he should be able to counter that half here. But Howard from Menominee increases his lead by a score of 9-2.
Rice's More Than Floors of Marshfield stopping today for quality window treatments, paint, tile, remnants, and quality flooring. Visit their showroom, visit their website, or give them a call today.
Looks like Holman I believe it was Holman with the pin over there on mat 1. Egerix, which, yeah, wouldn't be surprising. Egerix finished 3rd last weekend.
25-9 now?
Yes, it is 25-9. Holman will start to pull away here, I believe, as we go. But on the flip side, they're like I say, their lower half of their weight classes are where most of their studs lie. Not all, because their heavyweight is a stud, obviously.
Sure.
But at least New Richmond, not too familiar with New Richmond's upper half. But and here's Zach Kanak moving in for near fall here with the takedown. And he's got him on his back. Ref is counting. He's got 4. He's holding 4 near fall. And Zach is going in with a pin by Zach Kanak.
Wow.
What a pin! What a match by Zach Kanak.
Down 9-2.
Down 9-2. And comes through for the victory for the freshman.
Yogi Berra used to say, it's not over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over. It's why we love wrestling. You can be down 14-0 and still win your match. What a clutch.
What a comeback.
Performance there by Zach Kanak for the Marshfield Tigers. And this dominant performance over a formidable foe in Menominee by the Tigers has been fun to watch here at the start of this dual meet. And we bring out another one of our studs in Easton Ledden for the Tigers, the senior, the state qualifier, finished as a runner-up last weekend. And the Tigers, that one got everyone on their feet.
Yes, it
that
did.
Performance by Zach Kanak. And now we've got Easton Ledden at 150 pounds versus Drew Pisa, the freshman.
Well, and the thing is, if Marshfield makes it, these two went are Ledden, Easton went against Ailish from Holman in that championship.
Easton just lost by 2.
4-2.
Yep, lost by 2 to Eilish of Holman. And I'm looking for, this is Pisa of Menominee. He did not wrestle at 150 pounds last weekend. And this is one where Marshfield is absolutely expecting bonus points out of their stud senior in Easton Ledden. First time state qualifier as a senior.
Wow.
Same with
Nice way to go out.
it. Hey, took me until my senior year to make the
Well,
run.
It's always an athlete to have that dream to go to the state tournament. I know when I umpired my first state baseball tournament, what a thrill. So
Yep.
yeah, same way with an athlete.
Well, okay, and we talked to our middle schoolers and our youth kids about our Ava Gardner.
Sure.
Never won a tournament at the youth or middle school level. Never took first at either of those levels. But also, what she never did is she never quit.
The determination by Ava landed up making her an outstanding wrestler. Also, parents that followed her to make her an excellent wrestler down the road.
Yep.
And so
it truly does.
Look at where she is now.
Yeah. Yep. And it truly does take a village. It takes belief in these kids from when all the way through the process by many, many different human beings. And I'm proud to say that the Marshfield program is second to none in my eyes.
Sure.
From the youth level on up through the high school level.
And you look at Wisconsin Rapids tradition that they had, and it started at the youth level, and it built to just gigantic. Where the team tournaments they've won, the individuals that went to the state tournament, they've had. I think it was what did I see? Something like 80 or 90 individuals that went to the state tournament.
Yes.
It's like just unbelievable.
Yep. So, Easton now with the lead of 3-1 over Pisa. I'm not positive I'm pronouncing that correct by any stretch, but Easton there in with the deep single and moves up into a pinning position now. Ref is counting near fall. He's holding 2. And Monominee gains back position, at least was able to belly down. So Easton moves into a margin now by a score of 8-1. So on the far mat at 150 pounds, we're actually matching weight classes now from mat to mat. We're all at 150 pounds here. That Alish from Holman, who Easton met in the finals, versus Landon Cook of New Richmond. And Alish was the sectional champion of Holman last weekend, and Cook was the 5th place finisher. But Alish of Holman there is up by a score of 9-3 already, and still with 40 seconds left in the first period. In the meantime here, Easton is calling injury time here, which is an absolute concern. Not only for his team here today, but also on the individual front as he moves forward towards his state tournament run.
Valley Community Center's credit union for 90 years. Valley Community's credit union has been part of your hometown team. Local, trusted, strong. Valley Community's credit union, where community comes first. Federally insured, NCUA. Sorry, Ty, to interfere.
No, you're good. You're good. They're looking at his knee, his right knee. And
what we're going to do is we're going to on an injury, we don't like showing that. We're going to move over to the other mat here as you see that match there as
Alish from Holman there, the senior, is up by a score of 12-3 over Cook, and still a lot of time left in the second period, so certainly he's looking to catch a pin or a tech fall at this point. The great news is Easton's back on his feet, center of the mat, top position, up by a score of 8-1 with about 45 seconds left in the second period here. As Pisa tries a roll, and Easton gets back into position here. He's trying to throw a leg in, which he does now actually, so he's in a crossbody ride. He's sitting okay here. He should be okay. He can work
25
this
seconds left.
Guillotine, but the freshman from Monominee has both hands locked around Ledden's head, and they may just call stalemate here because there's probably not a whole lot that's going to happen coming out of this, and they're going to end up going off mat, actually. Okay, restart at the middle of the mat with 5 seconds left. Leading up by 7. And in the meantime, the Holman senior Alish tech falls his opponent with 48 seconds left in the second period. That's a pretty dominant performance there over Cook of New Richmond, a guy that finished 5th last weekend.
That pretty much gives the match over there almost to Holman at 37-9.
42-9 now with the
42,
extra
yep,
5.
yep.
So, yeah, not surprising. You know, you're talking a team ranked number 2 in the state
Sure.
in the Holman Vikings. And here's Easton now, starting out in the third period, neutral position, and moves in on a high crotch single, moving in for the double, and will end up getting the takedown here. 11-1 on the part of Ledden, and now Ledden's really looking for the tech fall or the pin. He's got the major victory sitting in his back pocket right now, but we really would love to get more out of it yet.
2 more bonus points
For the Tigers, yep. In the meantime, over on mat 1 at 157 pounds, you got Trainer Campbell of Holman versus Noah Zanin of New Richmond. So freshman versus senior, with Holman being the freshman. And the freshman with the takedown on the senior for now. And Campbell made it to the semifinals last weekend, where he eventually finished in. Oh, this is a rematch over there. This is a rematch of the 5th place match from last weekend, where New Richmond came out with the victory. Zanin came out with the victory 7-1. And now he's up by 1.
Up by 1.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Easton is doing his job. 17-3. He's 1 point away from the tech fall. Coaches might have him cut Monominee loose and try for another takedown. But Easton right now is in a position where he can't really cut him. Monominee's deep in on his leg, and if Monominee was smart, he would just stay right there and not allow himself to be cut loose for an escape.
Okay.
Because he wants to avoid getting tech falled, and the ref calls stalemate. Good call by the ref. 10 seconds left here. We'll see. And yes, the Marshfield Tigers are telling Easton to go neutral, which will award 1 point to Monominee. But if Easton gets the takedown here with 10 seconds left, that'll secure the tech fall. So we'll see how Easton's knee holds up here for the end of this match. He's going to have to go fast. But Easton's really good on his feet. He's got 5 seconds left in the match. Nope, time's up. Sorry, the clock on my computer's running a little slower than the actual match clock. That was a quick 5 seconds otherwise. But there's Easton with the major victory by a score of 17-4, which should bring the Tigers' team score to 43-11 over Monominee as it sits. A very, very nicely dominated match by the Tigers so far.
And it all started with the very first 2 matches.
That Jace Frick match was awesome. And then you look at Bob Shear's pin and so on, a couple of forfeits, and then that Zach Kanak match where you're losing 9-2, you know, so you're going to lose 3 team points,
Exactly.
and instead you turn around and pin them.
Exactly.
That's a 9-point difference.
9-point difference.
Yep.
Man, you're good without that calculator today, boy.
Just don't ask me about science. I like math. Don't ask me about science.
Your wife's thinking you're that smart too? Or
Well, I keep trying to tell her.
Mine doesn't listen either. So
You know,
but I love her dearly.
That's right. I'm complimenting myself all the time to
Yeah,
her.
exactly.
It just doesn't work.
It don't work.
Okay, so Trainer Campbell versus Noah Zanin. Like I say, the rematch of the 5th place match from last weekend. Tight match over there, second period. Zanin up by a score of 6-4. Zanin won that match by a score of 7-1 last weekend. And out here on mat 2 now, we've got John Gruber of Monominee versus Cash Kilty. The junior of the Tigers moves in for the beautiful takedown there by Cash 157-pound weight class. Cash has been the starter for the majority of the year and lost his starting spot as our stud's starting to shifting down, and now Cash has him on his back and moving in for the pin. Got him in a tight cradle. He's going to – there it is for Cash Kilty. What a great way for his season to hopefully not come to a close at all. Hopefully we see a lot more of him, but for the last few matches of his year this year, that was definitely a welcome sight on the part of Cash Kilty for his Tigers. Gets the pin in the first period. Great job there by Cash Kilty.
Now, is that the brother of former Marshfield wrestler?
Ooh, which Kilty would that have been? Trying to think. So Macy Kilty, do you know?
Yeah,
so Macy Kilty from Stratford, who's an Olympic
Stratford,
level,
yes.
female wrestler.
Was it a cousin or something? Or?
They are cousins.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Cash's dad.
The reason I brought that up, I cover Stratford basketball all you season
Sure.
long, and I see your picture, on the hallway there, and where some of these fine athletes, where they go to college and what they've done in fact, I didn't realize that they have a ball player, and I can't remember his name now, but plays for the New Orleans Saints.
Yes, I believe he went to school in North Dakota, I think.
Yes, he did.
Played football for North Dakota.
Exactly, and they're a powerhouse every year.
Yeah, and he's a stud line. I think he's on the line.
Well,
he's just huge.
Well, he played with Hunter Lipke.
Yes, he did. Yep. Okay, Matt 2 here for the Tigers. We got Sean Slesnikow, the freshman. Stud freshman. Really is a stud freshman. I had him in middle school. He was a dominant middle school wrestler. But he's a 165-pound, 157, 165-pound freshman. He's in the meat and potatoes of the lineup going up against ranked kids all the time. Sean walks out here now and gets the pin right away in the first period.
Wow.
And Marshfield is
just running away with
this. That'll put him up by a score of, I believe, 55-11. And the Tigers came out here to wrestle today for sure. The concerns now are the rib injury of John Sternweiss and the knee injury of Easton Ledden, though Easton looks to be okay for sure.
Well, I see John's sitting up over there.
John is sitting up.
So.
Yep. Guessing he's got some ice wrapped around his ribs back there. So now we have the Hayden Carlson, the junior of the Tigers, the lone sectional champion from last weekend, an absolute stud of an athlete, running back on the Tigers football team, moves in for the takedown, immediate takedown.
This 175 match is brought to you by Felker Brothers of Marshfield. Felker Brothers of Marshfield is a leading manufacturer of stainless steel products. Congratulations to student athletes across central Wisconsin on your accomplishments, both on and off the courts and the fields and the mats. Best of luck this season from Felker Brothers of Marshfield.
So this is a matchup we were kind of hoping to see, in the sense that this could have been Hayden Carlson versus his finals opponent from Monominee from last weekend, but obviously Monominee is conceding this match. There's no way they can win it. And why risk the injury of their state qualifying wrestler? Quick pin there by Hayden.
And what?
Comes through for his team like he has been doing all year long. That was 3 pins in a row by the Tigers in the first period, I believe, all 3 of them.
Yep.
So Marshfield.
Do you even hardly work up a sweat?
In a match like that, probably not for Hayden.
Yeah,
exactly. Probably not. But having said that, they're already sweating. The way Coach C has these kids prepared, they're already sweating before they walk out there. Yep. And now we've got Josh Taylor coming out, 190-pounder there for the Tigers. Meanwhile, on that far mat, still going on. Must have probably had some blood or injury time over that match. But Noah Zanin winning by a score of 14-5. So similar results to their 5th place matchup last weekend, where Zanin won 7-1. But here we got Josh Taylor coming out versus a sophomore in Tristan Householder of Menominee. Looks to me like Householder is probably a backup wrestler for the Monominee team.
There's our takedown.
And there Taylor's moving in for the first period pin here as well. And Taylor gets it. The Tigers will increase their lead to a score of 67-11.
In 25 seconds.
Wow. So we fully, we all, as fans, you look ahead. That's the beauty of being a parent and a fan is like you get the luxury of looking ahead and predicting and all that. So you get the luxury of all the fun stuff. You got to tell the wrestler, no, it's you look at the kid in front of you, and that's all you look at.
But now you got to look into a different focus now because now the competitor you're going to face now in the next match is going to be much better possible.
Oh yeah,
than what you just got done.
Yep,
with.
for sure. So we kind of knew as Tigers fans, we knew we should be able to have this Monominee matchup, but to win it by that big of a victory or margin was definitely not anticipated on my end for sure.
No, I would have never guessed, we'd put 61 points on the board.
67.
Or 60.
I think it was.
Yeah, 67.
67. Just an exceptionally dominant performance by our Tigers. Yeah. So, but the test they have next, which will be the Holman Vikings.
And it's nice to get that victory, but we have to look. We got to say our prayers and hope John is safe.
Yep. Yep. Hopefully we get him back. A 75% John Sternweiss is still one hell of a wrestler.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yes, exactly. But do you want to do more damage to those ribs? That's the thing.
Yeah, if I know John and if I know that family, and ribs will heal.
Yep. And
he's not moving on to an individual state berth. So after today, his wrestling career for the Marshfield Tigers is over, unless we continue to move on through the process here. But you're right. As far as down the line, at Team State, which hopefully we get there. At Team State, he's going to be a sorely needed wrestler in our lineup for sure. But you don't get to Team State unless you take care of business against Holman.
That's right. You got to take care of business first.
So we need him back so that hopefully he can take care of business against Holman.
Exactly.
And he'll have no less of an opponent against Holman in the sense that at his weight class, it was his Holman opponent that won that bracket. So it'd be a tall task to ask of the senior, but hopefully he's good enough to go. So on the far mat now, we got Zachary Byam of Holman, a senior, versus Charles Schatchner. The New Richmond junior is up 3-1 with 30 seconds left in the first at the 165-pound weight class.
Discover Marshfield's wellness destination, Be Well Studio, experiencing cutting-edge recovery tools like hydro massage, infrared sauna, red light therapy, PEMF, and more, all designed to help your body and mind feel their best. Each 15 to 30-minute session is just $29 with memberships and packages available. Book your wellness session today at BeWellStudio.com. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectional on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Forest Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield. And events were made for Nuts Deep, too, in Marshfield. If you need a place for an event, Nuts Deep is the place to go. For large groups or small, private party space is available for your event. And call now for available dates. And at Stratford Plumbing and Heating, your comfort and convenience is their top priority. They service all brands and do complete furnace and air conditioning installation with professional service to Stratford, Marshfield, and the surrounding areas. Call Stratford Plumbing and Heating today, your home comfort experts.
So on the far mat there, we got Charles Shatner of New Richmond. He actually finished in third last weekend, so just out of state qualifying. Now up by a score of 7-1 with a minute and a half left in the second period. Zachary Byam of Holman did not wrestle last weekend. Holman is now, I'm sure, inserting other wrestlers into this dual meet.
Sure.
No sense in risking injury to their starters. they can pretty much take the victory formation in this dual meet against New Richmond.
So how many matches we got left here?
They're at 165 pounds right now, so they will have yet
3 or 4.
3 or 4 yet. We started at 215, so we got 2 more after this weight class.
Okay. Today's coverage of the WIAA Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports was brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, and All Insurance and McDonald's of Marshfield. And just to mention that once this match is over with, we are going to take another break because you have to take at least a 20-minute break in between matches. So, kids can kind of recuperate in that. In some places, I know actually it's a 30-minute wait they have, but
normally it's minimum 30 minutes in between individual matches.
Oh, individual matches.
Yep, you need
Okay.
30 minutes of rest time for an individual.
So actually, yeah, you're going to have that anyway.
You'll have that
your,
anyway.
Your very first match that you had, that weight class, he's actually going to have maybe a good hour.
Yeah,
hour
for
and
sure.
A half,
Yep. Hour and a half
break in there.
probably.
So,
yep.
So yeah, we're going to have a 20-minute break in there. What we'll do is we'll take about a 10, 15-minute break again after this match here, and we'll come back, and John and Ty and I will sit down and we'll discuss the championship match. And by the looks of it, it's going to be 2 ranked teams in the state of Wisconsin in Division I, Holman and also the Marshfield Tigers.
Yep, Holman ranked number 2 in the state right now. And like I've said it before, I think that's a very accurate ranking for them. Kaukauna being number 1, which is obviously an accurate ranking for them. Tigers being ranked number 8 in the state, I feel like that's a little bit low. I think we could be in the 6 or 5 range, but you got to show it, you got to prove it. So,
but they look at a lot also of all these tournaments that the Tigers are in and Holman's in, week in and week out. And of course you got the big tri-state tournament also.
Bi-state.
Or bi-state
Yep.
down in La Crosse,
Yep.
I guess. And and where they finish in that also is
right.
determined on.
When all said and done, WisconsinGrappler.com does the individual rankings. They do the team rankings. They do sectional. They do rankings by individuals for their sectionals that they're in. A very, very interactive website that is excellent. That is free.
Sure.
So they promote Wisconsin wrestling extremely well. So I'm a huge, huge fan of what WisconsinGrappler.com does. They're just hardworking guys that, for the love of wrestling, they put in all this time and effort for the fans. And just looking across the state, I actually really, in my humble opinion, I'll say the only other sectional.
You're a humble person.
The only other sectional that actually matters is the sectional B, which consists of 6 out of the top 7 ranked teams in the state are in that sectional. And so the winner of the state title will certainly come out of either this sectional or that sectional. Okay, Kaukauna and Hortonville were the number 1 and number 2 seed over at that sectional. So much like Holman and Marshfield, they had a first-round bye.
Sure.
And Kaukauna met up with Bayport. Bayport won a barn burner in the opening round against Neenah, who's also ranked in the top 7.
Sure.
Bayport and Neenah ranked in the top 7. Bayport beat Neenah 37-35 within an hour or so ago. And then Luxembourg-Casco versus Pulaski, another matchup of top 7 teams in the state. Luxembourg-Casco comes out with a victory there of 41-30. So in the semis, it's Luxembourg-Casco versus Hortonville, which is going on right now. And Kaukauna versus Bayport. Kaukauna already won 71-12 over Bayport.
Yeah.
So Kaukauna is just they're just an absolutely stacked team. In the meantime, over there, Luxembourg versus Hortonville. It is Hortonville currently over Luxembourg-Casco by a score of 28-18. Hortonville is ranked 3rd in the state behind Holman, and then Kaukauna being number 1. The rankings really that WisconsinGrappler.com does for the team and the individual are exceptionally accurate. even though I think Tigers are a little bit low.
Sure.
But that's my bias coming through.
Sure.
So,
Years back, when Wisconsin Rapids dominated and everything, I remember they used to have, and you might remember this, but they used to have a national ranking, and Rapids was actually nationally ranked at times.
Yep.
Do they still do that yet?
Yes, they do. They do. I don't know of – I would imagine Kaukauna is on the list. But whether or not, where they land on that list, I'm not sure. I would think for sure they'd be top 15, I would think.
Sure.
Because also not all states across the nation are as heavy into wrestling as Wisconsin.
Yeah. I know Iowa is very big down there.
Yep.
In fact,
Iowa, California,
in fact, I know a few people that are from Iowa that's coming to UW Stevens Point to wrestle next year.
Oh, nice.
So,
Yep.
So, yeah, it's very, very big down there.
Yep.
But, you look at the powerhouses you got down there with Iowa State and Iowa.
Yep.
Are very, very strong in wrestling.
Ohio as well. Ohio State's very strong in college wrestling. Pennsylvania, obviously.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Dominating college wrestling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Penn State's been
for years. Yeah, they're
well, not centuries.
For the past 5 or 6 years. Well, it used to be Iowa, you're right, and I think probably 5, 6, 7 years ago, Penn State comes on board, and they've just been really just annihilating everybody now. So over on mat 1 there, Holman still with the lead of 5-0. Yeah. So I'll be very, very interested now in that sectional B, which is happening over in Neenah right now. I believe Hortonville will come out with the victory. So it'll be Hortonville versus Kaukauna in the finals of that sectional. So that's team Kaukauna ranked number 1 in the state versus number 3 in the state in the same sectional. Like I say, 6 out of the top 7 ranked teams in the state are in that sectional as well. And here in our sectional, we've got 2 out of the top 8.
Yeah.
So between the 2 sectionals, the top 8 ranked teams are in 2 sectionals.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I love what the WIAA did with this decision to give team sectionals an entire day on its own. Smart decision on that front, but now we got to spread the best teams across the state so that the best kids get to individual state and the best teams get to team state. Because the reality of it is, if you were to bring the top 8 ranked teams, truly the top 8 teams to team state, that place would be packed and electric. Because when you bring only 3 out of the top 8 ranked teams to team state, those fans will travel of those 3 teams, but the other teams, not as many are going to travel because they know they're going to get annihilated.
Exactly. Do you find though, wrestling is more stronger, say in the if you cut the map in half and go say from actually the Fox Valley area to the Green Bay area to central Wisconsin.
Yep.
Do you feel wrestling is stronger there?
There's a wrestling, they call it the wrestling belt.
Exactly.
Yep.
And
you're not wrong. And you're not wrong. Like it does. That kind of runs across the state.
Well, and
comes up through central Wisconsin.
And I find that out this year because Auburndale's ranked in the lower classes this year. And
Auburndale's having a great year.
And for years, Athens had a strong program. It seems to be in that
Stratford.
Stratford also. You look at that section of, let's say, you go from, say, Wisconsin Rapids to the north. And it's much stronger than what it is in the southern part of the state.
And Marshfield, of course. 2 years ago, we were in the – no, it was a little bit longer than that. Ava was a freshman when they were in the team state finals against Kaukauna.
Against Kaukauna.
And I actually, as we move forward here and looking ahead to this next round against Holman, for the Tigers to win this dual meet against Holman, like if you put it on paper, head-to-head matchup, if you were to put a computer to it, which thankfully we don't have to because we're going to wrestle these matches, but if you were to put a computer to it, on paper, Holman should win this dual meet against the Tigers. But if we can get 2 to 3 Might
key
need
matches in
might
there.
need 4 matches to flip against Holman. The Tigers can come out victorious. So we talk about that. I compare that to when we wrestled Kakana in the state final a few years back. Kakana, on paper we knew was just so good, and that'll to back up a little bit. Well, I'll continue the story.
Sure. We'll do it when we come back.
Yep,
So
you betcha.
I've got a few spots here to read yet. So shedsdelivered.com is your one-stop shop for sheds, barns, cabins, garages, greenhouses, chicken coops, and hunting blinds, all crafted by skilled Amish artisans. See their display lots in Marshfield, Medford, and Wisconsin Rapids. And get more information at shedsdelivered.com. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Agency Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield, and Next Step Prosthetics, providing prosthetics and orthotics throughout central Wisconsin. Take your next step and contact them today. And, of course, Nasonville Dairy has those fresh cheese curds made daily. Get your cheese curds at Nasonville Dairy in Marshfield, Curtis, or NasonvilleDairy.com. And, again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors. Namely, we're going to go out here with, we've got 1935. We're going to take about a 10-minute break here, 10:15, and we'll come back. And the WIAA Boys State Wrestling Sectionals on Zaleski Sports has been brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield. So for Ryan Rasmussen and Ty Garner, I'm Mike Steinweigner. We'll be back in just a bit for that championship match with Holman and the Marshfield Tigers. So we'll be back in a bit. See you later. And we are back at the LMC Home Improvement Fieldhouse, located on the campus of Marshfield High School, and the 2026 Division I Marshfield Team Sectional Tournament, as coming up now with the championship match between two ranked teams in the state of Wisconsin. Holman, number 2, Marshfield, number 8, which is a little borderline. I think we can move them up a little bit. But, I mean, we're not really playing favoritism, Ty and I are not. But, you know, I'll tell you, they look very, very impressive against Monominee. And so we're going to have a heck of a match here. The winner of this gets to go to the Lacrosse Center on March 6th and 7th, where the first time the team tournament will actually be held, as it used to be held in the so-called Big Barn in Madison. And so this should be a great match.
Yeah, kind of pretty much the matchup we expected here in the finals.
Exactly.
Holman versus Marshfield. Certainly,
they were number 1 and 2 in the sectional last week.
We were, yep. Scoring wise, there was we were 1 and 2. Holman being 1, Tigers being 2nd. There was a fairly big margin of victory for the Holman Vikings over Marshfield for the team scores. Holman was around 260 points. Marshfield was around 168 or 170.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
So when all said and done, we're gonna need a few matches that on paper aren't supposed to go our way. We're going to need them to go our way in order to come out with the victory here.
But, you know, you look at the Monominee match. You know, we came up with, you know, we had a wrestler that was down 9-2 or 7-2. Come back, boom. Third period, got that pin, you know, which helped point-wise. And actually motivation for everybody else.
Yeah, wise man. I look at this matchup similarly to the one for our Kaukauna, or our state finals matchup versus Kaukauna 4 years ago-ish. Kaukauna on paper was a better team, and we had like 5 situations or scenarios, I'll say, that we needed to go our way that were 50-50 scenarios. And what I mean by that, not necessarily a victory, but we needed to possibly avoid giving up bonus points in this situation, or we needed a victory in this 50-50 matchup over here, or we needed a tech fall over here out of one of our guys. You know, not giving up bonus. There was 5 scenarios, and out of those 5 scenarios, 2 out of the 5 came to fruition, and it was a close battle with Kaukauna, but in the end they pulled away because we didn't get 5 out of 5 scenarios. We only had 2 out of the 5 scenarios go our way. So in this matchup, I kind of equate it to that. You know, I think there's 3 or 4 scenarios where we need things to go our way.
The thing is, the main key is you get that 10-point spread or that 15-point spread, so you can get those bonus points. And another key point is, if you're losing, you don't want to give the other team those bonus points.
Right. It's all about bonus points,
exactly.
You know, in a matchup like this where you got 2 big teams here. Now, and to start out here, a beast of a matchup. This is one of them that we're not supposed to win technically, where if Bob Shear versus Jepsum of Holman, Jepsum was the champion last weekend at the individual sectional. Bob finished in 5th. You know, this is a match we're not supposed to win, but if we can somehow pull out a victory here, would be huge.
Well, in fact, I think Bob is actually ranked in the top 15.
He is.
In his weight class.
Yes, he is. And for as big as these boys are,
Oh, boy.
they can move.
They can move.
Holy
Yep.
moly, can
Yep.
they move.
Yep. You know, I remember years back, they had the Chicago Bears had a guy called William the Refrigerator Perry. And I'll tell you, for a big boy, he could still move.
He can move, yeah.
Well, look at Reggie White. Reggie
Yes.
was a big boy also.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, I still would not want to be tackled by him.
That's right.
God rest his soul.
Yeah.
You know.
So,
But no, we should have a great match between these two outstanding wrestling teams.
yep, Jepsum here, a 37-10 senior. This is senior versus senior. So the Holman, Jepsum 37-10. Bob Shearer 29-14 senior. So Bob had some close matches at individual sectionals that just kept him out of the running for a state berth on the individual end of things.
You know, when they're headlocked like this, you're back and forth. It's like, where are you going for supper tonight?
These big boys might be thinking about supper.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, you know what? To be honest, it's not the big. It's these lighter weights that are thinking about supper a heck of a lot more than these big boys. These big
they've
boys.
got enough stored up already.
Yeah, they already had supper. So it's the lightweights that didn't get anything to eat.
Yep. Or the guy that wants to drop 5 pounds.
Right, exactly. So, and this is what you'll get with these heavyweights. You know, it's a lot of upper body wrestling. Okay, not as many shots. You know, with the lighter weights, you'll get a lot of shots, a lot of highly technical wrestling. With these big boys, it's a lot of ties. It's a lot of moving their feet fast. But really, when you get with these big boys, you don't want to get under them. From a neutral position, you don't want to get under them because they're so heavy. It makes it that much harder to get out.
Well, and this situation now, Bob started at the bottom. It all depends. Now, you figure you got this 285-pound guy on top of you, and try to lift him off to get an escape is almost impossible when you think about it.
Yep. So there's a stall call there on Bob Shearer. That was an extremely quick stall call. I feel there was about 1:45 still on the clock here in the second period, and he was nailed for stalling 15 seconds into the second period. But now Jepsum, the Holman Viking, is trying to lock up a cradle here, and Bob's got a sprawl, and I'm afraid that Jepsum does have it locked. And Bob's got to sprawl and get his head up. It's super hard with these. You know, once you get a cradle locked, it's really hard to get out of that. And Bob comes to his feet. Jepsum now is going to re-attack the legs as soon as he gets vertical, and Bob gets the escape. Getting the Tigers on their feet. Wow. What a beautiful, mentally tough transition out from that locked cradle, gets out of it and gets to his feet for the escape and the 1-point lead over the sectional champion from last weekend. So you're going to get to their ties. Bob is looking for an inside tie here and really looking to get to an outside shot so you don't end up underneath. Bob's trying to get to his underhook. On the far mat, we are wrestling the third place match, which normally wouldn't have happened in years past. There was no third place. You either won it or you didn't. Now, they'll wrestle for third because there will be a wrestle back today if the second place, the team that's currently in second place hasn't not yet wrestled the team that's in third.
Okay.
So they will have a wrestle back if they haven't wrestled each other yet. So to determine a true second place, we call that. That's called determining a true second place.
So in other words, it looks good on the resume then.
Well, what it'll actually do is when we talked about there's 7 sectionals and they take the one team, and that wild card team is going to come from the second place of one of the sectionals. So that's why we have to determine a true second place today. There's Bob with the goal. Oh, Bob's got the goal behind. Can he get him down? And just misses it. And just out of bounds. Holman shot in. A hard shot. Bob got to an underhook and flipped him over and got the goal behind, but Holman's hands were not on the mat, so therefore not a takedown.
You think it might give him the momentum now?
Yes, Bob is feeling confident with this matchup. Hopefully he can come through. There's 10 seconds left in the third period here. Jepson trying to get inside ties on this, and they will go to overtime to determine a winner. So overtime rules are first guy to score wins.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if you get taken down and you get a reverse, doesn't matter. First takedown wins. Or if there's a penalty, or if there's anything, just any score.
So they only put a minute on the clock?
Yep, a 1-minute overtime round.
So what happens if we stay at a time then?
So, oh boy. Bob's got it! Come on! Oh, now Bob's in front head. This is not where he wants to be. He went from where he wants to be to a position that he doesn't want to be. Now he's got to get out, and there's a takedown for Bob Scheer! What a victory! Gets those Tigers on their feet! A massive victory for the Marshfield Tigers. Bob Scheer, 5th place last weekend, takes out the sectional champion in an overtime match.
Wow.
What a massive, massive victory.
Big victory.
I can't hear
Big
anything.
Victory.
Did I lose something?
Did you disconnect
Can you
yourself
hear me?
here? John can't hear himself. He got so excited here, he blew his microphone and headsets right off.
I may have
here.
blown my microphone out. Sorry about that. Getting a little excited to hear that.
We might have to put you on the handheld here.
I can't explain to you how huge that match was for these Tigers.
Well, your microphone's not gone because I can hear you.
Okay, well, that's good. Now, at our 106-pound weight class here, we got Brady Needham, the runner-up from last weekend, versus Alex Davis. This is freshman from Holman versus sophomore from the Tigers. Woo, what a match that was last round with the big Bob Scheer coming through for his team in the very best way he possibly could. No matter what happens, no matter what happens the rest of the season, he'll talk about that match for the rest of his life.
Yes, he will.
And I'm so happy for him. And there's Alex Davis on a whizzer, but Brady Needham is moving in. And there, Alex Davis needs to get sprawling here. So, Brady Needham, grandson of Paul Needham, son of Ross Needham. Ross, state champion for the Marshfield Tigers, kind of back in my generation.
Well, that's a long time ago. You know that. Not as long as me, but it's a long time ago.
So Brady lost in the finals last weekend by a score of 13-7 to Jackson Freeman of the Rapids. And Alex Davis, 31-14 sophomore, lost in the semis to Freeman as well.
You know, that's kind of impressive, 31 wins out of a sophomore.
Yeah.
You know,
he's
that is very impressive.
Yep, exactly. This will actually be an interesting matchup here. This is also, again, this is the same type of situation as last round, where if we can somehow pull out a victory here with Alex Davis over Brady Needham would be absolutely huge. So Brady is a 35-17 freshman. Dave has got to keep position here and elevating Brady's leg. He's okay here if he can catch an ankle. He's going to try to catch an ankle. Oh, and they gave him 3 at the end of that match. I don't think I agree with that call. Alex still had the leg and the ankle, but it is what it is. You pick up and move on, and we just wrestle.
Today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by Strongbridge Wealth Advisors, the Water Quality Store, Matt Spetz with Midwest Land Group, and Key Bank Savings Bank. So,
So Alex Davis here, so far controlling Brady from that top position, which is a good sign for Alex. Brady's a stud wrestler from a stud wrestling family. His older brother, Brock, we'll see him at 120 or 126, right around there. Brock was the sectional champion last weekend. So Alex has got to drop to a leg right here, and instead he gets him turned loose. Alex has to get to his ties here against Brady. Alex has a hellacious fireman's carry, and Brady's in on a single. Alex has got to get squared up and sprawl, and do not cut your hips in there, and keep whizzing here and get off the mat and get reset. So Brady up by a score of 4-0 with a minute left in the second period.
First Choice Credit Union in Marshfield serves anyone who lives or works in Wood, Marathon, Clark, or Portage counties. Make First Choice Credit Union your first choice of loans. So, match going on here yet?
We're having a hard time coming down from that Bob Shear match.
Yeah, it is.
Holy man. That was huge. So, Farmat, we got Kenny Heim of Monominee versus Benjamin Wilhelm. Junior versus junior. Wilhelm with the leading score of 7-4 in the third period over there. New Richmond 18-0 currently over Menominee. Kind of judging by how the Tigers handled Menominee, it would make sense if New Richmond comes out with the victory over there. So we're at a stoppage here. Must be blood time for Needham.
Brett Krecklau and Ian Pierce are your rural mutual insurance agents in Marshfield. They offer a full line of insurance products. Contact today for a free quote. So
you get 5 minutes. I believe it's 5 minutes of blood time.
5 time?
Yep. So 5 minutes, but it's from the time, like when the match has to get stopped. As soon as you see blood, you stop the match. It doesn't matter if the guy's getting pinned or not. It doesn't matter. You stop the match.
So now, if it's on the uniform, you can wash it off.
Yeah, you wash it off best you can. You wipe.
Best you can.
Yep. And but the blood time starts as soon as the match is stopped and the blood is seen, and the ref will give a signal to start blood time. And ref is calling. Yeah, I think Alex got nailed for hitting Brady in the face, I think. And definitely wouldn't have been intentional on Alex. I think just aggressive, being aggressive, and made that mistake, and the ref called it and gave 1 point penalty to Needham. So here Alex is in a great spot. That was a very, very quick stalemate call on the part.
Oh, fans don't like that.
Oh, boy. He was moving into position to secure a takedown. That was an extremely fast stalemate call. Stalemate is called when there's no action in a position for – it's not a set amount of time. It is at the referee's discretion. It is a subjective call, but he was in that position for about 6 seconds, I would guess, and that was a fast call. Especially because he was making progress towards his takedown. There's a warning on Needham for stalling. It's 5-0 right now, third period. Alex has got to get on an elbow there and work his fireman's or work a Kelly roll here. He's got to get moving his hips. There he moved his hips to square up with Needham, and he's coming back through and they're off the mat. That's unfortunate. Alex was moving into a good position there with that underarm sneak, but here we go back to neutral with a minute and a half left, down by 5 for Alex Davis. Alex has got to get to his fireman's. That was a great shot by Needham, and that's going to be 3 takedown with near fall. So Alex has got to get off his back here because now Needham is moving into position for a major, and Alex is coming back up through for a reversal. And is he going to get near fall? Oh, he almost had him rolling. We got about 45 seconds left in this match. It's 12-2 now with Needham over Davis. We'll see what his coaches say for Alex, if they're going to have him go both up or not. They're going to have Alex ride and try to get a tip here, get a turn. It's going to be a caution on Alex.
Would help.
Yeah. Well, and so now you're down by 10, right? So it's like a takedown isn't going to do it, obviously. If you let him go and take him down, a takedown isn't going to do it, and you don't have enough time to get multiple takedowns. So Marshfield coaches here are hoping that Alex can get a turn. Try to get him on his back would be the extreme hope, but Brady's doing a good job here from the bottom position, and he's going to keep working for his own reversal here. And now Alex is got to try to avoid back points here because he's in danger. Oh, and then Alex has got him on his back. There's 8 seconds left. Can he finish? And Brady does a good job of bellying out, and that will do it for the match.
But it saved the bonus point.
Yep, Brady Needham with the match score of 14-4. So Alex avoids the tech fall. Brady gets the major. 4 teams for his point. 4 points for his team. That's one of, like, that result on paper would be expected, right? Brady, a runner-up state qualifier versus Alex Davis. You hope for a different result, sure, but not surprising there. And now we got Micah Bremer of Marshfield versus Brendan Henderson, a freshman from Holman. So when I was saying that Holman has a murderer's row of lightweight studs, this freshman from Holman is definitely one of them.
Really?
He's an absolute beast, and he's already got Micah on his back. He's actually, the freshman from Holman is actually, he's ranked 4th in the state as a freshman.
Wow.
He's got a record of 47-2.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You think about that. You could hit your 100th win in 2 years.
Yes.
You don't see that very often.
You can now. But you'd have to go 50. Well, I take that back. You're allowed a maximum of 50 in-season matches, but then that doesn't include postseason. Yep, exactly. So you're right. You could definitely get 100 wins after year 2.
See, I don't know if anyone's ever had what's the most wins anyone
there's a handful of wrestlers that have over 200 wins. Yep.
Because I was looking at Iowa's one day, and they've got a lot of 200 winners down there.
Yep,
it's
fact,
just phenomenal.
Our very own Caleb Denny, who's wrestling for the Wisconsin Badgers, was very, very close to 200 wins. I want to say he had like 198, 197, something like that. Micah's got to just do everything he can to try to avoid a pin against this Brendan Henderson. There is a boatload of Hendersons. I've been told there's like 10 siblings.
Really?
And they're a bunch of stud wrestlers, and there's 3 on this team, siblings. on Holman's.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to go to practice. You can stay home.
Well, that's right. I'm the youngest of 14, and I'm like, and I learned to wrestle because we had to fight for our food.
Exactly. Looks like you lost a couple times.
Well, I appreciate that. At 45, I'll take it.
Hey, I'm 72, man. Look at this. This is what you got forward to look to, right here. And it's all bought and paid for, too.
That's right. That's right. All right, Micah is calling for optional start. And Henderson, an immediate shot on Micah. And from here, Micah should just let go to avoid the cradle, but Henderson is locking up the cradle and has it. One thing we know from Micah, he has very, very flexible shoulders. He dislocated his shoulder last weekend.
Wow.
It came out in the match and went right back in. And he actually didn't even really realize that it came out.
Wow.
So, but he's in a tough spot here against Henderson. He's battling. Henderson's just a freakish wrestler. I've heard a few different people from Holman say that out of all the stud Hendersons, this freshman is the best one.
The best one.
Micah is just pouring out the effort here to avoid this pin. It's going to be super hard to avoid it. There's about 50 seconds left in the match, and Micah got the reversal.
Wow.
But it's going to be a tech fall. But Micah did avoid the pin. What an absolute display of effort on the part of Micah Bremer against an absolute stud in Brendan Henderson, a freshman from Holman. So that saved us a team point, right? Like you go into that match going, let's please avoid the pin here, and he did. Okay, and then here's a beautiful matchup here. This is going to be a great battle. We've got Carter Willicat, 26-12 junior from Marshfield, versus Rex Lancaster, 43-4 sophomore from Holman. And you'll hear these records from Holman as I spit them out here on the lower half of their lineup. They're just absolute beasts. Yep. But so Carter and Rex this would be a good matchup. On paper, Rex wins this match, but this is one of them where, the wrestling mat will show the end results. And Carter is just missed out on state qualifying last weekend, finishing in 4th place, but was winning his 3rd place match and got caught and pinned. But those top 4 guys at that bracket last weekend were very, very close. And Rex Lancaster is the one who came out on top of the entire bracket. This is 4th place versus 1st place.
And it could have seriously actually been a championship match.
It very well could have, yes, absolutely, because Carter lost a tight match in the semifinals. And so it was he was 3 or 4 points away from making it to 3 points away from making it to the finals against Lancaster. And here's Lancaster with the takedown. So goes up by a score of 3-0 with about 50 seconds left in the first period here.
Hillers is now Ace Hardware in the Central Wisconsin's Milwaukee Tool Destination Center. On the job or in the woods, be ready to fight the winter elements. Check out Hillers' large selection of heated gear to keep you warm wherever you go this winter. That's Hillers Ace Hardware in Marshfield.
Lancaster goes for the optional start, giving Carter the escape. Carter's got to get his elbows down. Whizzer hard here. Keep whizzering. And ref calls potentially dangerous. Score is 3-1, 30 seconds left in the match. Nice shot there by Lancaster. He's in deep on a inside single, but nothing doing yet. Carter with a good whizzer here. It's going to be hard to recover, but Carter is still holding his own here and limp arm out for Lancaster. Still great defense here by Carter. What? Oh, sorry. Don't understand that call. It was a whizzer. But the ref feels that Lancaster got around to the far side and hooked the leg. Cody C. would like to go over and have a word with the referee about that call.
Rice's More Than Floors of Marshfield stop in today for quality work treatments, paint, tile, remnants, and quality flooring. Visit their showroom, visit their website, or give them a call today. And Valley Communities Credit Union, for 90 years, Valley Communities Credit Union has been part of your hometown team. Local, trusted, strong Valley Communities Credit Union, where community comes first, federally insured by NCAA. And Felker Brothers of Marshfield is the leading manufacturer of stainless steel products. Congratulations, student athletes across central Wisconsin, on your accomplishments both on and off of the courts and the fields and the mats. Best of luck this season from Felker Brothers of Marshfield.
Carter rode him for a little bit and then gets a great arm drag there and then moves in for the takedown. Bringing the score 7-4 with a minute and a half left in the second period. That was a great slide by Carter. Lancaster, and he might be moving in here for some near fall. He's got a bar and wrist locked up, and Carter's looking for a tilt, which he's getting. Oh, no near fall yet. It was back and forth. That was a good call by the ref. No near fall. Carter's working hard for that near fall now. Oh, and off the mat they go. Score is 7-4. Minute 4 left in the second period.
So they're saying Carter had control. That's why he goes top, right?
Yes, exactly. They left the mat with Carter being on top and in control, so that's where you resume the match. Carter would love to be able to. Okay, that's one escape here for Lancaster. Score is 8-4 now. Carter's got to get to his ties, control his style of match here, which is obviously super hard to do against an elite wrestler, like Lancaster. That the reason these kids are really, really good is because they're used to controlling the way their style of match, their ties. But the better wrestler will wrestle his style. And that great single there by Wilkett, and he gets the takedown to bring the score to 8-7. That was a gorgeous takedown by Carter Wilkett. What a beautiful matchup this is. 17 seconds left in the second period. This is a absolutely pivotal match for the Tigers. The expectation, the paper would show that Lancaster should win this match, and if Williquette could come out with a victory, would be huge. Nine to 7 now, going into the third period, and it is Lancaster's choice. It's Carter's choice. He's going to take down. So Carter is in he's choosing both up instead. All right. Coach changed his mind, had him go both up.
He's looking for the 3, maybe.
Yep, he's looking for the 3. It's going to take, even if Carter gets the takedown. That was a great fake there by Carter. Great shot, re-attack by Lancaster. Carter's in whizzer position, and Lancaster's trying to circle the corner. Refs stopped the match because of the position of Carter's knee there. Potentially dangerous situation is what they call that. So we reset.
Yep. You can. So if you, because it's right now picking up like this, if you even just tilt it so it goes this way.
Nice shot by Carter, but countered by Lancaster. Lancaster's in on an ankle, a deep single, and they're going to stop the match for potentially dangerous. We've got a minute 13 left in the match. You got Holman coach
A
yelling.
little upset there.
Yep. They all know. Both teams are highly aware of how pivotal the outcome of this match is. Carter's looking to prove a point, obviously. He's looking to obviously, first off, help his team, but he's also trying to prove a point that he is among the best in the state. And what a great drag there. And he's got 2 legs. And the takedown for the lead. And we will reset at the middle of the mat with Willicat with the lead, 10-9. 48 seconds left in the match. The ref is telling both coaches to back off as Carter moves in from the top position. He's up by 1. His main goal is to ride him out. And Lancaster with the escape and tying up the match 10-10. 37 seconds left.
Whoever gets the takedown here.
Yeah, it's going to be the next takedown here. And then you want to just hold on for dear life from there. Carter, I believe, has gotten the last 2 takedowns. Maybe 3. He's getting an underhook position. That's good. They reset here. Carter's got to get to his ties. He's got an underhook there. He's trying to go for a high crotch. Carter's got to get in front of that arm and get him in front head. He's got him in. Oh, he doesn't have him in front head. He almost had a nice re-attack by Willicat. And that's the end of the third period, end of regulation. Here we go. Overtime match. What a gorgeous, gorgeous battle this has been. First takedown wins. This is sectional champion versus 4th place finisher in Willicat. Carter wants to get him, put his head on the mat, get in front head. And they'll reset to the middle of the mat, out of bounds. And Lancaster is taking his time coming back.
And everybody is on their feet down
Everyone's
here.
on their feet. Nice fake there by Willicat, and he's in deep. Is he going to get it? And Lancaster runs up his foot. That was a bad call, out of bounds. Carter had his foot in bounds yet. Any point of contact within the mat is still in bounds. Now Carter's on the defense here. He's got a deep whizzer in, but Lancaster has a tight single leg. And Lancaster, nothing there, nothing.
They're saying both
and they're going both up. Great defense by Willicat there to get out of that situation. And good call by the referees. I know I'm biased, I get it, but that was a scramble situation. And I'm glad the refs were patient with that situation to see it unfold because, as you could see, nobody had control.
It doesn't get any better than this.
Nope, this is as good as it gets from a wrestling fan standpoint. I'm sure their parents are freaking out. That's the end of overtime period. And now we will do 2 30-second periods here. And one, Carter deferred his choice. Lancaster has to choose top or bottom. And he chose bottom. So we'll go 30 seconds here, and then we'll do another 30-second period after this. Lancaster is looking to get his escape. Okay, so Lancaster goes up by 1. We'll wrestle the remainder of this period and another 30-second period after this where Willicat will get his choice. And they'll go back up neutral here. 11 seconds left in this first 30-second period. And Lancaster's slow to get back to the center of the mat. Marshfield fans are calling for stalling. Lancaster seems to be wore out. Oh, and Carter tried a lat drop, and Lancaster saw it coming. To get back to the center of the mat. It is now Carter's choice.
Now, can they say they want to go up? If
So Carter
decides?
can take top and then choose both up from there. He can release him.
Okay.
So he chooses. Coach C is telling Carter to take top, but then he's going just go neutral from there. So
Okay.
which will award 1 point to Lancaster. Lancaster right now was a 5-point move by Lancaster at the end there. Carter. Now coach is going to put Carter down. And Carter seals. Okay, I'm sorry. That was the end of that 30-second period. There was still time on the clock. So now it is Carter's choice.
Okay.
He's going to go both up. He's down by 6. He needs a big throw here. Lancaster, his goal is to just basically run away. He's not, and it's unfortunate with this time in between Lancaster.
Well, they forgot no, they have 30 seconds time?
Yeah, another
Okay,
30-second
they didn't have
period.
30 seconds. They
Yep.
didn't have 30
another
seconds on the
30-second
clock.
period on the clock. And here we go. So down by 6. No matter what, Willicat has wrestled an impeccable match. And now he's going to choose down for his 30-second period. Down by 6.
You know, you used some big words already today, man.
Have
I'm
I?
impressed, yeah.
Oh.
Impeccable?
Oh, there you go. Impeccable vocabulary. Carter's got a Lancaster's going to let him go. Now Carter's got to get to his shot. He's got to get to a big throw here. He's down by 5 with 10 seconds left. Lancaster does the smart thing and just shooting. Carter's going to get to, and we're going to run out of time. Dang it. All right, great battle.
That was a great battle.
Love those battles. Willicat definitely showed everybody that he's a force to be reckoned with, but Lancaster stayed smart.
Discover Marshfield's wellness destination, Be Well Studio. Experience cutting-edge recovery tools like hydro massage, infrared sauna, red light therapy, PEMF, and more. All designed to help your body and mind feel their best. Each 15 and 30-minute session is just $29 with memberships and packages available. Book your wellness session today at BeWellStudio.com. And we'll tell you also today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, and All Insurance Agency and McDonald's of Marshfield. And Ty, it's all yours.
Yeah, so in our next matchup here at 126 pounds, we got Brock Needham, the champion of last weekend's individual sectional from Holman, a junior, versus Raiden Kramus of Marshfield, a freshman. Raiden has wrestled a few different matches, a few times on the varsity level, more so towards the beginning of the year. And he's definitely got a tall task against Brock Needham here, who is currently ranked 3rd in the state of Wisconsin. He's got Raiden on his back now. Brock's an absolute stud. Raiden's goal coming on out of this match is to avoid the pin, but Brock gets him here in the first period. Tough call, or tough ask for Raiden Kramus against the absolute stud in Brock Needham. So that'll bring the team scores now to 18-3, Holman over Marshfield. The goal here would be to kind of weather the storm of the Holman Vikings. This, I'll say it again, their lower half of their lineup, weight-wise, is full of beasts. So now, coming up next, we have Carter Tollers, sophomore from Marshfield, versus Ollie Strasser, sophomore from Holman. And Carter is going to get position on him and then get rolled. And Carter is going to come back up on top. No score yet. No takedown awarded. And Strasser gets the 3-point takedown through the scramble. And Carter with the reversal here. And bringing the score to 3-2. Carter loves his cradles, and he's very, very good at them. Oh, and they stopped the match because of headgear. Carter's headgear got to get.
No, I'm surprised they waited that long because that headgear was thrown out at least 20, 30 seconds.
They wait until the match is not in
momentum-wise.
Yeah, like there's no scoring potential.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So headgear are not critical. They're obviously meant to protect, but you could definitely wrestle without them for a while. Yeah.
We did as kids.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can go years without them and ask any
That's why we're called head cases at times.
Yeah, that's right. So the score now, 3-2 in favor of Holman. 48 seconds left in the first period. Carter has got to not pull him on top of himself. And Strasser's this is still no control on the part of Strasser, but now he's moving into control and a reversal for Strasser. So 132-pound weight class. Strasser did not wrestle at 132 pounds last weekend. So I think what they're doing, Caleb Egerich, they're moving him up as I was suspecting ahead of time. They're going to move him up to 138, and then they're going to move the other Lancaster or Henderson.
I was going to say, where are they going to move Henderson? He was
Henderson, they'll move him up as well. They're going to start bumping guys up here. So we really need this victory for Carter on this end, and Carter can definitely win this match with his cradle ability, but he's got to get to a spot where he ends up on top in order to sink that cradle. And this is not good for the Tigers. Carter is on his back, got caught in a neck wrench, and there's the pin for Holman. It's a big-time pin for the Holman Vikings.
But Ty, I'm looking here at the 165, 175, 190, and 215 brackets, and none of the Holmans finished in that area.
That's where the strength of our lineup is. Exactly. So it's lower half versus upper half. And now coming out at 138 pounds is going to be Jeremy Smallwood versus Holman Stud from 132, I would imagine.
Events were made for Nuts Deep 2 in Marshfield. Large groups or small private party space is available for your event. Call now for available dates at Nuts Deep 2 in Marshfield.
Yep. So Caleb Egerich from Holman, sophomore. Third place finisher last weekend. They bump him up to 138 pounds. And this is where we would normally have John Sternweiss. And unfortunately, John is out. We got word ahead of this dual meet that the trainer, I'm sure if you had asked John, he'd be wrestling, but the trainer said no. So John is out, which is a huge hit to Marshfield's lineup. You lose an absolute stud like a John Sternweiss, but Jeremy coming in here against Egerich. He's a 17-10 sophomore from Holman. And like I say, he took third last week in individual sectionals. Jeremy was at JV State. I think Jeremy was in the finals, possibly a champion. He's got to get his elbow down here and look away. Don't reach. So there's 49 seconds left. Jeremy's battling hard here. And now he's going to his back, and there's the pin by Egerich. In the first period, about a minute and a half in. Holman now will move their team score to 30-3. They're ranked number 2 in the state for a reason. We're seeing it now, but hopefully the Tigers can
Ty, you
get through this storm.
You mentioned JV State. When did they start having state for
I'm not
JV?
too sure. I think so. I spent a decade down in Nebraska for my job, so I think it was probably during that time because when I got back, I think it was in effect, and I didn't really know anything
this is the
about
first
it.
I've actually heard about it.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so now Nathan Henderson, normally the 138-pounder, is bumping up to wrestle Zach Knack, our freshman. Henderson is an absolute beast. I think he's ranked top 5 in the state. He's actually second in the state. John Sternweiss actually beat him at the Bi-State Classic.
Oh, really?
Yes. He was ranked number 1 in the state at the time, and John Sternweiss beat him.
Okay.
So they're bumping Henderson up here. 244 pounds. So we shall see what the freshman Knack can do against the stud from Holman.
It's interesting, you talk about John Sternweiss, and you look at the weight-wise, and he was an outstanding linebacker for the Tigers last year. And you figure a guy at that weight, but his quickness is what made him a great linebacker.
And leverage, right? So some of the best football players were wrestlers because they understand balance and leverage, and John is no exception to that rule, that's for sure. Henderson is 35-2 sophomore. And as I mentioned, one of those losses came from John Sternweiss. Zach is just doing everything he can to save bonus points for his team. And there's the pin by the Holman sophomore. So I would imagine at this point, Holman will be moving Noah Henderson up in the lineup by a weight class, pushing him to 150, where he will be taking on Cash Kilty, who is in place for another injured Tiger in Trevor Forrest. In the end, the Tigers needed quite a few things to go their way. We definitely got one of them things to come our way, which was the Bob Shear match. But the injuries might just be too much to overcome, along with the fact that Holman's just that good. So this is Noah Henderson. Normally wrestles at 144. Noah did not make it out of the sectional, individual sectional, placing third though, just out of it. So Noah's a 34-12 senior versus Kilty, who's a junior. USA bracketing says 22-15 junior, but I think it's possibly a little bit off. But Henderson here with the 3-0 lead right now. This is, what did we start at? Heavyweight, right? So we got this match, and so we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 matches, including this one. So Marshfield's down by 33. Mathematically, we're still in it. And we are starting to get into the strength of our lineup here. But we got to save all the bonus points we can here.
You know, not to change the subject a little bit, but I just got a text. Of course, spring training started today.
Okay.
Dalton Varsho, who plays for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah.
First time up, hits a home run. What a way to start out the season. I mean, come on.
Yeah, there you go. That's awesome.
I had a chance to talk with him a couple of weeks ago. Had a nice conversation. I've known the family for years. And so,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's tied into wrestling. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
His wife, I believe, is Joe Dolzel's
Dolzel's
daughter, correct?
Yes.
So now Varsho's brother-in-law.
Actually, Brad is married to my wife's boss, Jenna Southworth, who is an outstanding basketball player here.
Yep.
And, of course, then Dalton landed up marrying Brad's sister, Brooke. So, it's all connected to wrestling.
Yep, exactly.
Now that you mention that, yes, definitely.
Yep. Brad, the outstanding wrestler from Marshfield, 3-time state champion, 4-time finalist.
In fact, I think only the 3-time champion, isn't he?
What's that?
He is the only.
He's the only one
at Marshfield.
Yep. And then,
in fact, he works in the Marshfield School District.
Yes, he does. Yep, as a nutritionist. Yep. Down on the far mat. I know we haven't talked much about that one. New Richmond's kind of running away with that one, 47-9 over Monominee right now. Just too many holes in a lineup over at Monominee to overcome. I think they forfeited the bottom 2 or 3 weight classes over there. Virtually impossible to dig out of a hole like that in a sectional like this.
Oh, exactly.
Now, if you're in one of the other 5 sectionals across the state with subpar teams,
you might get by.
You might get by.
At Stratford Plumbing and Heating, your comfort and convenience is their top priority. They service all brands and do complete furnace and air conditioning installation with professional service to Stratford, Marshfield, and the surrounding areas. Call Stratford Plumbing and Heating today. Your home comfort experts, and today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Washforce Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield. And we'd like to thank all of our sponsors who have sponsored the 2026. It's still hard for me to say that yet, but Marshfield sectional here at the LMC Fieldhouse in Marshfield.
Okay. Back to the action here. Noah Henderson winning by a score of 13-0. Started the third period here. Be great if Cash could catch a takedown here. But in reality, what you cannot afford to do is give up a takedown directly to your own back and give up a pin. If you have to, belly out from that takedown to just ensure the tech fall rather than the pin would be. And that's where it landed. Henderson with the tech fall, 16-0. Tough matchup for Cash there against a stud in Henderson. So we move on now to 157 pounds. We'll bring out Sean Slesniko.
So actually,
take that back.
For Easton, actually didn't wrestle then.
Easton is not wrestling. They're bringing out Jaden, which is scary for Easton. Hope he's okay. I'm guessing his knee injury.
Actually, I think when I was down there, He actually, I think it was him, had actually a tightness in the knee and ham area, or
Yep.
down in that area.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they just decided to not wrestle him. So when I was down talking to Coach C, he was standing there with the trainer from Marshfield. So, and he did have a bag of ice with him. So
Yeah. So we have trainer Campbell from Holman, freshman, versus Jaden Landwehr.
So now the question is, Ty, do you turn around and wrestle Hayden?
I think a lot of that depends on the outcome of this match, to be honest. If you're mathematically out of it, then I would not.
Because you don't want to risk
You
the
definitely
injury of
do
him
not.
going to state.
Nope.
3,
4, 5 matches left, including this one. We're down by 38 points, 5 times 6, so actually we're already out of it mathematically, unfortunately. We're down by 38 with 5 matches left. 5 times 6 is 30. So, yeah, unfortunately, and that's probably the reason we have Jaden out here rather than Sean Slesniko. But Sean's not moving on either. So I think, it's unfortunate. Like we needed quite a few things to go our way in the bottom of the lineup.
Because looking at Hayden, you don't want that risk of injury.
Correct.
And he does have a great chance of placing
Oh,
down
for
at
sure.
state.
Yes, he does. Yep. In fact, in his sectional final, he beat the guy ranked 3rd in the state.
Sure.
So, yeah, he absolutely does. I see he is still warming up over there. I think we'll see what Coach C does as far as shifting the lineup to. The other thing, too, here is that,
Because-
now mathematically we're out of this dual meet.
Sure.
Holman will end up taking first here. But we'll end up having to wrestle a wrestleback now against New Richmond. Okay. We haven't wrestled New Richmond, and New Richmond is technically in 3rd place right now. We're technically in 2nd place right now, but 2nd and 3rd place haven't wrestled each other yet. So
we have another
we
match.
have to determine a true second here.
So, Ryan, you're not going home early today. I told my wife I'm not going to be home till 4 o'clock anyway, so what the heck. So New Richmond does win that 59-9, and so most likely Marshfield will be taking on New Richmond in a wrestleback match here that we will have on Zaleski Sports here. So.
Yep. It's mathematical certainty at this point.
So I suppose we'll have another 20-minute break in here.
Yeah, that's correct. Jaden now still only down 3-0 versus trainer Campbell. Campbell, if I recall, I know he didn't make it to state, but he had a pretty decent showing at sectionals. He finished 6th. So if Jaden could sneak out a close match or possibly even a victory in this match, it's just a great thing for Jaden Landwehr. If he's able to do it, he's got to get his arm back and get around the waist of Campbell. Oh, and he's not able to do it, and instead Campbell ends up with the takedown to put himself up 6-0.
So I don't know how they're going to do actually the trophy presentation here with Holman winning it and then having a wrestleback. So it's
Yeah, I would imagine that they're going to have
Holman
Holman.
ain't not
Yeah,
gonna
they're
stick
in
around.
first place for sure.
Yeah.
So I would imagine they'll present the trophy to Holman so that they can hit the road.
Sure.
You know, there's no need for them to hang around and watch a wrestle back. Their destiny is set as far as the team state tournament goes. So, yeah, I would imagine they will be getting the championship trophy here in between sessions.
So what we'll do is we'll have that break in there, and I'll actually, Ryan, I will go down in between sessions here. We'll do that Nasonville Dairy deal for 3 minutes, and right after that presentation, I'll get a hold of Coach Lancaster here. We'll do a quick interview, and then we'll just cut it until the next match here with Marshfield and New Richmond. Then, so, but Marshfield down here 7-0, down 41-3 team-wise. So Holman will be pretty much heading to the state team tournament March 6th and 7th down at La Crosse Center. So good luck to the Holman Vikings. A great wrestling program there at Holman, as they're ranked number 2 in the state. Be a great matchup, I'll tell you, between them and Kaukauna if it happens.
If it happens, I was just looking at the other sectional right now over there in Neenah, and a shocking development over there is number 3 Hortonville lost to number 5 Luxembourg Casco 34-31.
You know, I remember years ago, Luxembourg Casco had a great wrestling program over there.
And they've maintained that. They've been very, very good. And now Jaden Landry has them on his back, but then loses it. Campbell is able to belly out, bringing the score to 14-2, the match score, make it 14-4. But yes, so in the finals over there in Sectional B, Division 1 is Kaukauna versus Luxembourg Casco. So this finals match between Kaukauna and Luxembourg Casco will be the most matches that Kaukauna will lose leading up to the team state final. You know what I mean? Like in their opening quarterfinal down at Team State, Kaukauna, I'll be shocked if they lose a match. In their semifinal, they might lose 1 or 2.
Sure.
You know, they're just not going to lose many matches. They'll lose some matches in this matchup against Luxembourg Casco. But once they get down to Team State, they're not going to lose hardly any matches until they get to the team final against either Holman or we'll see. It might end up being Luxembourg Casco, might end up being, who knows.
So actually, when you think about it, if you look at the rankings, you look at the wrestlers right now against Marshfield, and if Kaukauna does get upset, you'd almost have to figure Holman as a favorite.
Oh, for sure. If Kaukauna gets upset, I think the odds of that are less than 0.5%.
Okay.
You know. So now we've got Sean Slesniko out here versus Nolan Knappmiller of Holman. And I'm guessing that Knappmiller from Holman is, a JV wrestler. This is at the 165-pound weight class. Not seeing Nat Miller's name at 165 pounds from last weekend. Sean had a tough first round. Sean Slesniko had a tough first round at individual sectional last weekend. He was winning the match 3-0 late into the third period and ended up getting tossed and pinned. So felt for him, but he's just a freshman wrestling at a very, very tough weight class for a freshman.
Well, maybe he's got to wrestle his sister more often. Because she knows he can beat her.
Yeah.
Or she can beat him.
Yeah. I think that ship sailed a couple years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
like Sean's gotten so big. Erica's an absolute beast.
Yes.
But Sean's pretty strong and pretty big compared to his sister. But Erica, congratulations to her, sectional champion last night in dominating fashion. Pinned her first two girls at around the 20-25 second mark, and then pinned her finals girl around the 2-minute mark. So
I think she was ranked, I want to say, 2 or 3?
she's ranked second in the state currently, I believe. Coming off a third-place finish last year. Lost to, in the semifinals, lost to an absolute beast in, dang it, now her name escapes me. But anyway, and then came back for a third-place
In the
match
Wrestle back
victory.
there.
Yep. So she's definitely aiming towards super big things next weekend. So it'd be very, very. Maddie Peach was the girl that she lost to in the semifinals last year. Maddie Peach is a national level wrestler, and Erica's climbing that ladder. So Sean now in the top.
So Ava
position.
is actually done for the season now?
Ava is now done for the season. She is. She finished her freshman year in college with a 30-9 record.
Wow, sweet.
In a style, meaning freestyle. It's a style she's not used to wrestling.
Sure.
This is folk style. They're actually quite different from each other. The strategies are quite different. But so she's learning this style as she goes, and she really started coming on strong at the end of the year there. And she was winning the matches against the top 20 girls in the nation. But
well,
Ava,
the thing is, she's also competing against, in that same weight class.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. And Sean's moving in here for a pin against Nat Miller, and then loses the headlock and gets reversed. So Sean winning by 1 point right now. 50 seconds left in the second period. But yeah, Ava wrestled in a D3 national invite a couple weekends back, and 32 teams or whatever there was there. Came in as the 3 seed, ended up in the finals against her very own teammate, who is the number 1 seed, and her teammate is ranked 8th in the country. She's an absolute stud and probably the sweetest kid.
Explain to people why that can happen, that both you can have 2 members of the same team.
Yeah,
in that
so that's a
weight
great
class.
question. So college women's wrestling, and really men's wrestling too, you have open tournaments where quite literally anyone can enter, even high schoolers.
Okay.
Yep. So you can enter as many people as you want into those tournaments. And for the particular one that I'm referencing, that national invite, that tournament organizer set a limit of 15 girls per team, and there's 10 weight classes. So Ava's 110-pound weight class was one of the weight classes where the coaches selected her to also participate against the field and against her own teammate. You know, so it was a great run for her, and now we're cheering on her teammate as she makes her run towards qualifiers or through qualifiers and hopefully into the national championship. So Ava's got a great practice partner down there at Wartburg College.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, so they push each other really well. It's a great thing to see.
And that program down there at Wartburg is, I talked to you earlier, that there's a lot of underclassmen there that are just going to kind of dominate.
Yeah, they got over 40 girls on that Wartburg team. So a lot of great talent, many multi-time state champions, on that team and stuff. So it's very exciting to see. College women's wrestling is, well, it's first year as an NCAA championship, teams or organization. So, all right, so Sean here, up by 3, minute 20 left in the third period. Gets in on a deep single and is going to try to rip him down, dump him, and now Sean's got to get his arm around his waist. There's a takedown. I think not yet. And the takedown instead. Good hips by Holman. Nat Miller Gets the 3 takedown to tie it up, and he's got a cradle lock. Sean's got to fight through this. But Nat Miller is going to, there's no call for near fall yet by the refs. And Sean is going to move with 39 seconds left. He's moving into a position for a reversal and gets it to go up by 2 with 30 seconds left. And the ref is going to reset the match because Slesnikov's headgear was off his head. So here we go, resetting. 25 seconds left in the third period, 2-point match. Nat Miller gets to his feet. He's now down by 1. Slesnikov is going to just play defense here.
Well, he's got 14 seconds to play defense.
Yep. Just got to get low, avoid the throws. 12 seconds left. Slesnikov up by 1. Control wrists and stay low. Good job by Sean on the defense there. He's got to stay low, stay low, stay low. And a great victory there by Sean Slesnikov over the sophomore of Holman.
And it ends that string of 45 straight points by Holman.
Yes,
so.
Exactly correct.
ShedsDelivered.com is your one-stop shop for sheds, barns, cabins, garages, greenhouses, chicken coops, and hunting blinds, all crafted by skilled Amish artisans. See their display lots in Marshfield, Medford, and Wisconsin Rapids. To get more information at ShedsDelivered.com. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectional on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield.
So you brought up whether or not they would wrestle Hayden. So he's walking out on the mat. So obviously they are wrestling him now. I think probably the thought process behind this is that wild card team, the 8th team that comes down to state, I'm unsure how they're determined, first of all, but you can guarantee the results in the finals.
They're going to look at the numbers.
They're going to look at the numbers and see how these team scores play out and things like that. So I'm guessing that's the thought process here with head coach Cody C. Is it's like we got to win as many as we can.
So what do we got? One more match after this?
We have a couple more yet.
A couple more. So, I mean, say we win the next 3 matches, say by pin. Okay, so we pick up
21, or I'm sorry, 18 points.
They're going to your math right
now.
Yeah,
right there.
So
that
gives us so it gives us 24. So I mean, it's a little more respectable than his 6.
Exactly. You know? Yep. So Hayden Carlson, and this is also the starter from Monominee as well. Kolmachewski. I'm sure I butchered it, but 7-4 senior from Holman. Good shot there by Hayden. He's got a hellacious blast double. I don't think we'll hear the crowd quite as loud as they were for the rest of the day as that Bob Shear match or
that
the Carter
very first match, you betcha.
Carter Willicutt match.
Those two matches actually brought the crowd to their feet.
Yep.
You know.
They really did.
Yep.
Hayden with a beautiful tilt here, catching a few near fall.
But, you know, we've got a great turnout for this sectional. I mean, it's just outstanding. So.
Yep.
So, actually, you know, going to this, you know, kind of format, I mean, you look at what it brought into the field house here. I mean, if we had a smaller gym, of course, you know, we wouldn't be able to fit 2 mats on. And I think that's one of the reasons why, you know, you could hold this, say, at Spash, or you could hold it at Wisconsin Rapids. But you look at here, you know, you've got this system here. You put 2 mats right here. It works out beautifully.
It really does.
And plus, we've got the access of, you know, like 3 different camera angles here also, which is really nice. And has our system all set up here that we can bring this, you know, live to you.
Yes.
Here on Zaleski Sports.
You betcha. So Hayden with the 8-1 score to start out the second period here. We're going to go both up. At a bare minimum, Hayden's shooting for a tech fall. There's 3 takedown for Hayden. This is senior from Holman versus junior from Marshfield. There's another 3 takedown for Hayden to put him up 14-2. Now Hayden, from a strategy standpoint, is going to want to get a takedown to the guy's back, right? Because even though he'll go up 17-2 with that takedown, if it's a continuation to the guy's back.
To the back.
Yep.
You can
Then
still
he
keep
still
going,
has
yeah.
the opportunity to pin him. And there's 3 takedown.
And they're going to call it right
And they'll
there.
call it right there. That's the tech fall for Hayden Carlson by a score of 17-2.
With what,
With
a minute 30?
full minute and a half
Yeah,
left
you know,
in the second
So
period. It's
you're
quick
looking
tech
at
fall.
2:30.
Yep. Good job there by Hayden. For Holman in that matchup, just way too much to overcome, much like some of our matchups with
So it looks a little
Holman
more
on the lower
respectable with
weights.
double figures in the
Yep,
single.
exactly. So 45-11 now as we bring out Josh Taylor, our 190-pounder. Josh is also just a junior. He's a stud. Great football player, too.
Boy, I'll tell you, the guy that he's wrestling with, man, he's put together quite well. Wow.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, good practice partners.
Yeah.
Iron sharpens iron on that one. So Josh is a 33-12 junior. We'll see who Holman brings out here.
Next Step Prosthetics, providing prosthetics and orthotics throughout central Wisconsin. Take your next step and contact them today. And big thank you also to Nasonville Dairy, as if you get a chance, pick up some of those fresh cheese curds. They're made daily. Get your cheese curds from Nasonville Dairy in Marshfield, Curtis, or NasonvilleDairy.com.
Well, this is a new one. The refs had him shake hands. Hayden with the victory. And evidently what happened is somewhere along the line here somebody missed an escape because was 17-3, not 17-2.
Oh, really?
So Hayden.
Oh, so we're still wrestling
We're
yet.
still wrestling here. This is Carlson still. Hayden.
What, they figured he didn't get enough from before?
I guess not. Yeah, so Hayden went neutral here to give him another escape. Hayden still shooting for that tech fall. 17-4 it is. I think what happened is in that last sequence, prior to the raising of the hand of Hayden Carlson, they realized that someone along the line missed an escape, making the score 17-3, not 17-2. So we'll get this reset. Now, having said that,
is this a first for you?
this is the first that I've seen kids pulled back from the bench and put back out on the mat to wrestle again.
They say you're always going to have a first.
Yeah. Now, we'll see here. Carlson, there's a
There it
feet
is.
to back, and not going to be able to finish with a pin, but he'll get the tech fall for the second time. So, I don't know if we get 10 points for that now or
It
no.
should. I mean, he had to come back out. I mean, heck. So you win by 16 now. And so,
Yeah.
and
All right.
plus you put 20 points on the board. You should get extra for that.
Yeah.
Too, you know.
All right, Josh Taylor coming up here, 33-12, junior. Versus James Gonzalez of Holman, also a junior. Gonzalez did not wrestle at 190 last weekend. So I think this might be a case of Holman saving their starters for another day. So Taylor lets him go. We'll reset. Match score of 3-1. Josh was one of them from last weekend that lost a heartbreaker. And we sent 2 kids. The very next one that should have gone, based on the results of Saturday and how it went, Josh Taylor was, in my mind, definitely the third one that should have went. He was winning a match late into the third and got tossed and pinned. And had he won that match, I believe he would have won his next one and his next one after that and gone to state. But so it was a heartbreaker of a match because Josh is a stud athlete. So we'll see how this turns out here. We'd fully expect Josh to take control of this match. And he's just a junior too, right?
Yeah,
and then we've got, Hayden as a junior. If we look ahead to...
You got Carter as a junior.
Yep. So if you start to look, and there's Josh moving in for the cradle. Caught a few near fall, I believe. He's going to work to a squealer cradle. You'll watch. He'll scoop that leg and put that leg up on his waist. And once you do that, if you're able to get there, it's almost a lock with regard to a pin, whether or not you're going to get a pin. And he gave up on the squealer. It is difficult to get in that position, but if you get in that position, you're insured a pin.
Okay.
So end of the period there. So when you start looking at Marshfield's lineup, so I have the extreme blessing of being involved at the youth level, at the middle school level, and so I get to see who we got coming and when they're going to get there.
Yep.
Okay, and so for the last.
So you've got your crystal ball out, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the beauty of being a fan.
Exactly.
You get to look that far down
Sure.
the line and try to.
And what's really great is you actually have children involved in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is nice.
So for the last 4 years, I've been saying that next year's team will be one of the best that the Tigers have had.
Okay.
One of the best. They have a shot at being the best. That doesn't mean a state title per se, but the best chance at a state title. Sure. We've got a lot of juniors on this team. We lose a few key seniors that are hard to replace, but we do have kids funneling into that weight class, that void. That
you got Hayden back next year. Sure, you're going to lose a John Sternweiss, but
we're going to lose.
And you've got eighth graders that can move up, and at that freshman level.
Right.
I know back when I was in high school, Gary Kutzenberger was a classmate of mine. He was a freshman. He lined up going to state that year. So it's possible.
It is.
And the program that you guys got going right now at the middle school is just, like I said, it's phenomenal.
Yep.
And I couldn't believe the girls that are out also, which is actually it's great because you look at Wausau West's girls program and it's just huge.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of.
Yep.
And so you turn around and Marshfield's starting to be the same way.
Yep. Josh Taylor there with the pin in the second period, bringing the team score to 45-17. But yes, you're right. So last year, Ava was a 4-year starter on the boys team. She was joined by Erica. She was the only girl, obviously, and then she was joined by Erica when Erica was a freshman, Ava was a sophomore. They were the only 2 girls all the way through.
Sure.
And they're kind of a different breed. They don't mind, they grew up wrestling boys, and they, it's a tough thing to ask of a girl.
Sure.
But that's how they grew up, so they're used to it. But it took, in order to expand on women's wrestling, Wisconsin did the right thing by saying that this year girls will be separate. Girls are not allowed to wrestle boys at the high school level.
Well, they can for just this 1 year yet, right?
No, they can't.
Oh,
now,
they can't.
What they can do is you can't flip-flop back and forth.
Oh, right.
You can start out wrestling on a boys team, but then you're locked in
You're
for
locked
the
in
whole year.
For the whole year.
Yep. And I am unaware of any girl in Wisconsin that's doing that.
Yep.
Because you don't need to.
Exactly.
You can. The competition amongst these girls in Wisconsin now is elite competition. These girls are really, really, really good.
So how many girls teams are there actually in the state of Wisconsin right now?
Oh, I would guess. That's a flat-out guess, but I would say
I heard
120.
Is it that many?
Yeah, I would think so.
Really? Wow.
Okay, out here now, we got James Haferman, the sophomore from Marshfield versus Braxton Schomburg, also a sophomore. So with James here, the sophomore, catching his first varsity match of the year, I'm pretty sure. And Braxton Schomburg, bracket wrestling or USA bracketing, has him at a 6-12 sophomore. So neither starter from neither team is out here on the mat right now. Jace Frick giving up his spot to James Haferman, who gets the reversal here to bring the margin to 1 point with 10 seconds left in the first period. James is going to try to run that Blair ride, it would appear. He's got short time, so he just doesn't want to give up any points here, finish on top. So,
But, this has to be a motivational for him, okay? As coming in, JV all year long pretty much, and all of a sudden now you're wrestling in the championship of a team sectional. Yeah. I mean, that's got to be a motivational deal for him.
Yeah, silver lining of a loss like this, obviously this loss hurts. It's not necessarily unexpected. You're going against an elite team in Holman, but it hurts nonetheless. But the silver lining coming out of it is exactly what you just said. You get these underclassmen get an opportunity to wrestle in front of a big crowd.
Exactly.
And do what they love. It's such a mental sport. I mean, it's a 24/7 sport.
Yes.
Certainly during the season. And a lot of times for the best wrestlers in the state, they're wrestling year-round. So it ends up being like, it's 340 days like where you're monitoring diet and working out and so it's not a that there's pros and cons to each sport. There's comparisons you can make, but wrestling, unlike any of them out there, it's a 24/7 discipline thing, where you go to bed at night thinking about wrestling. You wake up thinking about wrestling. Your discipline is round the clock revolved around wrestling. Technique, mental toughness, diet, exercise. It just never ends, health.
I know a gentleman that was wrestling down in the Iowa State tournament this week, and he had to lose 5 pounds before he went to the state tournament. So your body. I mean, how does your body adjust? Of gaining weight and losing weight just constantly, and like you says, 340 days out of the year.
Yeah. For the elite level wrestlers, that's it's like any sport. You got to go year round now if you want to be one of the best.
Yeah.
But wrestling is just it's a different animal when it comes to the extras that go into it. Here's James coming back here with a 2-point reversal here, putting him up by 1.
Well, they got him up by 2.
Yeah, they got him up by 2 now. It was 3-2. Thought they just gave him a reversal. We'll take the 5-3 for now.
Or did he get an escape?
They may have awarded an escape. I didn't see an escape. They may have awarded loss of control on the part of Holman.
All you got to do is just keep really moving so you don't get nailed for stalling.
Exactly, yep. You got to get up to your base. And I don't think there's a stall call on James at the moment. So you can definitely afford to take a warning.
Sure.
There's James turning in for the leg. He's got her up in the air and
they give him
lost control, but he gets his escape to go up by 3. Trying to get into a whip over position. Now he's going in front head. James is going to want to snap his head to the mat here. Yeah, you just need to snap his head to the mat. Sprawl here.
We're down to 7.
Got to push on the thighs.
5, 4.
Well, we got a minute left yet.
Oh, is there a minute?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, I missed that minute.
Yep. So, but Haferman gets the takedown to go up 9-3. Almost caught some near fall there. Good call by the ref. or no call, I should say. So James was one of them we had on our middle school team last year, and
And here he is on the main stage.
yeah,
You know.
in the sectional team
Yeah,
final.
exactly.
So you never know when you're going to get called upon. Be ready. And James going to get nailed there with
Well, that's
full
just like your
Nelson.
son today. You know, who ever thought John Sternwitz to get hurt?
Yeah,
And
right.
all of a sudden, boom.
Yep.
Here he is.
Yep.
You know.
And, you always be ready. So,
That's kind of like a pinch hitter in baseball. You got to be ready at all times.
You gotta be ready.
You know.
Yep. Nice breakdown there by James. Roll attempt there by Schomburg from Holman. And there he's going to just about get the roll, but James gets his balance,
Nice move.
gets his
Nice
hips
move.
moving, and moving in
And
for
we've
near
got a
fall, and
count.
is going to score bonus points as a result for near fall to finish out the
Yes.
match, put him up 13-4, 9-point margin, 4 team points for that 9-point margin.
job.
Good job there by James Haferman. Happy to see that. And that'll do it for our dual meet.
I was going to say, not nice way to end the season, but we got one more yet.
We got one more yet. Yep.
So Holman lands up winning, 45-17, and they will be going to La Crosse to compete in the state team tournament on March 6th and 7th at La Crosse Center. But we got another match to go on here as New Richmond will take on now Marshfield in the Wrestle back. As Ty was explaining, there's 7 sectionals, but there's a wild card team, and we're going to see actually who's going to finish second in this.
And actually, I need to double check this because there might be even. Let me have a look at this. Yes, that is what we got. Marshfield versus New Richmond. Yep.
Okay. So we're going to take about a 20-minute break here. I'm not sure what they're going to do on the presentation here of the championship plaque, but I know dang well they're going to hand it to Holman, so Holman can get out of here. And of course, Holman, we're so used to teams from the Wisconsin Valley, but we had them from the Wisconsin Valley and also the Big Rivers Conference here today. But congratulations, representation of the Mississippi Valley Conference.
Yes.
With Holman. So,
and we're an update on Sectional B over there in Neenah. Kaukauna wins that dual meet. Looks like by a score of 59-11.
59-11.
So they just took out. So Luxembourg Casco took out the third-ranked team in the state, and Kaukauna just took out Luxembourg Casco by a score of 59-11. So
Okay.
they are who we thought they are.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're the real deal. So,
Yep.
so fans are starting to leave here, but I think Marshfield fans will be sticking around.
Yep.
And as I see Nate down there. I will get a quick interview with Coach Lancaster, and then what we're going to do is we're going to cut off, and we'll have a 20-minute break in here, and we'll be back for the Wrestle back with Marshfield and New Richmond. boy, this is going to set the pace of what's going to happen in this sectional. It's like, but it was a great match between the two big boys.
They did a great job, and when you have two athletic heavyweights like that, it's always exciting. So hats off to the Marshfield heavyweight. He did a great job.
Yeah, in fact, great job by the Tigers this year, and I wish you and your team the best of luck down at the state team tournament, March 6th and 7th down at La Crosse Center, and good luck to you, and hope you can bring the state championship home.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You betcha. Coach Lancaster, thank you very much. Good luck to you. Again, a great job by the Holman Vikings, and we'll be back in just a little bit as we're going to get reorganized here, and it'll be New Richmond against the Tigers in the Wrestle back. And welcome back to the LMC Home Improvement Fieldhouse. And we're going to actually the second place now match on a wrestle back here as Marshfield Tigers will be taking on New Richmond Tigers. So it's Tigers against Tigers here this afternoon, folks. And we got the first match in 106. So, Ty, I'm going to turn it over to you here.
Whew, had to run back up.
Yeah,
here.
I know.
I didn't realize you were going to start that fast.
There's 26 steps coming up here.
Yeah. So we got Alex Davis here, sophomore from Marshfield versus Sturba of New Richmond, freshman. And have a look at how these boys did last weekend. Looks like Sturba was he's a 21-19 freshman for New Richmond. Davis, 31-14 sophomore. And Sturba was a first round exit at individual sectionals. Davis won 2 matches before falling to Jackson Freeman in the semifinals.
I know it's a long run up here. You got to catch your breath.
Yeah, I ran from the other side of the school here. And Davis moves in for the takedown here to put himself up by 3. So Tigers versus Tigers. Okay. As we look ahead here, if the Marshfield Tigers were to come out with a victory here, finishing in second place, which is going to be no small feat here. We're full of injuries now, especially I understand Easton Ledden will not be wrestling this one either.
Okay.
So we lost a state qualifier out today. And John Sternweiss, who is last year's state qualifier and an absolute stud, we don't have him either. So,
well, you know, talking about John quick here, Ty, I talked to Daryl and I can't remember her first name. Brenda, yes. And I was talking to him before, and actually it will not end his wrestling career, as he has been accepted to Augsburg, and he's going to wrestle at Augsburg next year.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
So that's really great, because I'd hate to see John go out, you know, on his wrestling career with an injury like that, and because he is not just an excellent athlete, but an excellent gentleman also.
Yeah, he's certainly a fun kid. I did not have him in middle school. I started middle school coaching. I think it was maybe John's freshman year. It had to have been John's freshman year. So, but yeah, I've heard some great stories about John in middle school.
Well, I can tell you.
You could always find him under the bleachers.
Well, I could tell you some
understand.
dang stories, but we can't say them on the air. But out at my senior year, out at their farm out there, so it's like we'll just leave it at that, okay?
And there's Alex moving in for a 5-1 lead now over Sturba. This dual meet is going to be a lot closer than certainly originally intended, just purely from an injury standpoint. So there's going to be, if you look at the scores from last round, the New Richmond Tigers crushed Monominee in that matchup. So, and the Marshfield Tigers crushed Monominee as well, but I think we're going to see some fireworks for this dual meet here. So if the Marshfield Tigers were to come away with a victory here over New Richmond, that'd put us in second place in our sectional. And over in Sectional B, which is in Neenah at the moment, Kaukauna wins that sectional, beating Luxembourg Casco by a score of 62-11. We had to break. We closed. I said 59-11. I don't think it was quite done yet. So final score is 62-11. Okay. So hopefully the WIAA will be pulling the second place team from either this sectional or the sectional over in Neenah. Sectional B as in boy. It better be coming out of one of those two sectionals. Otherwise,
oh, sure. Exactly.
You know.
And the thing is, I think too, if you put up a high number here in this second place match here, that's going to help you immensely.
Yes. And my one concern is that we did have a so it's if what I just mentioned comes to fruition, where they're pulling the second place team from either our sectional or the sectional over in Neenah, if we were to win this dual meet against New Richmond, then it's us versus Luxembourg-Casco.
Sure.
As far as who gets the trip to state.
I mean, are they going to look at the upset that Luxembourg-Casco had with the number 3?
I think they'll look at that, and my biggest concern is we lost by 1 to Luxembourg-Casco earlier this year.
See, now you're going back to the head-to-head competition.
Yes, exactly. So,
but the thing is, you have to look too at injury-wise. Who did we have injured back then, or what?
Yep.
So it's hard to tell. If you look, say, if you had a key member missing in that Luxembourg-Casco Marshfield,
yep,
and all of a sudden, next thing you know, that quality or one that was missing is a state qualifier.
Right.
That makes a difference right there.
Right. And I would hope what they'll look at instead is the lineup from individual sectionals. Everyone goes into individual sectionals with the very best lineup you could possibly have.
Yep.
So look at that lineup, compare the two, and then run the numbers from there. But now I'm looking way ahead because we got a lot of business to take care of right in front of us here as Alex Davis is doing his part. It's 10-2, but everything that I'm talking about all stems on us winning this dual meet that's right in front of us, which is, it would be a huge accomplishment just in and of itself. So we got to get there first. Got to crawl before we can run here.
So now you look at this compared to the first match that we had against Monominee, and we take these first two like we did against Monominee, you're sitting in a good spot.
Well, this one we're expected to take, the one that Alex just took.
Yep.
So we got to take the ones that are supposed to be close on paper. Those are the ones we got to take.
That's the one you got to take.
Yep.
Today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectional on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Forest Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield. And First Choice Credit Union in Marshfield serves anyone who lives or works in Wood, Marathon, Clark, or Portage counties. Make First Choice Credit Union your first choice for loans. So Marshfield takes a 4-0 lead here in the Wrestle back here for second place.
And we'll make it 10-0. Kipton Trainer just accepted the forfeit at one.
So the one against Menominee, we jumped out to an 11-0. Here we take, a 10-0 lead. So, and of course, we're going to miss. Well, actually, 6 points when John took the medical one, and have to wrestle in that. I don't know, is your son wrestling in John's spot there?
Yeah,
also?
we'll see. I would imagine it'll be between him and Jeremy Smallwood. Smallwood's been getting the start here in the couple of dual meets, in the couple of dual meets. I think Jeremy's got 2 starts here, so we shall see what Coach Steve decides to do. Now we've got Micah Bremer versus Walker Weidlich. So what they're doing here is they move Micah up a weight class, and this is a tall task for Micah. He's wrestling a stud in the New Richmond Junior, runner-up last weekend in individual sectionals. So he is state bound. Walker is. So
Micah finished what? Is that third in conference this year? Somewhere around there? Third, fourth?
That is a good question. You know what the irony is nowadays? Is that there's much, much less of an emphasis put on conference results. I'm not sure where Micah ended up.
Let me
but
take a look here once. Let's see. Micah finished third.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah, I pulled this one off the Wisconsin Valley stat sheet there. So.
Yep.
And actually, it's very nice. They got it all the way to 5th place on here, so works out really nice.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And Micah at individual sectional was an absolutely stacked bracket. his record going into sectionals was like 26-10 or something like
Sure.
that. He got the 8th seed with that record.
What?
Yeah, and it was really the correct seed. It just goes to show you how tough his bracket was. He had 36-7, 27-14, 34-16, 35-7, 37-12, 34-10. 28-13, 47-2.
But the thing is, you look at those records, but to me that doesn't mean anything. Who did they wrestle?
There's no doubt about it, and the way that, thankfully, the way that the seeding criteria works is number one criteria is head-to-head.
Sure.
So that's the good thing. And number two criteria actually is common opponent, and then you get into state champion after that and state qualifiers and so on. So the seeding was correct for him being an 8th seed, but he was just in a hammer of a bracket.
Sure.
So Micah here down 3-0 against WIAA from New Richmond. And they're going to call potentially dangerous there.
Now Micah's what, a sophomore?
He is just a sophomore.
Okay.
So really, really promising future for Micah moving forward here. He's a hard worker, and that's all that matters. If you're a hard worker.
He's a good piano player, too, because he –
Is he really?
Yes, he was actually in the same class actually had the same piano teacher as my daughter did.
Really?
And he's a very good piano player.
Well, he never told me that. That's my favorite instrument. All right, so WIAA, like I say, was a runner-up last weekend. Lost to Lancaster from Holman in the finals, but WIAA is a 39-8 junior versus Micah is actually doing a really good job. So Coach C is thinking with this with this push of Micah up to 120, in his mind he's looking at Micah going, I think you can hang with this kid and try to avoid the pin, right?
Yep.
Like we took the forfeit at 113 with Kipton Schreiner there and bumping Micah up, and then we'll bump the next guy up and so on. So
and the thing is, if we avoid the pin here or even the major, we're only going to give him 3 points and still have a 7-point lead.
Mm-hmm. So they'll be moving Carter Willicat up to 126. And Micah's in a tough spot here. That's a tight hold, but Micah is injured. Did his shoulder pop out again? WIAA currently winning 10-0, 30 seconds into the second period. Trainers out there checking out Micah's shoulder.
So would it fall under a medical possibly?
Yeah, it's definitely, so it's injury time right now. I can't remember if you're afforded 2 or 3 minutes of injury time. It's something like that. And if you can't continue after that time, then you forfeit.
Okay.
But in the case of medical and so on, since WIAA didn't put him in an illegal hold of any sort.
Oh, okay.
There's
where we had the other one with John.
Yeah, the other one with John was called
with
an illegal slam.
Yep.
So therefore, then if John cannot continue, he's afforded the victory.
Okay.
Because of an illegal situation by the other wrestler. And Micah, wrestling up a weight class like this against a stud in WIAA from New Richmond. Like I say, it's a really big ask for Micah. Short time. There's only 4 seconds left if you can keep fighting it. Ran out of time. That's
14.
Great effort there by Micah to avoid the pin and hold off. pretty sure it was Weidelec's choice on that one, and in that situation, the strategy would be Weidelec taking top because he doesn't want to take both up because as soon as you take down Micah, now Tech falls, so the match is over.
Yep.
He wants to take top because he wants to tip him. He wants to pin him.
You betcha.
And get those 16 points rather than the 5 that you get with
a
the
wrestler
Tech fall.
feels much better with a pin.
You betcha. That's the goal.
A Tech,
Yep. And now Micah was just warned for stalling, which gives 1 point for New Richmond, which makes it a Tech fall victory. So Micah did his job in that situation. He went out and avoided a pin against a stud from New Richmond. Also, Micah wrestling up a weight class. So he did his job. So they're going to push Carter Williquette here up to 126. So he's wrestling up a weight class as well.
Brad Krecklau and Ian Pierce are your rural mutual insurance agents in Marshfield. They offer a full line of insurance products. Contact them today for a free quote. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield.
All right, well, we're going to see who. So they're putting out Benjamin Wilhelm Jr. from New Richmond. Wilhelm won his first match in individual sectional, lost his next one by major decision, and then lost his next one by fall. So this is the strategy here on the part of Marshfield, bumping Carter up because they're expecting that Carter will pull out a victory here against Benjamin Wilhelm here. Wilhelm, a 25-13 junior from New Richmond. So pretty good record. Williquette has a 26-12 record, but at a lower weight class. So this will actually turn out to be, I'm sure, to be a pretty darn good battle here. Carter had talked to him after the last round there. He had one hell of a match against Rex Lancaster there from Holman. Great battle, overtime fight, and lost in overtime, but just a great battle. And it showed everyone on the state level that he's definitely at that level. So now he's got a peel top hand. New Richmond had him in they call it a Russian arm tie. Nice shot there by Williquette. He's got to keep his feet in, but his feet came off the mat. So a beautiful change that they made last year, couple massive changes. They changed the scoring for wrestling in the sense in an individual match. Takedown wasn't worth 2 points anymore, it was worth 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the past, it used to be near fall. If you swipe twice, it's 2 near fall. So if the ref swipes 2, 3, or 4 times, it was, well, I'm trying to think back now. This is only 2 years ago, but it was either it was 2 near fall points, 3 near fall points.
Yep.
And in order to get 3 near fall points, the ref had to swipe 5 times. Now they simplified.
But I think they moved it now. You get 4 points with
4 swipes.
With 4 swipes.
Yep, 3 points with 3 swipes, 2 points with 2 swipes, and if the ref only swipes once, there's no points.
Right.
Okay. And then, like I say, the takedown got modified from 2 points to 3 points. Now, the other big change that they made, which was an obvious one to make all along, is the out-of-bounds rule or off-mat rule. It used to be so subjective on the part of the referee, as far as
it was
a judgment call. And it's like, why are we doing this? Why don't we remove the subjectivity and put rules in place that make it set in stone what is truly out of bounds? So they did that, thankfully. So inbounds is considered any 1 point of contact. It could be a fingertip inbounds by one wrestler, any one wrestler. is considered inbounds. Now,
Well, that's like a couple of them here. We question that, they still had a foot.
yep, still have a foot in. Yep. So one thing, though, is that one thing that is clarified with that is the mat is not a cylinder, so it doesn't extend up. The boundary doesn't extend upward. So if your foot is hovering over the mat but not touching the mat, you're out of bounds. You know what I mean? Like
Sure.
If everything else is out of bounds and your foot is hovering over the mat but not touching the mat in bounds, you're still out. You're still out. So it's got to be a point of contact is the emphasis. It's got to be in contact, in bounds. And that's what the reason I bring that up is because that situation just before was exactly what it was. Like Carter's leg or his foot was in bounds just now on that takedown just before. His foot was in bounds, but his foot came off the mat, so therefore out of bounds.
So do we have a timeout here? Or
looks to be like it looks to be like a blood timeout on the part of
because
I
I see the flashing 4, so I mean.
Yeah, so the flashing 4 is the kid that has blood time taken off, which would be New Richmond. So now they stopped blood time and stopped flashing. Okay. Blood time is from the time they stop the match and when they see the blood and stop the match, blood time starts. And you're only allowed 5 minutes of blood time. Not only. And it's extremely rare that anyone ever runs past blood time.
Sure. Then you got to get a transfusion.
Yeah. But you got to forfeit your match first.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but anyway, normally you'll hardly ever see a match decided by blood time because blood time stops once you stop the bleeding.
Okay.
So if you stop the bleeding and then you spend 5 minutes cleaning up blood, you're not penalized for the 5 minutes that it took to clean up the blood.
Sure.
So Carter here, down by a score of 4-1. And he had mentioned to me that just before this dual meet started, he had mentioned to me that he's got a tough one coming up. Now, I just assumed he meant against WIAA, who he lost to at individual sectionals, last Saturday. Lost by 3 or whatever it was. I assumed that's what he was talking about, but he was probably talking about the fact that he's getting bumped up a weight class and wrestling another good kid. So we're going into the third period.
How do you set your mind when you're actually, figure you're going to go against a person in that weight class, and all of a sudden, boom, you're jumped to a different weight class going against a stud. I mean, how do you refocus your mind?
Well, I think you look at it like a wrestling practice because in practice you're wrestling guys that are heavier or lighter than you all the time as well. You're not all at the same weight class.
Sure.
So you're wrestling guys 2-3 weight classes above you.
Oh, sure, exactly.
In practice. So that's how I would look at it. It's like, well, this is just like practice where I'm wrestling, Bob, who's way bigger than I am, So not Bob Shearer.
That's who I was thinking. You didn't think of that before you said it.
I forgot we had a Bob.
I was.
Yeah, we don't want Carter wrestling Bob.
I was going to say, boy, there's a weight difference there. I'll tell you.
Yeah, coaches would not allow
Carter
I don't
think
to wrestle
they would.
Bob.
No, exactly. Hillers is now Ace Hardware and is Central Wisconsin's Milwaukee Tool Destination Center. On the job or in the woods, be ready to fight the winter elements. Check out Hillers' large selection of heated gear to keep you warm wherever you go this winter. Hillers, Ace Hardware in Marshfield.
55 seconds left here for Carter's match, down by 2. Wilhelm moves in on a single. Carter's got a whizzer in. He's in a tough spot here, but he's got to keep pressure on that shoulder. Keep pressure on that shoulder. Understand where he's at on the mat. Get off mat, which he does. So they'll reset. 37 seconds here. Carter's got to get to his ties, his attacks, and get to his shots to capture this takedown, which would put him up by 1. Yep. Looking for an arm drag there. Nice. Ooh, almost gets to a Fireman's, but misses it. Richmond, kudos to him, is not stopping his attacks. So 21 seconds left here as they reset to the middle of the mat. Carter's hit. Smart by New Richmond to get into that Russian arm tie. It's a time-burning tie, and Carter's in just about in on that blast double. He's running out of time. 3 seconds left, and New Richmond's just going to run away.
Tough loss.
Yep, and take the victory there by a score of 4-2. Was a tough loss, but on the flip side, you sit there and go, why did the Marshfield Tigers bump Carter up? Well, the reality of it is, otherwise Carter was going to have to just take a forfeit.
Sure.
At 113. So, all right, moving on to the next one here. Team scores: Marshfield up by 2, 10-8. Carter Toller's now in at 132 pounds versus Gavin Zajac. And I'm sure Gavin wrestled this weight class, I would think. And yes, he did. Gavin was the 3 seed last weekend, so this is going to be a tough battle for Carter Tollers here. Zajac ended up finishing 7th last weekend. I can guarantee head coach Cody C. is really hoping for Carter Tollers to end up. Oh, and he's getting put on his back, and a quick pin by Zajac. He was a 24-13 senior.
44 seconds.
Yeah, that was a tough one there for Tollers, so that pushes New Richmond ahead in the team score. It'll put them up 14-10. And now we have Trip Gardner coming out here. He's our middle son.
Rice has more than floors in Marshfield. Stop in today for quality window treatments, paint, tile, remnants, and quality flooring. Visit their showroom, visit their website, or give them a call on Monday. And Valley Communities Credit Union for 90 years. Valley Community Credit Union has been part of your hometown team. Local, trusted, strong Valley Communities Credit Union, where community comes first. Federally insured by NCUA.
So here is Trip Gardner, the freshman, versus Lincoln Lunsman. Lincoln is a 30-15 junior. Trip's been wrestling mostly pretty much JV the entire year. And he's been asked to step in here against Lunsman. The junior, we'll see where Lunsman finished last weekend. Finished in 5th in the 138-pound weight class up there in Monominee. So this is definitely one where head coach Cody C. is putting Trip in and hoping that Trip can avoid the pin. But Lunsman's got him tight. It's going to be a tough asking bridge out of this spot. A lot of time on the clock yet, so this is going to be
He's fighting.
a ton of energy spent.
You betcha.
Yeah.
It's got to
He
just
has
be
got that one elbow up. And he's got his arm through, and he's got out.
Boy, he had to be like millimeters there.
Yeah, it had to
Wow.
have been close. He's got to get his elbow down and look away here, which he does. 5 seconds left. Lunsman goes up by a score of 7-0. Looks like blood time on Marshfield. Yep.
Felker Brothers of Marshfield, a leading manufacturer of stainless steel products. Congratulations, student athletes across central Wisconsin, on your accomplishments, both on and off the courts and the fields and on the mats. Best of luck this season from Felker Brothers of Marshfield, and discover Marshfield's wellness destination, Be Well Studio. Experience cutting-edge recovery tools like hydro massage, infrared sauna, red light therapy, EMF, and more, all designed to help your body and mind feel that best. Each 15 to 30-minute session is just $29 with memberships and packages available. Book your wellness session today at BeWellStudio.com. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectional on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force and Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield.
There's a earned escape there by Gardner to start out the second period here. So 7-1. Nice sprawl there. New Richmond got in on a shot. Got to keep sprawling, laces down, keep your hips down, and just keep sprawling. Reset to the middle here. He's got to circle in. Well, we'll see if that sequence there at the end of the first period, avoiding that pin, we'll see how that plays out here within this match. Could end up being a huge turn of events here.
So far during this match, I know he's his son, and of course your father with a lot of information. But has he done everything right? I mean,
So far, he's done everything to the best of his ability as a freshman right now, with the exception of I would rather have seen him elbow down and head up and away on that half that Lunsman got on him in the first period. But he was able to fight through it and get out.
Exactly.
And that's the main thing. So he's just getting nailed with stalling here, putting another point for Lunsman on the board, 11-1. Now the match score. Got to roll that wrist out. And now green with the warning for stalling. And they'll reset.
To me, they're fast with that stalling call.
Yeah, they have been today. Yes, they have been. It's one of the subjective parts of wrestling. Thankfully, there's very, very few of them, subjective scenarios. But yeah, I would say today they've been pretty quick with it. Yeah. That's okay. Like, as long as you're consistent throughout that whole day with it, that's fine.
At least, the wrestlers know if you're going to get these same officials, or and they're consistent with that call, that's perfectly fine.
Yep,
I mean, that's the same thing when I umpire baseball. As long as you were consistent with that strike zone, calling that outside, inside corner, you can't do anything else.
That's right. Yep. Oh, and he's got a deep bar and half here, so Chip's going to want to get his hips down and away, but Linsmeyer is in tight now, and that's going to be really tough to avoid for a full third period. If he's able to get out of this, and he does, and he gets an escape coming out of it. It's putting the score at 15-2. Probably blood time now for Gardner. Okay, well, he's been in two tough spots and got out of two of them, or both of them so far.
Even though, by the way the score is right now, he's going to lose this match.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, it's something he can build on.
Exactly right.
You know, he got out of 2 situations. 2. You know, getting out of 1 is hard enough, but getting out of 2 situations where you could have gotten pinned, and as a freshman, learning that. You know, because you can go back on film and look over, see what I did wrong, and learn from it.
Well, I tell our youth and our middle schoolers, it's like we seek battles. We're seeking battles. And if victories come along the way, those are just cherries on top.
Sure.
But we want the battles. And if we go out and have a great battle that we lose, we don't care because we achieved our goal of seeking great battles.
Sure.
And when if you go out and pin somebody in 10 seconds versus if you go out and lose a hard-fought match right at the end for the entire match.
What did you learn in just that 10
Exactly
seconds?
right. I want that hard-fought battle that you lost right at the end. That's okay. At the youth and middle school level, that's great. And at the when you're a freshman, sophomore, that's okay.
Yeah.
We're seeking battles here. We're not seeking
and
if victories come along the way, that's great.
And that's the way I thought about baseball also with the little kids. You learn the fundamentals first. And later on, your junior, senior year, then you worry about the wins.
Yes. Yep. And now he's in deep on a single. He's got to let that go and belly out, and that will be the tech fall for Lunsman by a score of 18-2.
You know, you look at that score, but the thing is, like we talked about, he's going to learn from that.
Yep. And I think that's probably, going into that match, Coach C is hoping for maybe Tripp to keep it to a major or a tech fall, but just do whatever you can to not get pinned against
the
this
thing
30
is, he
and
might
15
not listen
junior.
to Dad. He might listen to me when I say that to him, but, who knows? I've got a daughter that way. She'll listen to Mom, but she won't listen to Dad, so, but.
Yep. Kids are funny that way.
Yeah, you got that right.
Yeah.
I went through 3 of them.
Okay.
I've got one that's 47.
Oh, okay,
He still doesn't listen.
All right, now we got Zach Kanak of Marshfield, the freshman, versus Ethan Otto of New Richmond. Gonna check out this. No, Otto. I remember watching him earlier today. He's a pretty good wrestler. He is a 31-14 sophomore. So this will be if Zach can stick with this kid in any way, would be a massive victory for Zach. Even if it's a close loss, that's still a big victory. But Zach is definitely no slouch. He's definitely one of our best freshmen. Sean Slesniko is in that conversation for sure, obviously, and it's a good freshman class, and then next year these kids are, well, like you say, they're all these freshmen are getting this invaluable experience out here, and it keeps them hungry.
Yep, exactly.
It shows them that, I can do this.
Yeah.
Like, I got a shot. I can score on these varsity wrestlers. And that's the victories within the match.
Yep.
Like you scored on a 30-15 varsity wrestler,
the thing is, you get the state. Yeah, you're on the big stage. Here you've got the medium stage, but you're learning from here to get to the big stage.
Yep. Nice defense there by Zach, but he's getting put back on his hip, and Zach just got to pinch down with his thighs and keep them ankles, and they'll call stalemate, which they did. So good defense there by Zach. Well, when Ava was a freshman, she wrestled most of her. I mean, she started wrestling when she was in 3rd or 4th grade.
Sure.
And I could tell when she was a freshman, she wanted to go out for wrestling, but she also knew she'd be the only girl on a phenomenal boys team.
Yeah.
And I stood her in front of our stairs at home, and I said, listen, let's just keep your freshman year goals simple. Let's get through your freshman year. Mm-hmm. That's the goal. Because if you can make it through your freshman year in wrestling on a D1 team that's really good,
that's right.
That's a huge accomplishment.
You bet.
So, and let's pretend that goal is at the top of the stairs up there. Now, from here, down here where you're standing, that goal looks unattainable. because it is. You can't jump from way
Sure.
down here
Yep.
to the very top
You
of the
gotta
stairs.
take one step
But
at
what
a
you
time.
can do is you can take that first step.
That's right.
That first step is not that hard, which is, go to the meeting.
Yep.
Go to the first meeting. And then the next step is go to your first practice. And then before you know it,
And the thing about that is too, Ty. All of a sudden you go to the meeting and the guys will go, hey, what are you doing here?
yeah, that's literally how it went, actually.
And exactly, they walk in the door and it's like, what are you doing
Yeah,
here? And she says, I want to kick your butt. So yeah. But you think about it, she's a founder.
yeah.
She's a founder.
Yeah.
She laid
She's
the
a
stepping.
pioneer.
Yep. That was the word I was looking for.
Yep.
She laid that stepping stone.
Yep.
For girls wrestling at senior
Yep.
high.
Yep. And so it was, and actually that was her freshman year. Well, that team ended up qualifying for state.
Yeah.
So she wrestled down in the barn.
Yeah.
And I remember, because that down at the barn.
And there's guys here that have never wrestled in the barn.
Yes. Yes. And so in the barn, that atmosphere is way different than the atmosphere
yes.
at individual state.
Yes.
At individual state, you have the support of your community. They want you to succeed and they want you to do well. But your results don't determine their own kids' results or anything.
Sure.
In the barn, the community is relying
Yes,
on
it
you.
is. Yep. Yeah.
So it's a different level of pressure.
Exactly.
Way different.
Yep.
And there's Zach now down by 2 points, 5-3. But anyway, I remember watching her warm up in the barn before her first match. And going into that team state tournament, she was so nervous that all she would do is just get pinned every time. She was so nervous. She goes, I don't think I'm even be able to help my team. And I'm going, girl,
And she's got it in her head, I don't belong here.
yeah, and it's like, girl, you're one of many reasons why they're here in the first place.
That's right.
So
You're the one that put points on the board.
yeah, and so it's like
that got you here.
yeah, and so you're one of many teammates that got them all here in the first place. So she went out there, and I could see her warming up, and she's looking around, and that look of holy crap, only girl in the building,
Yep.
in the entire building. She goes out there and wins her match against that kid down there, and Marshfield wins the duel, and they crushed the opening team. So when that duel got over with, I went down there. I go, were you a little nervous before that match? And she goes, Dad, I was so nervous and blah, blah, blah. And I go, well, let me tell you something. That level of pressure that you felt before that match is a level of pressure that few human beings will experience in their life. And you pushed through, and you even got a victory. Now, remember, now we're standing at the top of the stairs. Look back down at the bottom where we were just 4 months ago. And remember how far you can come in a short amount of time.
How many steps did you
if
take?
you just take the step. So
it's kind of like when you brought that, she was amazed of, the field house, the barn, okay? So it's kind of like, remember the movie The Hoosiers, okay? Where they walk into the big field house and all of a sudden they says, bring out the ruler. The basket is still 10 feet there as it is at home. The thing is, it's not any different than you right here in this gym. There, you're wrestling a person one-on-one.
Yep, exactly. So third period here for Zach. He's doing a really good job here against Ethan Otto. He's down 9-3, but Otto is a good wrestler. He's a 31-14 sophomore that finished in 5th last weekend. So there's Zach with a great roll, somersault.
That was sweet.
And puts the score at 9-5, I believe. No, 9-4. It was 9-3.
Must have been a reversal, huh?
And now he's looking for a throw. But what he did do is
ran out of time.
He kept it within a decision
Yep.
for his team. So only 3 team points there for New Richmond, who will pull ahead by a score of 22-10 over Marshfield.
So now 2 pins puts you right back into this.
And now we're going to get Cash Kilty out here. He's got a big arm brace on now, and I think it was from that coffee grinder in the last round against Holman. That guy went in for a coffee grinder on Cash's elbow, and I thought I saw it twist in a way it's not supposed
to. Yeah.
So now I see he's got a big brace on his elbow.
Yeah, there's bones there that's not supposed to move the way,
yeah, exactly.
certain moves,
Yeah. So he's up against Landon Cook. And Cook had a pretty good individual sectional, finishing 3rd out of the 16 teams. He's in on a deep single there for Cash, and he's just got to cut that corner, scoop that leg. Oh, and he's got to recover here. He's got him in front head. Cashin has to get on that elbow hard. He's in on another deep single here. He's got to cut the corner. Good sprawl here by Cook. This would be a huge match if Cashin can come out with a victory here. There it is. Now he's just got to scoop that leg with his own leg. He's got to drive over that knee and put that guy's hip on the mat. But Cook squares up nicely. And now Cook moves into position for the takedown. Instead, he's got Cashin's near ankle. Smart move by Cook here. He's trying to cut the corner here and does get the takedown for Cook. 35 seconds left in the first period here. Cook up by 3. Cashins comes to his quad pod. He's got a knee slide out of there. Short time left in the first period.
Yep.
Cashin will roll into the second period here, down by 3. Cashin defers. So when the referee, it switches by weight class, but first choice goes to red or green. You know, if it was Red's choice, first choice in the last match, then it'll be Green's choice in the next match. And when it's your choice in the second period, you have the choice of top, bottom, neutral, which is both up, or defer, meaning you just want to catch the choice in the third period. Generally speaking, like 95% of the time, you'll end up deferring in the second period if it is your choice, because you want to see the match develop. And
so then you start in neutral position?
No, when you defer, then it's the other kid's choice.
Okay.
So then he's got to pick top, bottom, or neutral.
Okay.
He obviously can't defer back to you because you deferred to him.
Has anybody ever changed it both ways?
Change as far as getting deferred back to you?
Yeah,
no, you can't do that. It's not allowed. Nope, you can't defer back. So, but in general.
I thought I'd ask, you know.
Yeah, 95% of the time, if it's your choice in the second period, you're probably going to defer because you want to see the match develop.
Sure.
You want to see which positions you're weaker against this opponent in, which positions you're stronger against this opponent in, and then make your call in the third period when it's your choice. Cashin gets a reversal on himself. New Richmond with the reversal, putting him Cook up by a score of 5-0. Cashin's got to build his base here, kind of army crawl back into his knees to get to his base, which means just up on your hands and knees. You got to get to that point first before you start to, get towards a reversal or an escape. Can't really do anything from your belly.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot
Not really.
that you can do besides getting tipped. On your own back.
I sleep pretty good on my belly.
If you fall asleep out on the mat, you're probably going to get pinned.
Exactly. Yeah, but he's got to roll me over.
Yeah,
first.
that's true. All right, 9 seconds left here in the second. Kilty's down by a score of 5-1. Come on, he'd love to score here out of this, coming into this, and ran out of time. Kilty's choice here in the third period. And head coach Cody C is telling him to go down. Got to score from this spot now in order to have a chance here. Good seal there by Cash, and he's coming up to his pressure back stand up. He gets there. That's locked hands right there. Good call by the ref. Smart on Cashin.
Yep.
Okay, so Cashin's kind of in that quad pod position where his hands are on the mat, his feet are on the mat. And at that point, because Cashin's hands are on the mat, that wrestler on top cannot lock his hands around the waist of Cashin.
Okay.
Both hands have to be off the mat before you can then lock your hands and get a mat return. Oh, no, and now he's got a cradle locked on him. He's got to fight through this big time, belly down. Gets up to his base. That's good. Just let your knees slide across the mat and try to get out of bounds here. But Cook is losing position on this cradle. His lock is off, which is why Cook finally gives it up. Good on Cashton for getting out of that situation. He's going to want to just get off mat. So rule number one, you could kind of see like they did have a point of contact within the boundary.
But he had his hand off.
Hand off the mat. Right. Anything touches the gym floor, you're out of bounds no matter what's going on.
Yeah, you may have two wrestlers that are, 6'4", 6'5",
Exactly.
And,
Yep. Some of them big guys could have a point of contact on the mat and be in the bleachers.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, 3-point match, minute left. Cashin's got to get to his base. He's got to get him off his wrist, which he does. Now, good switch would be great. But Cook is able to counter it. 30 seconds left in the match. And a warning stalling on Cashin, bringing the match score to 6-2 now. Blood time on New Richmond.
Hey, if you're looking to have a place for your events, contact Nuts Deep 2 in Marshfield. Large groups or small private party space is available for your event. Call now for available dates at Nuts Deep 2 in Marshfield. And at Stratford Plumbing and Heating, your comfort and convenience is their top priority. They service all brands and do complete furnace and air conditioning installation with professional service to Stratford, Marshfield, and the surrounding areas. Call Stratford Plumbing and Heating today, your home comfort experts. And today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Wash Force Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield. Stop into those business and thank them for sponsoring the WIAA Team Sectionals here on Zaleski Sports. And thank all the sponsors that we've read off today for stopping by.
20 seconds left. We're going to need, if Cashin's going to pull off a victory here, it's going to take a lot of magic coming into this last 15. Down by 4. Stalling on Green. Nice shot attempt, but is he going to be able to get there? He is not. So Landon Cook with the victory by a score of 6-3. That last stall call on Richmond did bring it within a 3-point match, so he was within a touch, or a takedown, of tying it up. But I would say that's a pretty good hard
Yeah.
fought battle there by Cashin. He's outmatched in that particular matchup, and to only lose by 3. If there is such a thing as a moral victory, that would definitely be one of them. Now on to the 157 pound. We're gonna have. Looks like we're bringing Jaden Landwehr.
So let's see. We've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches left.
And Noah Zanin, I'm sure, will be coming out here for New Richmond.
Because Ty, we started out at 106, right?
We did.
Okay.
Yep.
It's very, very rare I see that we start at 106.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Right.
In the olden days, back in my days, that's how we started.
Every time.
Every time.
Yep. And them poor heavyweights back in the day.
Oh, exactly.
The pressure was always on them.
Yeah, always on them.
You were never.
And they sit around, and it's like, jeepers. No,
Yeah,
come
you're
on,
just
I want to
building the pressure.
I want to get out there, and we're sitting here for an hour and a half, and it's
I
like.
know. That was
In
also.
fact, while he's working out, he lost 5 pounds just, running off, waiting for him to wrestle, so.
And that was a good change, that they made. I think it was quite a few years back that they made that change, the random draw of the weight classes, because that was definitely unfair to those heavyweight
Yeah,
guys.
exactly.
Holy crap.
That's why they were heavyweights. They had time to go out and eat.
Yeah.
That's how they got that way.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right. So it will be Jaden Landwehr versus Noah Zanin at 157 pounds. Zanin's pretty darn good. 14-5 senior versus Landwehr. Jaden's wrestled, I'm just guessing, but I would say probably 15 varsity matches this year. So he's not a newbie to it. Was not the full-time starter, but definitely has experience in this. So we are looking to have Jaden. Oh, and just about got in there for Fireman's. Got all of our big boys warming up there in the background. Looks to me like they're going to put Sean Slesnikow up at 165. You got Hayden at 75. You got Josh Taylor at 90. Jace Frick at 215. And Bob Shear at heavyweight. We're getting into the meat and potatoes of our lineup. Nope. That may sound like a weight joke, but well, we truly are getting into the meat and potatoes.
That's how you got that way, by eating your meat and potatoes.
Yeah, that's right. So we're only down by 15. Definitely not an insurmountable score. So we go into, including this match, we have 6 matches left.
Well, it's feasible.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. With our remaining guys in the lineup, absolutely. Looking ahead to 165, that Shatner from New Richmond is 32-14 at 165. 75, you got an 0-7 junior, potentially, Brahmucker. And then 90, looking ahead a little bit, we got Adam Wilhelm, a 36-11 junior from New Richmond. So that's definitely no gimme there. I wonder if that's the one. Oh, it is. That's the one that, Josh Taylor wrestled him and beat him 12-5 last weekend.
Okay.
Then at heavyweight, we have New Richmond senior, 41-10. So it is going to be some battles coming down here in the pike as we move forward here, which puts quite a bit more importance on this match here for Landwehr and everybody else as we move forward here. He's got to get an over-under hook here. Landwehr down by 5 right now, going in about 1:15 in the second period. So we're definitely coming into our meat and potatoes of the lineup, but New Richmond has a few. There's Landwehr. Is he gonna move into position for the takedown? And he does, closing the gap to 2 points. New Richmond's got 2 or 3 studs left in their lineup too. We kind of got like 5 studs left in our lineup after this match. They got 2 or 3. So we're going to need all of ours, and we're going to need everything they got. Kind of knew this one was going to be close, though. You know, it's it wouldn't have, you know, if it weren't for the injuries, losing John.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
John Sternweiss and.
Well, and you look at even with
Easton Ledden.
Well, you got Lee, right, Ledden out, and also the Adler boy.
Yep, Neil. Yep. Yeah, and there's just, well, we lost Adler. We lost Trevor Forst. Thankfully, the time runs out there. We lost at least those 2 guys just from last weekend.
Sure.
Now we lost two of our best wrestlers today. And we're just hoping and praying that Easton's good to go for next weekend, hopefully. So Jaden now down by 10. Nice outside sweep on the part of Landry. He's got a limp arm out of it, which he does. That's definitely 3. Nice job by Jaden now. He's down by 7. Make it down by 8. Jaden's got to close this gap to hopefully keep it. Just about tossed him on his back. There's 3 takedown for Landwehr. Can he sink a cradle in here? No, he can't. He's not on the other side of the head. Couldn't see that from my angle. Now he lets him go again, and Landwehr's might be looking for some throws here. And that would be okay. Now Landwehr, 6-point match here, 58 seconds left. So he's keeping it to a decision thus far, but I see he's got to fight through this. This is not a takedown. Nope. Yep, they're going to call a neutral. Coming back to neutral.
And now I've got the few boo fans out there.
Yeah. I don't blame New Richmond for booing in that situation. I could see their argument, but I think I agree with the referees in that one. That's 3 takedown. Now he's down by 9. Both wrestlers are really running out of gas here, but one thing you cannot do, no matter how tired you are, is give up a pin in this situation. And he's got to just get to his base. And just stay smart here. That could have been a penalty for a super hard crossface. But it could have been. That's a subjective call. If I was in the ref spot there, I probably would not have called that. So Zan in there with a major victory over Landwehr. So puts New Richmond up by a score of 29-10. So we're down by 19 with 5 matches left. So now we got to really start to pour it on.
with a possible 30 to get.
Yeah, we need at least 20 points here with 5 matches to go.
ShedsDelivered.com is your one-stop shop for sheds, barns, cabins, garages, greenhouses, chicken coops, and hunting blinds, all crafted by skilled Amish artisans. See their display lots in Marshfield, Medford, and Wisconsin Rapids, and get more information at ShedsDelivered.com.
So now we got Sean Slesnikow of Marshfield versus Charles Schachner of New Richmond, the junior. Sean is one of our really good freshmen on our team, bumping up a weight class compared to, oh no, this would not be good for Marshfield's hopes here. Sean got caught in a cradle here. He's got to fight through it. And the ref stops it for potentially dangerous. He was on Sean's throat on that cradle. So they will reset. 4 near fall awarded to New Richmond for that cradle. So Slesnikow's down 7-0. Sean's bumping up a weight class compared to last weekend.
Okay.
Sean's 29-14 freshman. But he did wrestle at 65 for most of the year and then dropped down to 57 for the individual sectional. But the Schachner, 32-14 junior versus the freshman here. We're gonna need some things to turn our way here in this match. Good mat return there by New Richmond.
Ty, is there a difference in, say you wrestle at, well, just let's use a 157 for instance, and you weigh in, and all of a sudden you're flipped to 165.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a weight difference level that you can be in order to wrestle?
You're allowed to cover 2 weight classes. That's all you're allowed to cover.
Okay.
You can't. A 157-pounder can't wrestle at 215.
Oh, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Sure. So actually, if you're at 157, you could wrestle at 175.
No.
No.
You're only allowed to cover 2 weight classes in
okay.
sequence.
Oh, in sequence.
Yep.
So you could go to 165, or you could drop down to 150.
Well, as long as you weighed in at within the parameters of 150. Yep.
Okay.
So you can wrestle at the weight class you weighed in at, or the next one above you, and that's it.
But you can't go down.
Can't go down unless you weighed in at that, at that weight class. So, and not to add a bunch more confusion but there's growth allowances factored in. So this is a 150-pound weight class. Good takedown there by Slesnikow. Ooh, he almost had it, and Slesnikow's moving into position and is not going to quite be able to catch the near fall there. 157-pound weight class, you're allowed a 2-pound allowance after Christmas.
Okay.
So
after Christmas?
After Christmas, yeah.
Well, it's all those cookies you ate,
Yep. So it's called a growth allowance because it's like, as obviously they're growing kids.
Sure.
So as the year goes by, you're allowed a growth allowance after Christmas of 2 pounds. So now for the 157-pound weight class, you can weigh in at 159.
Okay.
And then it's different now this year. You get a 3rd pound, and usually it was when regionals came around, you get a 3rd pound. Okay. Now I'm not sure what it is this year. I haven't found out from the guys that are smarter than I am. I don't know if it happened at individual sectionals that you get a 3rd pound for a growth allowance or not. So, okay, Slesnikow now down 12-3. Minute 14 left in the second here. He's one of them. He can catch you. this New Richmond kid has got to stay on his A game because Selesnico can definitely catch you. Sean's hoping for a stalemate call and instead gets a potentially dangerous call. So they'll reset. So mathematically, let's see, he's down by 9 right now. Mathematically, we cannot afford for Selesnico to get pinned here. And I'm not even positive we can afford for him to get tech fauled. And now he's down 15-3. A tech fall would put them up by 24 points with only 4 matches left, which means we'd have to pin out against New Richmond to tie it. And then criteria comes into play from there. So can't afford a tech fall here. But this is looking more and more bleak as we go along here because expecting our next 4 guys to pin out because there's still 1 or 2 studs in New Richmond's lineup. Oh, and if we can flip this, and like I said, I mentioned that Selesnico can catch you, and he did, but just couldn't quite keep him on his back. But what he did do is he pulled it within a 6-point match. With a minute and a half left. Gonna want to probably we'll see what head coach Cody C decides to do. Is he gonna keep Sean on top or is he gonna tell him to go both up? He's gonna have Sean try to ride him out. We'll see if Selesnico can get a turn here. Obviously, that would be the best available scenario. Selesnico gives up the escape. It's now down by 7. Sean there with the beautiful outside sweep and moves into position and is going to put him on his back again. And now we'll see if Sean can finish this. And New Richmond is able to get out of it again, but Selesnico is doing a good job. Sean's got to get his elbow down, head up, and look away here. Sean closes the match to within 3 points. Just a flurry of points. You don't often see a match this high scoring. Sean's got to do everything he can here to stay out of a cradle, which he's got control of his wrist. So they'll stop the match for potentially dangerous. There's 27 seconds left in the match here. Selesnico can, try to get to an escape, and then he can get back to his takedowns here. In a perfect world, we get 1 escape. Sean's got to control that wrist. That guy is looking for cradle the whole way, and he does control the wrist. Now, he's got to get to his feet, and he does. So we got 16 seconds left in this match. Down by 2. Sean gets in deep, and he's moving. He's got to hook that leg, and there's the 3 takedown for Sean Selesnico. 5 seconds left. Good job by Sean. Warning call on Sean for stalling. We will take it, I think. Is it 1 or not? Had he been warned prior? It's 19-18 right now. Selesnico's up by 1. All he's got to do is lock. And what a clutch match by Selesnico, coming through in the end with a massive, massive victory for the Tigers. The kid is just mentally tough. I was saying earlier that New Richmond has to stay disciplined in that match because Sean will catch you, and he did it twice.
And the new Richmond kid is sitting there, and he still can't believe it.
Yep. So we'll see here now. The referees.
It was in a situation where Slesniko had actually where.
Now we're looking at the score here. The referees are getting together. They're reviewing the score and trying to figure out whether or not, I believe, Slesniko had been warned for stalling prior to that, because then that second warning that came towards the end of that match would award 1 point to New Richmond, which in turn would tie the match and go into overtime. This is okay. Sean suffers from asthma, so this gives him a chance to hopefully catch his breath here.
I mean, we were looking at actually a tech.
It was looking like a possible tech fall. And that's it. That's the match. Yes. So, Sean, what an absolute battle and show of mental toughness of where you always have a chance. Until the whistle blows, you still have a chance. And Sean Slesniko comes through in a massive way for his Tigers against a guy that took third in his sectional just last weekend.
Yeah.
Sean was a first-round exit. I had mentioned that it was a tough first-round exit, a heartbreaker. And Sean just beat a third-place finisher from last weekend at the weight class above where he wrestled last weekend.
Now this puts in a situation, these four matches
now here we
are
go.
very
and
important.
Hayden Carlson gets the
Big pin. Wow.
Big pin in 17 seconds. Hayden once again showing why he's top 3 in the state. And now here we go.
Now we've got only a 10-point difference.
Now we're down by 10. 3 matches left. Josh Taylor coming in, 33-12 junior versus, I'm sure, Adam Wilhelm, the junior from New Richmond. Taylor beat Wilhelm by a score of 12-5 last weekend. So every match here is obviously critical.
Oh, definitely.
Marshfield loses any match, we got to go 3-0 here for the end, for the rest of the way, I believe. We're down by 10. Yeah, we got to go 3-0.
Well, we need at least one pin in there.
Yep, you need a pin in there, but you absolutely cannot lose no matter what happens. So that would put us down by 13, and you only got 2 matches left. So yes, we need a pin. We need some bonus points, and we need to go undefeated.
Next step, prosthetics, providing prosthetics and orthotics throughout central Wisconsin. Take your next step and contact them today. And Nasonville Dairy has fresh cheese curds made daily. Get your cheese curds, Nasonville Dairy in Marshfield, Curtis, or NasonvilleDairy.com.
Really, really good cheese curds.
Oh, yes. In fact, Joe Anderson says, if you want me to be your friend for life, you buy me cheese
That
curds.
sounds like Joe Anderson. He was my choir teacher in high
Really?
school. Yeah.
Oh, you have my sympathy.
Thank you. I need him.
I'll tell him that next time I see him.
Yeah. In fact, I was on the mic with him the last time we were here doing a quad. It was a quad with Holman. I can't remember the other teams, but it was good to spend the day with him because I hadn't seen him in so long. So
You actually learned something in his class?
I'll give it to Joel. He was a great choir teacher. He was really, really fun. Yeah. I wouldn't say I don't know if I learned
Well, I
it.
think
but it wasn't. That's not a reflection on Joel. That's probably a reflection on me.
Every place he goes, he wants to sing the national anthem. You know.
Taking the mic from the high school girl that was supposed to sing it.
The funny part of it is he'll end up singing at Loyal. I've seen him already do the national anthem and then do the starting lineups on the PA system and then do broadcast. I always
Got
said
his fingers and everything.
I always said he was jack of all trades and master of none.
right. Oh, great man, Joe.
Joel, I'll get a text if he's listening. I'll definitely get a text from him tonight.
Yeah, I love Joe. Good man. All right, so 1-0 now. Start the second period. Taylor down by 1. This is going to be where nice shot there by Taylor, and beautiful. Now he's got to finish, and he's looking like he's moving up into position. There is 3. Beautiful shot by Taylor to start out this second period. Gives up the quick escape to Wilhelm. Taylor would rather wrestle him on his feet. Somebody's bleeding. Looks like it's Taylor. No, I'm sorry. Take that back. It is New Richmond.
Today's coverage of the WIAA Boys Wrestling Team Sectionals on Zaleski Sports is brought to you by American Auto Sales and Service of Marshfield, Washforce Exterior Cleaning, Home Satellite Center, All Insurance Agency, and McDonald's of Marshfield. And as I mentioned, thank you for all these sponsors who sponsors today sectional team championship here from the LMC Fieldhouse here in Marshfield, and stop into these businesses. Even though if you don't buy anything, thank them for sponsoring this tournament and all the advertisers during the basketball season, the football season, the baseball, softball season just around the corner. So thank you very much. So
my sister just texted me. Robin.
Oh, she
shoots
to
me
keep an eye on
you.
you,
They're listening in. She shoots me a text. Holy bleep, Sean Slesnico. All right, Taylor down, up by 1.
Tell her she's not supposed to swear. You know that.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, really. You'll hear about this now if she's listening.
Yeah. All right, Taylor up by 1 with 50 seconds left in the second period here. Taylor, I definitely find him to be the superior wrestler in the neutral position within this battle. That's not a guarantee that he won't give up a takedown, but Josh is very good on his feet. And I believe he has choice in the third period. Just shows you how critical that last takedown was. Nice, he's in on another deep double, and that's how he gets them, and he's going to possibly catch some near fall. He's moving into position for it, and he's catching some near fall here. Can he catch the pin, which would be absolutely massive for the Marshfield Tigers? He's got out of time, 4 near fall, 3 takedown, 10-2. Major decision in the waiting, and it is Taylor's choice here, going neutral. He's got a phenomenal blast double. He's put it on display twice now within this match. New Richmond smartly wants to tie up with Taylor. Taylor, to wrestle his style of match, he doesn't want to tie up. He just sticks with his blast doubles. He's got a sprawl here, cut the corner. Nice job. Great re-attack by Taylor. Now he's got to keep him on the mat, and he does, and that's 3. Putting him up by 11 points. Beautiful job by Taylor on that re-attack. It was a great sprawl. New Richmond came back up to his feet, and Taylor re-attacked immediately. And Taylor's going to go both up here. Putting margin at 10 points here. That was a good snap down there by New Richmond. But Taylor recovers. Taylor does not want to go upper body with this guy. You don't need to. All we do is get out of your ties and stick to your shots. Nice. He's going to back out of that. Good job, Josh. He's going to want to continue to back out of that and free himself up. 50 seconds left in the match. 10-point margin. Coaches are yelling at him to stay out of the upper body stuff. You don't need to. You go upper body, you could have the potential to getting thrown.
Sure.
And you just don't need to go upper body. You're great at your shots. Stick to your shots. Taylor's got to just fake a tie and then get his shot. Nice, there it was. And now he moves in for another takedown here. Ref is going to award it, putting him up 16-3, 13-point. Taylor's going to try to get in for another one to get a tech fall. Is he going to have time? It's not looking like it. But a beautiful match by Josh Taylor secures the major decision. 4 points for the Marshfield Tigers. In a match where last weekend he did not get a major on the New Richmond wrestler. He only won by 7. So an even better performance there this weekend compared to last weekend for Josh Taylor. And here we go into the 215-pound weight class. Marshfield down by 6 points. We need 2 decisions, but we want to keep we'd rather we need 2 decisions to tie. But we just, then it goes into criteria.
Yeah.
Let's just avoid that whole situation. Let's just win.
Let's get a decision and a tech.
Yep, exactly. We need a pin would be great. Let's just tie it right here. So we got Jace Frick, 25-12 junior, versus Alex Solberg. He's a 27-19 junior.
Actually, this is the key match right here.
It really is.
Because if Richmond even gets a decision out of it, it's
over. Like I say, we had to go. We had to, even going back to the last match. We had to go 3-0. We had to go undefeated anyway, starting with the last match. So, yeah, everyone is critical, but you need one of them to avoid a tie.
Well, you got to get the first one in order to get the second.
Well, amen on that. Yep, for sure. I think this is one where Frick could possibly catch some bonus points, and he moves into position for the takedown here and gets it. Getting into his claw ride. And Jace is pretty darn tough on top. These are no gimmies. Solberg's a 27-19 junior. Jace is a 25-12 junior. And I think he just got nailed with a full Nelson, so that'll be 1 point awarded to New Richmond. It happens. It's usually almost never intentional. It's never intentional. Sure. It just slips, and you end up in a full Nelson position. You're moving your hands really fast, and there you go. Jace is running that coffee grinder very hard. Now he's getting into position. Can he sneak his head under there and get out to the side and run it? But New Richmond had his leg tied up, but Jace sunk a half. And can he get, and he's going to, wriston half. He's got him in position for the pin. Can Jace knock this one out for the Marshfield Tigers? The New Richmond wrestler has his shoulder off the mat, and Jace is running a little high, but 8 seconds left on the timer, and New Richmond fights through. It's okay. There should be no points scored on the part of New Richmond in that situation, and there is not. So
close.
No loss of control. Right. So Jace was just a little high on that half. Hard to finish a half Nelson when you're running high like that. But nonetheless, it's a great sign for the rest of this match. That'll be a caution for a false start on New Richmond on the bottom. Okay, one escape for Solberg, the junior from New Richmond, now down by a score of 7-2. So we need Jace to get to his shots, get to his takedown, and then work his top position. But Solberg gets a nice sweep, outside sweep, and they step out of bounds. So they'll reset in the middle of the mat. That was a good sweep by the New Richmond junior. So Jace is going to have to move his feet, move his hands, circle, circle. He's doing a good job of controlling wrists here. Jace got to a snap down and go behind, I believe, was that first takedown. So could use some more of that for sure. We say heavy on the head, you know, heavy on the head, heavy on the head. Each second of pressure you're putting on that guy's head is draining. Good snap there, and gets to his underhook. He's underhook on his left. Now he gets him in front head, so this is exactly how he got the first takedown, and he's going to get another one the same way. Okay, he's into his claw right here, and he's got him on his belly, so this is a good sign for Jace. He can start to work his turns from here.
If we get a near fall here.
He's got that wrist, and he's got the half.
We have 30 seconds left.
Half is taken out. New Richmond is trying to roll his wrist out.
Roll.
Jace is doing a good job. Yes, and he's got the half. Is he going to be able to power him over? Not yet. He's got that cross wrist, which is great. Warning for stalling on bottom man. Good call by the refs. Not enough action from the bottom man. There's only 1 second left in the period. We'll go into the third period with a score of 10-2.
Oh, I thought that was the third period, so it was only the second. So.
Just the second period, yep. All right. So Jace's going to start out third period here in the bottom position. New Richmond is trying to close this gap to avoid the major decision. Oh, and now he's got ref is holding too near fall, but Jace is moving into position hopefully for the reversal, but he's got his head, and Jace gets the reversal. So we're still a margin of 8 points. And Jace has to get his hips back. He's riding, he's way too high, so he's got to get, and the ref calls potentially dangerous. We're going to reset 12-4. Jace has got to be tough on top here. He's got to be super tough on top here and catch some near fall on the New Richmond, Alex Solberg. Minute 25 left. I believe, I don't know, I was looking at my computer. There's a caution on somebody. Not sure if that was on New Richmond or not.
I think it was New Richmond.
Okay, well, that would be a second caution. Okay, he's got his arm pinned behind his back. He's going to try to scoot that arm. He's got to break him down now. He's got to reset and break him down, get to his claw. New Richmond is in a quad pod position. Jace has to reset and regain control. Oh, and that's 1 point penalty on Jace for a full Nelson. And that's going to bring it to within 7 points. Now Coach Cody C is telling, because now they're within 7, Coach Cody C is telling them to go both up. So it's 1 point escape for Solberg of New Richmond, bring the margin to 6. Jace needs to get a takedown here to secure the major victory. .30 seconds left in the match. That was a great sweep there by Jace has to square his hips up here. He's got to square his hips up. Solberg is moving into position for the takedown. Jace cannot let his head pop out, otherwise he will get the takedown, and he does. Darn. Well, Jace will end up with the victory here, the 3-point victory rather than the 8-point victory. So we go into the last match of the night with Marshfield being down by 3.
So what's the tiebreaker criteria, Ty?
I believe the first criteria is number of match victories. And if that's the case, if we win, if Bob Shearer only wins and we get 3 team points, I was just looking at that a little bit ago. If I'm correct that it's match victories, number of match victories, then it would be 7-7.
Okay.
We won 7, they won 7. So now you go to the second criteria. What that second criteria is, I'm unsure. I think it's number of pins. And then I'd have to go back and see, how we compare. So, all right, Bob Shearer, 29-14 senior versus Matthew Folks, 41-10 senior. So, Folks lost in the semis last weekend, and took 3rd overall. So this will be one heck of a matchup.
Yep.
One heck of a matchup. Usually heavyweight matches of this caliber end up in 1 or 2 point victories or pins.
Or pins.
One of the two. And I wouldn't be surprised if we have the same thing happen in this match, one of those 2 scenarios.
Reminds me of the sumo wrestlers.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, if my understanding is correct, that the second criteria is number of 6-point victories, which would be pin or forfeit.
Okay.
Then,
well, we started actually, and there was a forfeit that we ended up getting.
Then we would have 2 6-point victories, and New Richmond would have 1. Now I'm gonna qualify myself once again, or disqualify myself once again, in the sense that I'm not positive that's the criteria. Number of match victories, I'm pretty sure that's the first criteria.
Okay.
And then after that, I believe it's number of 6-point victories. Okay, I was just reading up on it, and I was correct. That is the criteria. The first criteria is technically the team whose opposing wrestlers or team personnel have been penalized the greater number of team points, but we haven't had any of that. There have been no team point penalties in this dual meet, so that's all negated. So the next criteria is greater number of match victories, which it would be tied 7-7, I'm fairly certain. And then the criteria after that is the team having accumulated the greater total number of falls, defaults, forfeits, and disqualifications, which, from what I can see, would push Marshfield to the victory.
Well, first things first is we have
Gotta
to
win
get a lead.
this one.
We got to get a lead.
Gotta
here
win.
first. Yep.
All right, back to match action after since I'm done investigating now. Man, I hope I'm right on all that. I think I'm right. I hope. All right, Fuchs up by a score of 1-0 to close out the second period here. It'll be Bob Shear's choice, and I'm sure his coach will have him take down, which he does. What a way to close out the day.
Yeah, you got that right. This is the longest.
This is
longest 2 minutes.
coming down to literally the last match. Bob gets
there he
the
ties it up.
escape to tie it up. We'll see if Bob Shear can come up with the victory here. He's got the and New Richmond with the takedown to put him up by a score of 4-1. Bob's going to want to just get off the mat here because not all hope is lost here. Bob got out fairly easily with the escape at the start of this period. We're going to hope for that to happen again. And then he's only down by 2. Then we're back to the fact that the next takedown takes the lead or recaptures the lead or
extends the lead.
Yep, extends the lead. Bob got busted down there. He's got to get to his base. Minute 20 left. He's got to roll out his wrists. Richmond has his wrists. He's got to get that wrist back. This is in a bad situation here. He's got to get that hand on the mat and spin his hips around, which he does. Okay, he's coming out. He's got to get to his feet here. Oh, and he gets busted down again. 53 seconds left in the match. We'll see if New Richmond gets warned for stalling here. He's riding parallel. New Richmond has to get out to the side and run. And off the mat, they should have gone there. Bob, this is going to be his chance, a reset to get to his feet. Hopefully avoid a breakdown here by New Richmond. Bob is coming, misses the initial flurry. He's got to spin his hips out and keep coming up. 20 seconds left in the match, but New Richmond has a deep bar in, and I think Bob is injured, and there's the pin. I think Bob hurt his knee on that arm bar. Trainer's out to have a look at him. That did look very awkward in that turn. But New Richmond will leave today with second place, defeating the Tigers in a heartbreaker. But when you're missing 2 of your stud athletes, injured today and then a couple more of our wrestlers were injured last weekend, it's just you get to a point where the injuries, you can't overcome the injuries. Bob had he had the match of the day for the Tigers in the last round against Holman, pinning the sectional champion.
Yeah, it's sad to see it, happened this way here with the injury. But I'll tell you, the Tigers didn't give up. They were down quite a bit, and they dug themselves in a hole, but they fought back, but just a little bit short. So.
And I'm sorry I misquoted Shear. I had mentioned Shear pinned the sectional champion, but he won in overtime. That was also why it was so exciting.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
The victory in overtime over the sectional champion. So.
Well, Ty, this has been fun. We got to do this again.
Yes, for sure. We love covering Marshfield wrestling.
You betcha. It's been a great time, and so New Richmond lands up finishing second, Marshfield third in team sectional here, as Holman becomes the sectional championship here at Marshfield. Kaukauna won over on the east side over there.
Yep.
So great tournament here, great turnout fan-wise for this tournament, and fans who watched, we thank you for joining us all afternoon and this morning as Bob is being helped off the mat there, and our prayers are with him for a healthy recovery. And so, it was a great time, and again, congratulations to New Richmond and Holman Vikings for winning here at the team sectional at Marshfield here at the LMC Home Improvement Fieldhouse. And so I will be, and Ryan actually will be joining me on Monday night in Stratford for Tiger basketball, as we're going to see actually, I think Marathon moved up into the number 1 or number 2 spot. I think it's a 2 spot in Division 4, as they'll take on the Stratford Tigers. And then I will be back here at the Fieldhouse Tuesday night for regional action, as Marshfield will be, I can't remember who they're taking on, but I will be here for the regional on Tuesday night here. And then next Friday, I will be in Stratford for the Stratford girls in sectional action. We don't know who they're going to play, because they take on the winner of in that other bracket. So, yes, that's right. They get the Merrill Blue Jays. That's right. Tuesday night the Tigers do. So I will be back here on Tuesday. See, if I didn't have Ryan around to help me here, and Ty, great job.
It's my pleasure.
It was a great honor to work with you.
Yeah, it was awesome to work with you too, Mike. And best wishes to Erica Slesniko, Aubrey Ingevold, Hayden Carlson, and then Easton Ledden in their state tournament journeys here to close out the season. And definitely keep an eye on these Marshfield Tigers next year.
Oh, you betcha.
It'll be one of the best teams we've seen come out of our program. And there's a chance that it'll be the best team coming out of our program. So we shall see.
Okay.
But definitely one of the best, I believe.
Well, and good luck to you. I will see you Monday night.
Yeah,
at the Invitational over at the middle school tournament. I'll be over there for a little bit before I head up to Stratford.
Awesome.
And enjoyed it very much here. And I'll tell you, expert knowledge on wrestling. And thank you very much, Ty.
It was a pleasure.
And,
my pleasure.
On behalf of myself, Mike Steinwegner, Ty Gardner, and Ryan Rasmussen, thank you for joining us here on Zaleski Sports for the 2026 team sectional here from the Marshfield Fieldhouse, the LMC Home Improvement Fieldhouse. And thank you again for joining us. And we'll have a great weekend, and we'll catch you Monday night. Bye now.
That was awesome, you guys. Appreciate it.